Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Sorry for this delay, but we thank you very much for joining us. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, friends and colleagues, welcome to this 7th edition of the Delphi Economic Forum in Brussels, which is supported by the ANEOSIS, the Research and Policy Institute of Greece, and ELIAMEP as well, the Hellenic Foundation for European Foreign Policy. Before anything else, let me thank sincerely the permanent representation of Greece to the European Union, and personally Ambassador Ioannis Vrailas for his great support and guidance to this forum. Ambassador, we thank you deeply. Yourself and the team, actually, Ms. Jima is here as well, and we thank you very much. Let me also recognize Minister Starovic is here with us, Ms. Fino from Albania, Mr. Zenovic from Montenegro, Ambassador Payet, Ambassador Paulatos, ambassadors. We thank you all for coming. It is with great pleasure that we open this year's conference, a gathering that has, over these last few years, has become a meaningful bridge between Southeast Europe and the heart of European policy making. Each year, we aim to bring clarity to complexity, dialogue to divergence, and foresight to the future. I think we convene at a time when Europe stands at multiple crossroads. The return of war to the continent in 2022 has altered the geopolitical balance. Strategic autonomy is no longer a distant ambition, but a present necessity. The twin green and digital transitions continue to demand urgency, investment, and resilience, and the enlargement of the European Union, particularly towards the Western Balkans and the Eastern neighborhood, is being redefined not only as a policy goal, but as a geopolitical imperative. So I think this year's agenda reflects the gravity of our moment, from foreign and trade policy to energy security and defense readiness, from demographic change and talent retention to economic convergence and industrial strategy. Each session speaks to a critical challenge for all of us. We are deeply grateful to the European institutions, our esteemed speakers, partners and moderators, and especially to all of you who continue to support this forum's mission to stimulate meaningful dialogue, strengthen cooperation, and promote sustainable solutions for our shared European future. I am grateful to the Secretariat General for Greeks Abroad and Public Diplomacy for the great support. This conference is also organized with the kind support of Philip Morris. Our sponsors, without them, this event wouldn't be possible. Elval Halkor is our main sponsor, and let me recognize Ms. Anni Podimata, who is here, the EU Affairs Director of the group and former Vice President of the European Parliament, as well as Mr. Lolos is here, the General Manager of the company. We thank you very much both. Many thanks also go to our sponsor, the Piraeus Bank. Mr. Theodore Juros will be with us shortly, the Executive Director of the bank. And of course, we have supporters, the Eldorado Gold Corporation. I think Mr. Paul Fernie-Howe, the Executive President, Chief Financial Officer, is here with us this morning. We thank you very much. It is one of the largest, as you know, investors in Greece, in Chalkidiki area, and I hope soon in Thrace as well. Japan Tobacco International, Mr. George Bletsas is here, the management consultant, and Simos Sidiropoulos, the director for corporate affairs. We have Metlen also as our partner, and Erituro, which is a Romanian company in the waste management recycling. Ms. Jenna Webb is also here with us. So I would like to thank you all for participating. It's a great honor to have you all here. And with this, I would like to have Ambassador Ioannis Vrailas for his welcome notes. And please join me to welcome the Ambassador to the podium. Thank you very much. Ambassador, ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Thank you. Without your help.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope I'm not expected to speak for 50 minutes. Huh? I see the I was asked to drag it on a little until we get one of the panelists. So I will start by asking you if you've seen any good movie recently, and we can chat about that while waiting for the colleague. Anyway, dear Mr. Tsomokos, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's a real pleasure and honor to be welcoming you here at the fourth Delphi Brussels Forum. Indeed, the fourth time we do this together. I would like to pay tribute to Mr. Tsomokos for putting it together, and also to my colleague, Mrs. Katerina Zima, who has been absolutely instrumental in also contributing to bringing all the various pieces together. It's, of course, we meet today as we will try to explore the pressing challenges and exciting opportunities that are shaping Europe's future. The Delphi Brussels Forum has become a recognized institution in the city, renowned for the quality of its debates and the caliber of its participants. It has earned its reputation as one of the key gatherings where Brussels discusses and thinks strategically. Once again, the themes of the forum are remarkably timely. They focus on Greece's neighborhood, yet always with a European perspective, because none of us lives in isolation. This year's agenda is particularly important, as many of the assumptions that once seemed certain in our world have now shifted. We too must adapt, especially as Greece, and I also mention here Cyprus. You know that the Cypriot presidency of the Council of the European Union is just around the corner. Greece will be exercising the presidency during the second semester of 2027. So we are both preparing to assume our key responsibilities. Presiding over the Council is not merely an honor. It's a duty of leadership to contribute to guiding Europe towards decisions that may shape the Union's trajectory for decades to come. At the moment when the global order is being rewritten by conflict, competition, and profound transformation, Europe must act not as a bystander, but as a strategic actor with purpose, unity, and resilience. Our first theme on the European foreign policy in a world of conflict goes to the heart of this challenge. The wars around us are testing the credibility of Europe's foreign and security policy, the strength of our alliances, and the coherence of our values. They also remind us of Europe's capacity for leadership in supporting Ukraine, in stabilizing our neighborhood, and in upholding the international rules-based order. Today, Europe's external action must be both principled and pragmatic, anchored in our values, yet agile in defending our interests. Energy is central for the European Union. The next theme, Powering Europe Through Cooperation, captures a key truth, that in the East Mediterranean and Southeast Europe, cooperation is indispensable. By investing in energy security, circular solutions, and interconnections, we can accelerate independence from external dependencies while remaining faithful to our green commitments. At the same time, fueling Europe's future through securing critical raw materials for the green and digital transition underlines another dimension of sovereignty. The global race for critical raw materials will determine not only our technological independence, but also our industrial and strategic autonomy. We must build resilient supply chains, diversify our partnerships, and strengthen the European dimension of production to achieve sustainability, security, and innovation. This connects with public-private collaboration. Our economies can thrive when governments, businesses, academia, and citizens work together, when regulation supports creativity, and when investment is guided by long-term responsibility. And in a tariff-driven area, European trade strategies must defend open markets while ensuring fairness, reciprocity, and sustainable growth. At the same time, the panel on rearming Europe's defense will discuss a reality we can no longer postpone. Strategic autonomy must be matched by real capabilities, shared investments, and the political will to act when others cannot. This is not about replacing partners, it's about reinforcing partnerships through European responsibility. Equally, enlargement is both a geopolitical necessity and a test of the EU's credibility. It strengthens our collective stability and reaffirms that the European Union remains the most successful peace project in modern history. The integration of the Western Balkans, Ukraine, and Moldova will contribute to Europe's security, resilience, and relevance. Beyond politics and security, revamping Europe's economy through investment, innovation, and EU convergence remains vital, especially for Southeast Europe. By closing development gaps, attracting sustainable investment, and fostering innovation, we turn the promise of European unity into reality. And finally, Europe's greatest asset is its people. Europe's strength will depend on our ability to attract and retain talent, reverse demographic decline, and empower the next generation of citizens, innovators, and leaders. Countries like Greece have shown how reconnecting with their diaspora can transform brain drain into brain gain, linking global experience with local opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, the Delphi Brussels Forum has always been more than just a conference. It is a conversation about Europe's place in the world and about how shared reflection can become shared action. As we gather here today, let us do so with confidence in Europe's capacity to adapt, to unite, and to lead with purpose. Thank you very much, and I notice that I don't have to speak for another 42 minutes because all the panelists are now here.
Dear Ambassador, thank you. Thank you deeply. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, let me reiterate about your great support and great help. So with this, I would like to kindly ask Henry Foy, the Bureau Chief of the Financial Times in Brussels, to chair this first and most important panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah,
we
thank
have
you.
a new rendezvous in April in Delphi, as I understand. Thank you.
No, I can't say no. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. My name is Henry Foy. I'm the Bureau Chief here for the FT. Yanis, thank you so much for the introduction. Great to see you. We're going to move swiftly on into the panel. European foreign policy is in a world of conflict, not the happiest note to begin a day on, but at least we're going in where the sharp point is on the stick. From left to right, yours, Bart Shevchik, who's got many, many, many jobs, one of which is adjunct professor at Sciences Po, William Drozdiak, who's the Global Europe Fellow at the Woodrow Wilson International Center, my good friend Ian Lesser, who's a distinguished fellow at GMF, Lucas Tsoukalis, who's the president of the board at Elia MEP, and by no means least, Taneli Lati, who is the Deputy Managing Director at the EAAS. Taneli, I'm going to put you on the spot to begin. Ioannis just said that the global order is being rewritten by conflict, and it's testing the credibility of the EU's foreign policy, which must be principled, pragmatic, and agile. In the context of the war in Ukraine, the fact that America is no longer a trusted friend, the tensions with China, and what's going on in the Middle East and elsewhere, is the EU's foreign policy credibility holding up?
Thank you very much for that light question to start the debate. Yes, and obviously, and we are in a situation that we did not want to see developing in front of our eyes for 10, 15 years. Because we think European, and we think that everybody thinks like Europe, and we assume from everyone the same logic and same pragmatic approaches and the solutions as we do. We should have seen the developments, and be it Russia, be it China, be it US, and be it other parts of the world, and that were not necessarily going to a direction that we were hoping and assuming them to go. And this is a bit our weakness as Europeans, and we always want to believe the best, and we don't really prepare for the worst. And now we are in a situation where we are facing consequences of that. I think, well, the strength of Europe is that we can adjust, and we are, after all, and we are quite agile and flexible, and we are very good in self-criticism and in bashing ourselves on our weaknesses, challenges, and weak spots. But at the same time, we sometimes forget about our strengths, and we are quite strong. And we can react to situations, we can find solutions in almost impossible situations. And all of us who are part of the policy making and trying to find solutions, we always find it terribly frustrating and terribly slow and terribly tedious, and we think that we are simply lagging behind and not really keeping up with the rest. But if you look back 5 years about what has happened in Europe, or 10 years, or 15 years, and the evolution has been tremendously fast. And Europe has been actually a global leader in many areas, in many policy areas. And this is how the rest of the world is actually seeing us. And yes, and we've lost, and China is not anymore just a partner or predominantly a partner, it is a rival and a challenger. It is trying to undermine the world order that we have based our future on. US has walked away from values, principles, and structures that we built together over the past few decades. We have Russia, who's openly, through military force, in the middle of the European continent, trying to undermine everything all the values, principles that we have based the European future and well-being on. And in this situation, yes, we are obviously having to adjust to a new situation, but it's not hopeless. And we sometimes, I think, we pay a little bit too much attention to challenges and to these negative developments. There are many positive developments out there as well. Europe is seen as a partner, and we continue to represent freedom, opportunities, equality, democracy, rule of law, and these things are appreciated by most of the people wherever they live, if they know that there's a possibility that these values and principles can be delivered. Europe is the one place where all of these principles, values, and virtues have been delivered best. And this, I think, is clearer from the outside than from the inside. And this is the strength of our foreign policy. And this is what we can build our partnerships and future strengths on. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for your honesty. Lucas and Ian, I'm keen to get your thoughts on this idea that from the outside there's more appreciation than maybe from the inside. As people who are on the outside, whose job it is to look inside, would you agree with what Taneli just said?
Well, there's not much to disagree with, although I would put it in a slightly provocative manner to start with.
Good.
European foreign policy is more of an aspiration than an actual policy. And European foreign policy is more needed than ever before, because basically the world has gone upside down. We used to live with our dreams. European dreams, for 3 decades at least, consisted of a world with strong institutions and common rules, with growing economic interdependence, a world in which Europe would be able to benefit for its open economies, in which Europe would be able to exert its soft power for lack of hard power, and peace dividend would remain, and if things were to come to the worst, there would always be an external protector, namely the United States, to save us. All those dreams are turning into a nightmare in a short period of time. The world literally has gone upside down. We have wars in our neighborhood. We perceive Russia as a growing security threat. There is debate as to how much of a real threat it is, but it is a threat. Our external protector has become increasingly unpredictable and less benign, and this is the understatement of the year. Our neighborhood remains, and is even more so today than before, an arc of instability. our institutions, common institutions and rules internationally are weak. We increasingly witness a hard reality, and this is might turns into right. And Europe was not prepared for all this thing. And last but not least, we are experiencing the weaponization of international economic interdependence for political and security reasons. I mean, this is clearly not a world for which Europeans were prepared. The bright side of the moon is that we are trying to adjust. The less bright side of the moon is that the world is moving much faster than we're able to move. And this is the problem. And that, I would stop there. I would give reasons why we are moving slowly, but perhaps this would be a second round.
Sure. Ian?
Well, I'm tempted to be very brief and say I agree, because I was just jotting down some notes here about some things to say. Look, I mean, just a couple of other points maybe to elaborate on what you've said, Lukas. This question of time, it seems to me, is quite critical. I think, what is conflict? Conflict where and power for what? I mean, is an interesting question to ask. Clearly there's a war in Europe. There is every prospect that Europe will become more defensible. It will spend a lot of money on it. It will get better at it. I can imagine a future in which Europe, in a sense, if you have the time, is actually quite a strong proposition facing East in conventional military terms. But will it be able to project its power and influence in foreign security policy beyond that defensive sort of crust? Clear, I think. Especially in a more ruthless environment where you have actors behaving badly in ways that are very unpredictable, or at least unpredictably. In the case of my own country, for all the reasons you mentioned, I think if there's a space where, and it's very relevant obviously to our conversation here, if there's a space where Europe is already in a sense able to project power and to manage crises if it wishes to do it, it's in the Mediterranean. These are places Europe could reach. And I think, yes, I mean, absolutely, there's a war in the East. We need to focus on that, respond to it. It's part of the NATO debate as well, obviously. But there's a lot of stuff in the South. And it wouldn't take much to bring that very rapidly back onto the kind of existential agenda in Europe. I mean, rejectionists coming out of a peace process in the Middle East will do things, and maybe here again. This will put this front and center in terms of the public debate. Final point, maybe if I could make, another constraint, I think, is that Europe will spend and do more, it seems to me, on foreign and security policy. But will it have the strategic culture to support that everywhere? In some places, clearly, yes, in the Baltic, for very different reasons, perhaps in the Eastern Mediterranean, facing in different directions. But in general, where is the man and woman power going to come from? Are you going to be willing to put forces in harm's way? Are you going to have a strategic culture that allows you to use force in that way that the United States has regularly done? That's much less clear today.
Yeah, absolutely. Ian, thank you. William, I understand you're so fresh from the States that you're still jet lagged. I'd love to get your view on this from an American point of view. I mean, we just heard that the idea that the US has walked away from Europe. Is it that simple, or has Europe started to turn away from the US before that?
I think 80 years after of the alliance, you're seeing a natural estrangement happen with a new generation. But Trump, of course, has enacted policies that have antagonized allies, and I, for one, as an American who is opposed to those policies, is struck by the fact that Europe has been too subservient in not confronting Trump's policies. And I think if Europe is going to play a stronger role in a new age of great power rivalry, it needs to be much bolder and aggressive in defending its own interests. I mean, take trade, for example, the whole discussion of tariffs. Here you have the European Union, which is the most powerful, the biggest commercial bloc in the world, and it has been reluctant to challenge Trump over his tariffs. And there are other, just look at the periphery. in the Arctic, which is emerging as the next great game in our century. And Finland and Sweden are now part of the European Union. Europe has assets to assert its power in that part of the world, and it's going to be very important because with the melting of the polar ice cap, you're seeing new navigation routes opening up to Asia that will shave 1 week's travel time between Europe and Asia, and it's absolutely vital for Europe to stand up. And similarly, I recently had a conversation with Emmanuel Macron, and he said, over the next 30 years, we need to build a bridge across the Mediterranean toward Africa. When you think of all the precious resources, the battle over rare earths and all that, it's striking that Europe has not built a much stronger partnership with Africa. And if you want to think in great power terms, that's what Europe needs to do to compete with a China and a Russia that are allied as autocracies now with North Korea and Iran, and a United States that is becoming increasingly estranged from its European allies.
Thank you. I particularly enjoyed that just humble flex. He just had a chat with Macron recently. Bart, I was kind of relying on you to be the controversial one, but we don't need any more controversy. Can you give us the positive take? I mean, where is Europe doing okay in a foreign policy context in a world of conflict?
Well, great, thanks, and it's great to be here. I did not want to pile on with the criticism, so let me offer some dose of Polish-American optimism, and that's what is sort of the benchmark by which Europe's foreign policy is graded. And if you think about it, the main existential issue for Europe, obviously, right now is the defense of Ukraine and prevailing in that conflict against Russia. And in this respect, obviously, it's a horrible, tragic conflict that's caused hundreds of thousands of lives and wounded in Ukraine. But if you think about it, people would not have expected that 3.5 years ago, as they were predicting how the conflict could evolve, that Ukraine would still be democratic, free, in control of most of its territory, and supported by now nearly 200 billion euro that Europe has spent in Ukraine in support of Ukraine, another 100 billion to be distributed. These are enormous sums that Europe has been able to generate over the past 3.5 years that would have been unthinkable 4 years ago, 5 years ago. When Ambassador Payet and I were in government in the Obama administration, there were plenty of fights over trying to get a 1 billion loan guarantee to Ukraine. 1 billion. Right? Countless of hours of negotiations to try to extend the 1 billion loan guarantee. And here you have 300 billion that have been distributed, obviously because it's in Europe's core security interest. But, this is quite a remarkable feat. And this is not just because the Commission President or the Council President decide so, but because you have 27 national leaders in parliaments and, the whole complexity of EU institutions working as one in support of Ukraine, because everyone, regardless of their overall threat perceptions, realize that you don't want more Russian drones in our skies. You don't want Russian assassins across our territory. And so the way to prevent that or to manage that is to be able to help Ukraine defend itself and to prevail against Russia. And so, that's quite a remarkable accomplishment by Europe. And if you had to project over the next 5 years, who knows how long the conflict might last, but chances are that Ukraine can prevail and the Western world can defend it against Russia. The other point to make is that, remember in 2015 and 16 that Europe was about to collapse because of the migration crisis, because you had 1 million refugees fleeing Syria and Afghanistan and Iraq, an active conflict. Here, Europe has been able to host and welcome and integrate something like 4 or 5 million Ukrainian refugees in a heartbeat. You remember the scenes of strollers being left in the Warsaw train station as mothers and their children were coming to seek protection, and you had a spontaneous uprising of civilians across Poland and across Europe trying to provide whatever they could to care for these refugees. And this is something that, again, it's not going to make the headlines, but it's a remarkable accomplishment of Europe. And not to also speak about the hundreds of billions of euro that are now being spent and pledged on defense purposes. One final note, if I may. Another important test case will be whether Europe and European leaders can galvanize around this idea of developing reparations loan on behalf of Ukraine to unleash something like 140 billion euro in cash on the basis of Russian state assets, and there'll be lots of meetings in the coming days and weeks. I think that will happen. It should have happened already, but fingers crossed it will happen shortly. And again, it's a testament to the ability, to the agility that was spoken about before, with which Europe can respond. Not to say that there aren't a lot of problems, because there are, but there are a lot of good things that Europe has accomplished as well.
Thanks, Bart. Now, everyone has now spoken and been polite and listened to each other, so now we can move into the stage where you will start to argue with each other and jump in. Taneli, I was struck by what Ian said about defining conflict. I mean, conflict is when two sides are fighting, right? Not one side is getting punched by everybody else. That's a pile-on. Is Europe being bolder and aggressive? I mean, the example that William brought up about tariffs is a really good one, but can you think of areas where Europe has fought back in the foreign policy domain, has shown that this is a conflict where Europe is willing to use its own weapons, not always exploding ones?
I would think so, yes. I mean, and of course, and we have not been built. I mean, the European Union was never designed and built for conflict, military or otherwise. And we thought that the world would start looking like that the rest of the world would start looking like Europe. Yeah. We were built for peace, partnership, openness, and all of that. So and now that we are in a world of conflict, and we need to get ready for that and build structures and decision-making mechanisms for that. I think a recent example, and where we have actually picked our game, and where we've shown as Europe that we can also play a game and protect our values and principles in a pretty concrete way when it's necessary, is Moldova. And where there was a strong attempt by Russia to try to interfere and prevent democracy from taking place and materializing. But we fought back to support Moldova and the free elections and as much as possible a freedom of the information space in Moldova. And the Moldovan people were able to elect freely and express their will, and the result corresponds to that. I think that's an example. And we will have to do better and more. Which is why, of course, proposals have been made also to pick up and strengthen our military and defense capacities. A lot is already happening in that area, but it will, of course, take years and before we can talk about a European defense capacity that will be independent and autonomous. Maybe it never will be, but we will be much more credible 5 to 10 years from now compared to where we are now or where we were 2 years ago. I think again we'll have to look a little bit back and to appreciate how fast we actually are and how much of a great power we can be. And it is, and we are not possibly as loud as traditional great powers are. But if you look again at what has happened over the past 5 to 10 years in Europe or globally, it is quite amazing. And the European influence in that has been quite central. At the G20, I'm preparing for, and I tell a small anecdote if you allow, which was somehow for me and was very revealing, and I remember it every day. It's a few years back. India was preparing for its G20 presidency, and I think it was the Indian G20 Sherpa who was on a visit to Brussels and to prepare. And somehow, and we as the EU, and we had been too slow to deliver our part of a commitment to prepare for the presidency. And I was very apologetic and explaining that, look, I'm European Union, and there's the Council, the Parliament, and we have 27 commissioners, and And he was listening politely, and then he said that, no, European Union is not particularly complex. India is. And I think this is in a way, it's a feature of being democratic. Yeah. And sometimes I think our slowness protects us from doing stupidities. And we prepare things well, and we can sometimes avoid doing reflex or acting on reflex and doing some stupidities. I think we have strengths there to build on, and I'm maybe a little bit naive and idealistic, but that keeps me sane.
It's a very good point, and I wonder if we are falling into this trap here of this idea that if something is bad in Europe, it must be Brussels' fault, right? And you blame the EES and you blame the EU, blah, blah, blah. But how much do the member state foreign policy actors actually should shoulder some of this blame, right? I mean, you hear a lot about how the Paris and Berlin have never really bought into the idea of shared European foreign policy. Well, are they standing up and doing one for Europe by themselves? I mean, please jump in. I mean, are we being unfair blaming this on Brussels? We should be blaming it on the member states.
Just from my observation, it's so easy for the member state governments to, when they have an insoluble problem, they blame Brussels. They say, we can't move ahead because Brussels is blocking everything. And I think that's using the European Commission and other institutions here as a scapegoat is a sign of weakness on the part of a lot of the coalition governments we see in different capitals.
No, I mean, I think, and here there's a kind of interesting irony here. You have two Americans commenting on this question that you're asking, but nonetheless, I mean, I think, I think it's
posed by a Brit.
It's a clear point that, I mean, Europe as Europe, the EU can do what its members want it to do. That said, there are things that, and you see it now, I think, in terms of strategic autonomy, building up defenses in Europe, etc. You can do things with a European frame that you might not be able to do, spend on, act on as a national government. It's not just a matter of cover. Europe, as the EU, is very good can be very good at putting resources together. And so I think that makes a big difference. If you look at this from the outside, there's an interesting, very important point here as to who the interlocutor is on transatlantic cooperation in the world, because the contrast, if I may, with the Biden administration is extreme. Biden administration took the EU very seriously. It was a little unusual in that, actually, for any party. This administration does not. This administration would prefer to work bilaterally, even sees the world through individual political personalities. It's a very different story. So, if you flip this around and ask, how is Europe seen by key partners abroad, it's also an interesting question.
I think, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to add that I think one thing that Europe is still missing a little bit is a little bit of an appetite for risk and a little bit of creativity, and then sort of pushing the envelope in terms of what it might try. And here's one example that is not mine, although it's a clever one, by Polish Foreign Minister Sikorski, which is that, as Europe is building up its defense capabilities and military capabilities, one thing that it really lacks is a deployable force. Now, you're not going to be able to develop a large deployable force very, very quickly, but you could have like a brigade-size deployable force that can be sort of modeled on the French Foreign Legion, sort of called the European Foreign Legion. It will be recruited outside of the regular military channels. It will be well paid, financed by the EU budget, maybe even controlled by QMV under the Council. And obviously you wouldn't be able to scare the Russians with this type of capability, but you might be able to counter, for instance, the Wagner Group in Africa, or cause trouble for the Russians in various parts of the world. And other ventures of a similar type where, you're not really just reacting to what the Russians are doing in Ukraine. You're not just training Ukrainians to shoot at Russians and kill Russians in Ukraine, but you're thinking a couple of steps ahead, how can we cause trouble for the Russians, either in Russia or elsewhere? And I think that appetite of risk I still don't see within, not only in Brussels, because I agree that it's not the only place that's relevant, but in national capitals either. I think, Paris and Berlin, maybe not Warsaw, but various capitals around Europe are still much more on the reactive side rather than the kind of thinking proactively.
Well, it is true that Europe is what its member countries want it to be. And there is a problem with our member countries, because if you look back the last 20, 30 years, most big initiatives in Europe came as a result of Franco-German initiatives that brought the Commission in, finally broadened the coalition, and the initiative turned into European policy. And a European policy that was not always supported by all 27, so it was increasingly coalitions of the willing in practice. Now, today, it's very different because many of our governments are weak. Many of our governments are struggling to survive from one month to the next. Many of our governments take months to be formed. And add another point, this is, if you take the last 3 or 4 years, most initiatives on Europe came from Paris and from President Macron. Now, President Macron was probably, arguably, and I put it again a bit provocatively, was just about the only European leader who thought European and had a strategy for Europe. And he was addressing himself to Berlin. Berlin was not exactly responding, was not hearing very well. But Macron is extremely weakened politically. So I wonder who is the political leader in Europe who thinks European. So there is a problem in our capacity to react is a function of the capacity also of member countries to deliver the goods. And that is becoming increasingly an issue.
Just a quick response to Lucas's point about who is the strong leader in Europe. And it's striking in Washington that the leader I find who has the most influence with Trump is Alexander Stubb. Now, maybe because he's an excellent golfer and they get along on the golf course, but this is where Georgia Maloney also has a good rapport, but this is where personalities matter and can have an impact.
And icebreakers. I mean, he's basically just trying to sell icebreakers. Sorry, before Turner, you're in.
Thanks. Yes, I think, well, one feature of Europe has always been and continues to be that it is the European institutions from Brussels and who suggest things that Europe should reasonably do together. And common sense, look to the future, can predict a little bit the trends and so forth, and then you deduct from that yes, Europe should be doing these and these things together. Would be everybody's benefit. Member states pretend not to hear for a while, and the member states try to do it on their own themselves until they fail. And it is only after everything else has been tried that they come together, and a European Council then gives the task to the Commission that please deal with this. Develop a COVID vaccine, restart the economy, take care of youth unemployment. Things that do not belong to the traditional EU competencies that are often discussed about. But then at some point, they do come together and say that, yeah, okay, we tried everything else and we failed, and now it's Europe's turn. And amazingly, Europe succeeds without the obvious even tools or competencies to do so. But still, we find then the solutions, which I think is something that, the magician sometimes gets surprised himself when we do this. But also when it comes to foreign policy, yes, and we were struggling to find a way and to establish contact and communicate with the US president, and then all of a sudden, one member state president goes and plays golf, and all of a sudden we have a channel open. And it's not by design necessarily, but and it's one of Europe's strengths, and that we have many faces, many features.
Yeah, I think Stubb's example brings to mind that, in a way, European foreign policy needs to be de-Brusselized, if that can be a term. But, take it outside a little bit of the mental framework, outside of Brussels, and that the main decisions will be done by EU institutions or EU leaders, and that all national capitals, all national leaders need to think in European and geopolitical terms. And, if you think about the main accomplishments in Europe in the Cold War and how the Cold War came to an end, it wasn't because it was cooked up in Brussels or Paris or Berlin or even in DC, but you had a spontaneous movement in Poland and in Czechoslovakia and leaders like Wałęsa and Havel. And, I think it's worth recalling that lots of countries, be it large, medium-sized, small, can play a role in advancing Europe's interests and free world's interests. And if the problem is that if you expect the decisions and the responsibility to just lay on the shoulders of EU leaders or large capitals, then it's easy enough to just say it's not my problem. I don't have an agency in here, and that's not the case because history has shown that that's actually not the case.
Just with one eye on the clock, I'm quite keen to bring in China here more. I mean, it's passé now to say that America is no longer Europe's devoted ally and we can't rely on them. But vis-a-vis China, we do need Western allies on foreign policy. I mean, my first question is it possible to align with US foreign policy on China right now? Is it clear enough that Europe can align? And if not, what does the world look like to Europe if they're in conflict with both the US and China at the same time?
Well, just 2 points about that. I think, first of all, and I don't know whether, you might agree, Bill, you're in Washington, but there are not very many things that Republicans and Democrats agree on these days. And one of them is a harder line on China. Right. And that's happening here, too, in a sense, although not as far or as fast. This question of whether the United States will simply be drawn away into demands in Asia, this is not new at all. I mean, it's an old story. It was an interesting point that was made by NATO Secretary General Rutte a few weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, I guess. He was talking about the interdependence of these European and Asian theaters. Yeah. And he made a very striking point, which was to say that, Europe is fully vested in the question of stability in Asia, not just in commercial terms, but because if there were to be a war, even an accidental one, between the United States and China, it would very rapidly, in his view, turn into a war in Europe, because Russia would be pulled into it, compelled to be in it. So, I mean, it's very difficult to draw a line here in terms of stakes, but obviously in terms of power projection and other things, Europe really doesn't play in that game.
Yeah, if I just follow on that. Yeah, Ian is right. In Washington, everybody is a hawk on China. But it's striking in Europe that there's a big tug of war. What should be the European policy toward China? And meanwhile, in terms of electric cars, China is in the process of dismantling the German car industry, which is really going to be a devastating blow, not just to Germany, but also to Europe's economy. So unless here's another example of where Europe needs to stand up and defend its own interests in a larger global situation, whether it's a problem in terms of shaping the decision-making or getting a majority of governments to agree. This is really a matter of Europe's economic survival.
Thanks. Yes, I think our relation with China is and has been, and it's predominantly commercial and economic. And for the past, say, 20 years, and it has been tremendously beneficial to the European industries and European consumers in terms of moving production into China. It has been also in the German car industry that has moved and invested a lot into production in China. And of course, the European consumer has benefited of low inflation and cheap prices and so forth. Now, this relation has been somewhat one-sided, and we have been a source of investment to China, source of technology to China, and we've been an export market to China. European exports to China are smaller than European exports to Switzerland. Yeah. And so we have a trade balance that is negative 1 billion per day. But so far it has not been a problem. I mean, this has been, in a way, part of the benefits or the arrangement that we voluntarily built. But now it is starting to be a problem because China is exploiting and instrumentalizing this economic relation against us. And now we are in the middle of preparing a response again, and we may be a little bit slower than some others, but I would suggest that our response will be quite structural, and it will be also quite strong.
I remember talking to NATO officials between Trump's election and his inauguration, and they were like, it's going to be fine. We have two ways to get him on side. One is to buy loads and loads of American weapons, which is happening. And the other one is to align with China and to be align with him on China and to be a foreign policy ally. I mean, but all you hear from the Pentagon, at least, is they don't want Europe in Asia at all. They want Europe to focus on Europe. So have we lost that ability as well to project, to even be sort of little brother to the US in Asia?
Lucas?
Well, before moving to answer your question, let us remember that, at least in economic terms, collective European interests are not exactly identical with those of the United States, for two very simple reasons. One is that Europe has much more open economies than the US. Illustrate that. If you take external trade as a percentage of GDP, it's about double in Europe that of the United States, and that tells you quite a lot. And second, because Europe is very poor in raw materials, rare earths, and all the rest. Europe is dependent on trade. Therefore, Europe cannot have an approach of just decoupling with anybody, not to mention China. Of course, trade with China has been unbalanced. And this is something we have to address. But now it's getting increasingly surreal, because I've been to Beijing twice this year, because they've been celebrating the 50 years of diplomatic relations with the European Union. And you listen to the Chinese telling you that we have so much in common with you. We believe in free trade, multilateralism, strong institutions, and common rules. And you start pinching yourself, saying, where the hell am I? And it is not totally untrue. And they also tell you, we believe in green transition, and we are doing a lot about it, unlike others to remain unnamed. So how do you handle this? I mean, China for Europe is clearly a rival, but it's also a partner. And the ability for Europe to define half autonomously a policy towards China is crucial for our interests. And we are not exactly doing it.
I just wanted to disagree gently with my distinguished panelists on U.S. policy towards China, because it's true that during the Biden administration, there was a pretty clear policy and there was alignment with Europe. Now, I'm not sure what the administration's policy is. The hawks were ascendant a few weeks ago. As I understand, they're sidelined right now. I don't know what the state of play will be a week from now or 2 weeks from now. And so it's tough to say, if the administration would back Taiwan in the conflict with China or not, if the administration was to put economic pressure on China or strike a deal with China. So I think it's still a moving target. One opening for China, incidentally, is to offer to Europe as a peacemaker on Ukraine. This is sort of an interesting idea that I've heard bounced around a number of times, where the only person probably in the world that can really squeeze Putin is Xi Jinping and put pressure on him to peace negotiations. And if, for whatever reason, obviously they're not in that place right now, and that's not their calculation of their national interest right now, but if China decided to serve as peacemaker on Ukraine, that would be a pretty attractive offer for Europe, and probably a lot would be offered in return to make Europe's core existential crisis go away. But, so it's difficult to figure out exactly how Europe could, even if it wanted to, align with the United States on China. And you have this other element that, what happens if all of a sudden Xi Jinping is the main candidate for the Nobel Peace Prize?
Well, if it's Xi Jinping or Trump, and we have to decide who we're going to vote for, is that?
Give them both.
Give it to them both, exactly. No, but I want to return to this idea. I mean, can Europe actually be America's little brother on foreign policy issues anymore? Or do we have to just accept that, at least during Trump, it's too chaotic to try to align with the Americans, and it's not in our interests in most areas, and it's better to focus on our domestic build-up?
Just really, I think it's putting it quite pejoratively to say that Europe or any other partner would be a little brother. I mean, I don't think there are little brothers and big brothers in geopolitics. So I'll put this back. Okay. I don't think, at least when I was in government, we viewed partners as partners and with different capabilities and different interests and so forth. But there was not this approach that, this is the whole idea of equal sovereignty in the world, that regardless of your size and economy and power, you have the equal dignity as a sovereign state and as a potential partner. And in fact, Europe has a lot to offer to the United States in terms of its economic weight, in terms of market access that it can restrict to Chinese goods and services. And that was the approach of the Biden administration. And interestingly, the Biden administration was quite effective, because even before they came into office, they were able to convince Merkel and Macron to shelve the EU-China Comprehensive Agreement on Investment, just because they thought this would, entrench European economy more with the Chinese economy and make it more dependent, and that was not in anyone's interest. So, look, on economics, I think Europe has a lot to offer. On military capabilities, obviously, they don't have as much deployable naval capability as the U.S., although a lot of that capability, as I understand, is now in the Caribbean Sea rather than in the Indo-Pacific. And so, look, I was on the panel with Rich Colby a few years ago, and he certainly views the conflict with China in purely military terms. I think, viewed more strategically, you probably view the competition or the struggle with China in much more long-term economic terms, and there, Europe and other economic partners are very important.
Now, if I may, just 2 points on this. First of all, I wouldn't assume that the current sort of transatlantic divides are immutable. We actually have midterm elections in the United States in 12 months, roughly. 12 months. Things could change, I can't predict what's going to happen. You could have a reinforcement of the current situation, but you could also have a very different equation in which, there would be much greater constraints. Looking forward ahead to what could happen 3 years from now is a different question. So I wouldn't, a lot of it is about style. Some of it's about substance, but some of the substance concerns were there even before, obviously before Trump. The second point, I think, and this comes closer to your question, is, yes, it's a world that increasingly perhaps values hard power, but it's also a world that increasingly values economic power, economic sanctions, economic warfare, all of these things, for better or for worse. For better or for worse. And there, Europe, is, in a sense, a true power.
Yeah,
and partner.
We were talking earlier about how to get Europe more in line with the United States' unified policy toward Asia. I think a missed opportunity in the Biden administration was the AUKUS affair, Australia, UK, US, and they totally ignored and really infuriated France. But as if they forgot that France has 5 major naval bases in Polynesia and the Pacific, and could have contributed in an important way. Instead, that was an opportunity that was missed.
We're rapidly running out of time, but Lucas and Tonelli, I'll give you the final words.
Thank you. 30 seconds. I think historically in the US and Europe, and we've been like twins, siblings. I don't know who is the older brother, who's the smaller brother, but we have instinctively aligned ourselves on most developments in the world. Slight differences, even little fights, but never major disagreements. Now I think there's very recently there has been a more principled divergence of our views. And I take as an example, and not necessarily China, where we are after all fairly aligned, but multilateralism, where all of a sudden our most important partner on multilateralism seems to be very clearly, demonstratively against any multilateral arrangements, be it IMO, be it WTO, be it the UN architecture, be it the future of OECD. All of a sudden, the US is not there with us. And this is a major thing, and that it cannot easily be overcome. Thanks.
Thank you. And Lucas?
Well, in telegraphic style, the Atlantic Alliance is as important as ever. But the future of the Atlantic Alliance largely depends on it becoming a more symmetrical relationship between the two sides of the Atlantic. And the other point to bear in mind is that the pivot to Asia of the United States is not something that is going to go away, not only for strategic reasons, but also for demographic reasons. The demography of the United States is very different today, and the interest, by definition, moves increasingly to Latin America and Asia. So that's something to bear in mind.
Very good. Thank you all for a very interesting panel to start the day. Before I hand over to my colleague Nectaria, who's going to moderate the next panel, I just want to say personal thanks to Bart, William, Ian, Lucas, and Tonelli. Thank you for listening and enjoy the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Cheers. Thank you very much. Take your cards. Otherwise, people might pretend you're you.
Oh, that would be terrible.
Okay, thank you very much for your attention. My name is Nectaria Stamouli, and I'm going to moderate the next panel discussion. I'm a Politico Eastern Mediterranean correspondent based in Athens, and I'm also deputy editor in Kathimerini English edition. So, can you please take your seats so we can start? Thank you so much. So our next panel is going to try to address how EU's efforts to secure critical raw materials for the green and digital transition. And with me, I have a panel of experts to discuss this. Rolf Kubi, who is Director General at Euromines, the voice of Europe's mining industry. Paul Fernihov, right? Great. Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer at Eldorado Gold. And Panos Lolos, who is General Manager of Copper Segment at El Valhar. So I'm going to start with, I will ask all you to basically assess Critical Raw Materials Act, and how do you assess it? Is it a game changer for the sector? And how do you assess EU's efforts in general to secure critical raw materials? May I start with you, Mr. Kubi?
Yes, okay. Thank you, Nectaria, and thank you, Delphi Forum and the sponsors for having me here today. I think the previous panel leads very well into the discussion that we are going to have for the next 45 minutes. I'm going to a little bit takes the position or give a bit of an outlook of what happened from the European Commission perspective, since we are missing Kersignona here this morning, which would have been a good information source for where we are coming from. So the Critical Raw Materials Act is well known to you, the purpose is well known to you, but I just want to give a bit of a look back on where we started. So we started in the French presidency. Macron was mentioned this morning. I think the French were quite elemental for this Critical Raw Materials Act. So beginning of 2022, the French presidency is where the whole discussion came up. At that time, we, before the invasion of Ukraine, the start of the invasion of Ukraine, we had, it's called a CHIPS Act on electronic chips that came out, and that was the starting point to say if we have something downstream on chips, we need something on raw materials. And I think since then, in those two and a half years, a lot of things have happened. We've, in 9 months, received the Critical Raw Materials Act in March 2024, and already in August or this year we have or in April this year we have a list of 47 different EU strategic projects from mining to recycling. So it's not only about access to raw materials from primary sources, but also to secondary sources. And we have 13 mining and recycling projects throughout the world in third countries. So we've gone a long way to where we are today, but still we understand that the world and the challenges are moving faster than what we are having as a political guideline or as a regulation, because Europe is there to regulate. Europe is not there to act immediately, because at the end of the day, the Critical Raw Material Act has only a meaningful purpose if things are happening on the ground. That means if we open recycling plants, if we open new mines throughout Europe, and that's the purpose. And we don't see this is happening here today. And why is it not happening? Because we are facing huge challenges still today with the permitting environment. We are facing huge challenges with a full value chain approach, meaning that all actors in the value chain rely on each other to secure the access to raw materials, because at the end of the day, we need to have the products that are meaningful for our society, and if you want to polarize it, for our defense. So there is no a defense industry if we don't have access to rare earths. There is no transformation if we don't have access to copper, nickel, and lithium, and all of the commodities that we still need to mine today to be able to secure the products and the needs of the society. And one fundamental aspect that I will elaborate maybe later also in the discussion is around financing, access to finance. We know that the EIB, EBRD, many of our institutional financial entities are looking now again at commodities, at raw materials, but still this is largely falling short on the needs of the sector and the needs of the transformation and the need of taking care of the raw materials which we have neglected for the last 2, 3, 4 decades, because we have always relied on the outside of Europe to provide all of the commodities that we need in Europe, but we have not taken care on where they come from, how they are mined, and how they are processed, and how we are largely depending on it at this very stage. I think it's very obvious. So that's my take on the Critical Raw Materials Act. It's a good starting point, but there is still a lot of things to do, and the Commission President has announced a Resource EU, and we really want to see that plan to deliver on the aspects that the Critical Raw Materials Act has not been able to address and has been falling short on till now.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the overview of this quite a complex issue. Mr. Fenningham, what is your view on that, on EU's efforts and the Critical Raw Materials Act?
Thank you. It's interesting seeing what's going on here in Europe. The company I work for is based in Canada, and we're a very significant investor in Greece, just about to bring on one of the largest single copper and gold mines anywhere within the EU's borders. We have found that the EU is very good at labeling things, labeling copper as a key raw material, but labeling it isn't actually helping us keep that resource within the borders. I'll talk a little bit about it later on, but from next year onwards, Greece, through our mine at Skouries in the Halkidiki region, is going to be producing something like 35,000 tons of copper per year. And this can be a significant contributor to the requirements of the EU with respect to copper as a critical material. But at the moment, the value chain, the supply chain is broken. We're producing, and we're going to be producing that valuable resource, but Europe does not want to have and hasn't wanted to have an efficient smelting and processing industry in its own backyard. It's been very happy to see those minerals go elsewhere, be processed, and then be brought back into the EU for manufacturing purposes and to support energy transition. If there's now a desire to hold that within the EU's borders, there needs to be support for the smelting and processing industry so that companies such as mine and states such as Greece that have these resources find that they can actually pass them for processing. Copper doesn't come out of the ground as a wire. It comes out of the ground in ore, and we have 160,000 tons of that needs to be processed. And if it needs to be staying in the EU needs a processing and smelting industry that is competitive, it's efficient, and it's able to process that so that those resources can be kept. The time for labeling is gone, and the time for supporting that industry and building those resources in Europe's own backyard has come.
Thank you. Mr. Lolos?
Yeah, thank you. Indeed, after the implementation of the CRM in last May, we have seen a series of actions towards diversifying the supply chain of critical raw materials in all levels: mining, recycling, smelting before recycling. There have been certain targets, like an example that the annual consumption in production by 40% has to be covered by recycled material. And this is also happening in production, where 40% out of the annual consumption has to come from secondary raw materials. However, there have been a lot of challenges towards that direction. The very first challenge has to do with the fact that there is scarcity of the critical raw materials that we need compared to other regions of the world. The second challenge has to do with the fact that the financing is weak. There have been certain financial instruments like the Innovation Fund, like the Modernization Fund recently. However, none of them has been designed in accordance with the demand of capital-intensive and energy-intensive investments like the ones in recycling, the metallurgy, etc. So we need to focus more attention in developing special financial schemes with a long-term payback in our industry. Another challenge has been also the fact that in the primary extraction, our capacity is quite low for the time being. So in the short and the medium run, it's going to be questionable whether, even with recycling, we will be able to cover the targets that have been set by the CRM. A very smart way to do it, because there have been certain financial instruments towards that direction, like the 22.5 billion scheme for special products like lithium and graphite, has to be connected with the broader initiatives of EU, like the Global Gateway. This is a very good way to expand our production and stimulate investments in other regions of the world, provided, however, that we will be in the position to utilize everything with respect to the infrastructure for the benefit of the European economy. Now, other challenges that have been addressed right now has to do with the fact that, unfortunately, there is still a lack of harmonization of our standards and a lack of level playing field even among the member states of EU. I don't want even to discuss about the lack of level playing field with other economic competitors who are utilizing any single hole we have in the European regulation, and that has to be rectified immediately. A typical example of that has to do with the end of waste regulation and the end of waste shipment, which creates a huge shortage of critical raw materials like copper, steel, and ferrous, like non-ferrous, like aluminum, for example, which are leaking Europe right now, creating to a huge deficit, and we have to take seriously into consideration that this is value that has to do with the wealth that we have to keep in Europe. And there are multiple ways to stop this kind of leakage, which is not to the benefit of the agenda for the green and the digital transition. However, I would like to say that we have some advantages, and we should never see that the glass right now is half empty. Europe has still a very solid infrastructure in recycling and very enhanced technology with respect to an operational expertise in smelting. I'll give you an example. Smelting is in generation 1 in the States. Generation 2 in Europe, but generation 3 in China. I'm talking about smelting in copper, for example. But still, we have a very good position that we can develop furthermore. We have a strong climate advantage in terms of lower carbon production right now and recycling in Europe, which is very advanced. We have we have a very developed recycling collection scheme. And last but not least, we're still a global leader in the end-of-life recycling. So if we focus more attention in the instruments that we need and the regulation, I'm much more optimistic that we can become again a very important economic competitor.
I'm wondering, since we're discussing the challenges that the sector faces, there are several sectors in Greece that face work shortages, and since mining was considered a sector of the past, is it easy for you to attract people to work, to convince them that this is something of the future, find people to work? Is it easy?
Maybe let me just get back to what Panos said, and I think we need to underline really that we need to do our utmost in circular economy and recycling to meet the needs of the society and to take care about the raw materials. When you mine something, you need to take care to the recycling at the end of the day for metals that are recyclable and for other raw materials that you use them in the most efficient way. So that's really a given. But we also need to understand that, for example, if you take again the example of rare earths, we don't have any rare earths mining in Europe. We don't have access at the large number of needs for rare earths, be it for windmills, be it for e-vehicles, be it for missiles, where you need to use rare earths in all of those applications to make use of the functions. So it's really of utmost importance that we understand the input-output of our economies, that we understand where the strategic value chains are. And today, as Panos explained, we are not addressing the right issues in the sense as that we have a huge leakage of recycling materials to China, to Asian countries and outside of Europe, and we are not taking care and not meeting the responsibility of really having a good ESG and due diligence compliant raw materials value chain and taking care of the end-of-life products so that we have a meaningful use of all the raw materials that we can recycle. So it's of utmost importance that we look at all aspects of policy fields and that we have a think raw materials approach, because all of the aspects of our society, be it defense, automotive, transformation, water treatment plants, everything is in need of raw materials, and not only of the strategic ones, but also the essential ones, because you have all of the building and pharmaceutical equipments that are also built by non-strategic, but by essential raw materials. So that's maybe something where the Commission would have to have a clear focus on and to work on. Now coming back to your question about the challenge of workforce skills and the transformation of our sector, the mining sector and all of the raw material sectors are very innovative sectors. So if you see what's happening underground, we have fully electrified underground mines. We have in Kiruna the largest iron ore underground mine in the world. So many people don't even know the assets that are in Europe. And we are a sector which has foreign direct investment. So Australian, Canadian companies as Eldorado have invested largely in Europe, are investing largely in Europe today. So we are a growing sector and we are an interesting sector. The transformation means digitalization, autonomous driving, so all of the electrification of the mining. So there is a remote control of the workplaces. So you are not underground anymore today to do mining necessarily. And I think it's a very attractive environment. I discovered the sector 4.5 years ago, and I'm really impressed to see how this transformation over the last 10 years has gone through. And one asset that Europe also has, next to what Pano said on the smelting and refining and tech, is we are the provider of mining equipment. We have the Epirocs, Metso, Sandvik, ABB, Caterpillar. So we have all of the mining equipment companies in Europe that are developing together in our mines the technologies of a sustainable mining operations. So we have lots of things to tell. We have been maybe too shy in the past and not communicating enough on the excellence of our sector. But I'm convinced if one of my wishes comes true, that we will present the mining industry at the next gaming fair in Cologne, that we will be able to attract more young people to look into working in mines, because it's good, well-paid and long-lasting jobs that we can provide.
Mr. Fenighoff, is it a problem, lack of workforce? And how do you deal also with local reactions, which was an issue in Greece and generally in Europe?
So a couple of thoughts. As far as workforce is concerned, I'd say it's a tale of two cities. We've been going through a construction process over the last 2.5 years, $1 billion invested building the Skouries mine in Halkidiki, and construction workers, trained, qualified construction workers, have been difficult. I mean, Greece is going through a bit of a construction boom at the moment, and so that makes things difficult to compete for those workers. But also, despite being within the EU, it's often difficult to attract workers from other parts of the EU and to move them effectively into places like Greece so they can help us with the construction. On the operating side, actually, we have a fabulous workforce in Halkidiki. We currently have 1,800 workers at the Olympias mine. That's a mine that's been in production for something like 12 years. It's got another 15, 18 years to go, and people want to come and work with us. We're about to recruit 800 people for Skouries, and I'm pleased to say we've been attracting a diverse set of candidates. We have some of Greece's first female truck drivers who are driving big mining trucks. They're going to be trained to drive big mining trucks. And by accessing this more diverse workforce, we're able to find people that want to come and work for us. And so on the operating side, in fact, we have a lot of people applying, and we don't have any problems bringing in new people to mining, training them, giving them new skills that are going to keep them employed for the next 20, 30 years. So it works okay for us. As far as local community concerns, I mean, mining's like any other industrial business. If you say to someone that doesn't know anything about it, we're going to build a mine in your backyard, they worry about it. They think that there's going to be environmental damage. They think there's going to be problems with water. What we've found working with our communities in Halkidiki is mines can be a fabulous experience for the community if you tell them and inform them what it actually is going to mean. And we have sort of 3 tenets that we live by. We communicate, we listen, and we're transparent. And in Halkidiki, over the last 12, 15 years, we've been communicating with the communities around us and telling them, look, this is what it means to have a mine in your backyard. This is what it means, and this is how we control the environmental impact. We also listen. We have community offices in all of the villages and the towns that are around where we're operating. And people can come in and they can air their concerns with us at any time, as well as us holding regular community meetings. And that means we have a huge amount of support in and around our mines, both at Skouries and Olympias in Halkidiki. And then finally, on the transparency side, we have a network of 500 sensors across where we are mining, and these provide live data on water quality, on dust, on noise, all of these things that is uploaded to a website where anybody in the local area can go on and they can see exactly what's happening in that area. And so being transparent around the impact we're having, we gain people's trust. Skouries itself is the epitome of a modern, environmentally responsible mine. It's going to be an open pit and an underground mine that's going to be in operation for the next 20 years. And it has the latest technologies around water treatment. We're going to be recycling and reusing 93% of the water that we need for that mine. And we also have built what we call a filtered tailings facility. We're not storing slurried tailings like people have seen in mines previously. We squeeze all of the water out of our waste product. We stack it in the valley where we are producing. And by doing that, we only need half the amount of space to stack those tailings. And in fact, once we get into the underground mine, the tailings will fill in the open pit. So basically, once we're finished, you'll hardly even know we've been there. We are committed to investing in the local communities, and in fact, over the next 20 years, we've put aside $80 million that will be invested in local community projects. This is investing in schools, it's investing in medical facilities, it's investing in playgrounds, sports arenas. We are sharing the value creation of these mines with our local communities in order to get their support. And, you know, for the next 25 years, I think we're going to see something like 3,500 employees in our mines. And our best guess is that's going to support almost 10,000 additional local jobs. And 85% of the people that work in our mines come from the local communities, the villages and towns around us. The perception of what we're doing, I believe, is changing what industrial investment looks like in Greece and therefore in the EU. And we are going to be responsible for significant GDP generation in those areas. And I think our partnerships with the communities are going to be incredibly successful as we produce both copper and gold from those mines.
Now, the challenge of the workforce is a problem of the whole Western Hemisphere. So the whole Western world is facing this challenge right now. And we should not look at that from the blue-collar worker point of view. We also face this problem with the white-collar workers. This is something which is also related to the demographics, the birth rate, especially in Greece. This is a huge challenge because you know that we're very weak in terms of the birth rate. It has to do with the lifestyle, especially after COVID. People have changed a lot. The priorities of the young generation has changed significantly. So it's a huge challenge for everybody. However, we have to acknowledge that manufacturing, especially our manufacturing, the non-ferrous and the ferrous metals, has been progressed a lot. We have been, and this is a reality, very introvert in the past, which is not the case anymore. But the automation and the digitalization of our production in all steps of our production and our operation has been improved to such an extent that it makes now manufacturing as the best employer, potential employer for a young engineer or for a young person to join the industry. There have been numerous programs, especially for training and education, although our major concern has to do with the retention of the people, which is very important. In our case, we have to say that we're very proud because we have a whole bunch of families working for us for second and third generation, and this is the important thing of our capital, our human capital. However, we have to stimulate more the interest of the people by becoming more extrovert, because it has been proven that, especially in Greece, manufacturing has been the best employer in terms of the revenues per capita per annum. It's 3.5 times more, according to various studies, compared to any other industry in Greece. It's true to say that we're competing right now with other industries. The agricultural sector also is looking for people. Services like tourism, which is very important, as you know, for the Greek economy. So to some extent, the controlled migration, especially for skilled workforce, is merely the solution to our problem, but in conjunction with long-term training. Now, with respect to the discussion about the relation with the local society, we're not in the mining industry like Paul. However, we have two major challenges to face in manufacturing in general. The first has to do with the fact that still a significant part of the manufacturing is taking place in non-designed areas, especially for the heavy industry in Greece, something which is changing a lot in the last few years. In Ofita, for example, which is the cradle of manufacturing and is concentrating a significant part of the export dynamics of the country, was recently signed with a presidential decree to be declared an official and industrial park. And that is going to provide a lot of safety for the businesses which are already existing in this area. And this is going to provide safety of law for everybody. So there is a discussion of how we can stimulate more industries to concentrate their activities in those specially designed for manufacturing industries, because this is providing more secure, more safety to the local communities. And the second thing, which is even more challenging, has to do with the fact that there is no single manufacturing operation without waste and residues. So we have to deal with them, and there is still a lot of bias with respect to the residues and the waste which is being created by manufacturing. But I want to clarify something. If there is somebody who is really interested in the future of this waste, is the manufacturers themselves, because there is a lot of value over there, because there are a lot of environmental constraints that they have to take seriously in consideration. So those are the best ones to treat the waste and the residue. And I have to be very frank with you by saying that I have witnessed that the government, especially this one, has been really progressive in dealing a very holistic way with the residues, and the updated national scheme for treating the waste in Greece is incorporating a lot of projects for handling that waste, which is not the case with the local government yet. So that means that we still have to break this kind of bias with respect to waste and residue, and persuade the local communities that this national plan that has to be enhanced by us, by manufacturing companies, is to the benefit of the local communities and the society overall, and for the country. And I think that we're on a very good direction towards that.
Thank you. Mr. Kubi, one question on China. China agreed last week to suspend its latest round of rare earth export restrictions for 1 more year, and EU this applies to EU apart from the US. I wanted to ask you, first of all, how active was the EU in this negotiation, or was it, by reflection, it applies to it as well? And if you think that Europe can actually achieve its goals, how much time do you think it would take for it to reduce its dependence on China? And how do we make sure that Chinese lithium is not the new Russian gas?
Yeah, thanks for that question, very broad question, and I would love to give you all of the answers to those questions. I think it's more reflecting on the challenges, and we've seen how dependent we are on rare earths. We've seen how America has tried to impose a trade policy, economic policy on China, and was not successful, and has failed because US is largely depending on rare earths, and if they are not accessing rare earths, not only the defense sector, all of the sectors would fall short on the ability to produce the products. So the same situation applies to us. We are 95% depending on rare earths from China, on the heavy rare earths for mainly also the defense application. We are 100% depending on China. We don't have the middle part of the processing. We maybe have a chance to mine rare earths, and we might have a chance, or we are already doing recycling of rare earths, of permanent magnets, which is the product that is using rare earths in the application, which is then used in all of the products that I just described. But the middle part, the whole processing, is non-existent. And the 17 rare earth elements that we have, if you want to process this, you need to have 100 different processes. So it's a huge metallurgical experience, know-how that we need, and that we don't have, that China has kind of monopolized in a strategic way. But you see, we simply neglected all of this because we have been doing that in the past, and we were relying on China. And this morning, a colleague stated, we believe in the best and don't prepare for the worst. And I think having that in mind again, we need to prepare for the worst, so we need to act now, immediately, to secure access to rare earths. But it's not only this, it's also, like Paul explained, on the smelting side. For the copper, it's on all of the battery essential materials in nickel from pecan. We don't have any pecan production. It's only starting up. And if we don't address those choke points, and we find a way to produce pecan, to produce in a long-term perspective rare earths, we will always be dependent. So we need to start today to address those choke points. We need to change competition rules to be able to integrate, to have better offtake agreements along the value chain. So we need to be very innovative on addressing market failures and to redesign the market and the market needs. So I think there is a lot that we have ahead of us. I would have loved to give you much more detailed feedback on how to address all the issues, but I think we hopefully see elements of this in the announced Resource EU plan from the Commission, which is now announced for the 5th of December. And in there, we will really need to have more answers and more opportunities to address the challenges that we are talking about.
Thank you. Mr. Feinhoff, what is your view of that? And I don't know if you want to add something on China. And since I don't think I will have time for another round, of questions, I also wanted you to give us your view on what Greece's role is in EU's plan for this transition.
So I can deal with those together. I think it's a very exciting time in Greece at the moment. I'm there quite a lot, going to look at where we're building our mine. The economy is doing very well. People are investing in Greece. Eldorado itself has been one of the largest foreign direct investors in Greece over the last 2 years, with us putting $1 billion into the mine. Where does China fit into this? I have to tell you, when I was in London a couple of weeks ago meeting with traders and smelters who are looking to sign contracts with us to take the copper gold concentrate from our Skouries mine, I could easily sign up for the next 20 years to sell all of our production to China at rates better than I can get from smelters in the European Union. And this is a big issue. I have obligations. We have obligations to create value for our shareholders. We are committed investors in Europe. But the problem is processing. The processing and smelting environment in Europe is not conducive for companies such as Eldorado to take those resources and to commit them to European processing. It's interesting, I'm sat here next to Panos, and if you could imagine perhaps me out at Skouries mining our product and Panos producing the copper wires that his company produces, although we don't do those two things specifically ourselves. The thing that's missing is that link in the supply chain between us. Here are two companies with huge investment in Greece, and we cannot economically and effectively get the product that we're mining through the value chain, through the processing chain, to Panos and his company to turn it into the products that the EU needs. And that needs to change. It just needs to change. The other thing I'd sort of just mention there is, the $1 billion investment that we've made in Greece for this new mine has been possible because of partnerships. So when you get with the right people, when you get with the right organizations, you can do things that people don't think you can do. Nobody thought Eldorado was going to be able to get this mine built. But we built a partnership not only with Prime Minister Mitsotakis' government, but also some of the key financing institutions in Greece. Piraeus is a very important part of our financing syndicate, along with National Bank of Greece and Attica Bank. And we also secured the support of EBRD. And through that partnership, we have been able to bring into production next year, just in a few months' time, something which is going to mean that Greece is going to be a major player, or has the potential to be a major player in the provision of a critical resource to the EU. Now we just need to find how can we unlock the EU's commitment to supporting that processing and smelting in its backyard so it can keep that copper in their backyard, and companies like Panos' company can produce it so it's useful for the EU, and you secure that production for the next couple of decades.
I know that I will not be pleasant to the policymakers at all with respect to China, and not only China, because we also have, and that's my personal opinion, a bad deal with the US recently. And I still have the impression that this is more not to the benefit of the European entrepreneurship, but to the benefit of certain segments of the economy, industries or countries, by saying that we have been blind for about 20 years with China on the way they penetrated strategically in accumulating strategic and critical raw materials, rare earths, incentivizing the export of their finished goods, and violating the free trade rules, creating unfair competition and lack of level playing field with Europe, at least. So I have to be very open, that has to be stopped. A very good way to do it is by persuading the policymakers about the actual impact of the problem. I'm very happy that they recently installed it here in Brussels, a monitoring system with respect to copper exports and imports, in order to verify if there is a shortage of scrap at the end of the day or not, as we acknowledge. Elval Halkor in particular has been a pioneer in persuading, in collecting on a paper, on a position paper that was published on the 24th of February, which is going to be updated next Monday, the 10th, the need to take immediate action in order to keep scrap, copper scrap, here in Europe, along with 17 other organizations and enterprises. So that has to be explained in real data. We have to present the data, but what I feel, it tends to be autonomous. The European bureaucracy has to be more active in taking measures for the protection of the European manufacturing and interest, strategic interests. Now, with respect to what else we can do, apart from the monitoring I said before, is maybe, and I know that that sounds provocative, but talking about China or other rivals like the US manufacturing, and not only, we have to change our mindset with respect to competition. I strongly believe in European champions, and we lack that. And see what's going on in the technology, where we have a huge gap right now with respect to that. So we need to change our mindset with respect to competition rules and the framework in order to create more sustainable and more competitive entrepreneurial schemes in the future. And I will document that based on a very simple example. Unfortunately, it has to do with a competitor of us who failed to get the approval for a merger and acquisition just a few years ago, coming from the European Competition Committee. And they're blessing the committee because of that, because they opened their eye before IRA, they went to the States, they made huge investments there, increasing on a huge way their economic footprint in the world right now, and becoming a pioneer in the copper industry. So who was the beneficiary of that? The US, but not Europe, unfortunately. And we have to learn, and I would like to conclude by using an extract from a very recent speech of Ursula von der Leyen during the State of the Union recently, in September, saying that we have to learn from the mistakes of the past in conjunction to energy. And with respect to critical raw materials, we have to avoid making the same mistakes. So that means we have to become more strategically autonomous.
Thank you so much. Mr. Lollers, Mr. Ferneyhoff, and Mr. Kubi, thank you so much for this discussion. And next, my colleague Odin Nardatu will moderate the next panel. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's continue the proceedings, please. Madame Linardatos, please, the floor is yours. "25 minutes you get."
Good morning, all. My name is Odin Linardatou. I am Chief Editor in Tovima International Edition newspaper and Head of Communications in Eliamep. And today I have the pleasure to host in a fireside chat discussion Kostas Salvaras. Welcome to Delphi Economic Forum, Brussels. Kostas Alvaras is Area Vice President, Southeast Europe Cluster at Philip Morris International, managing one of the most important regions of the company, which includes, of course, Greece and Romania and Cyprus and many other countries. But the most interesting thing is that Kostas Alvaras, in many, many years, from 1996 and forth, he has been to many countries. You have been in Russia, in Ukraine, United States, Japan. So, Mr. Salvaras,
and Switzerland.
You have a very big experience in different countries with different economic and social models. So, my very first question would be, how can Europe redefine industrial sovereignty in such challenging global landscape, and also in a time, in an era with wars and social insecurity?
Right, so glad to be here, and I hope we don't have drones tonight so that we can all safely go home. Me back in Bucharest. So indeed, going to the last part of your question, the landscape, it becomes more and more complex. I mean, from a business perspective, you have what was mentioned before and what everybody knows, which is protectionist policies, primarily led by the US with tariffs. At the same time, you see the seemingly effort to deregulate within the country. If you take the US, for example, etc. So to protect the local industry, a local production, so forth. You have, obviously, the weaponization, if you wish, of trade up to an extent. You have the geopolitical story that you mentioned, the war in Europe, and so forth. So yes, it's challenging. Now, when you talk about sovereignty, most people, they have in mind what was mentioned before, which is energy now and in the past, but also recently, raw materials. A lot of people think about, everything AI, data centers, and so on and so forth. The thing is that from the perspective, or from a business perspective, let's say, of someone that, leads a company with a big footprint in Southeastern Europe, you get the impression that primarily Europe is reactive. And also, it was mentioned before, a bit slow, and basically is like discussing how to participate, what would be the best way to participate in a race that other people already run. And we are still in the discussion towards that. An impressive thing, something impressive in my mind at least, and also coming from the particular industry and from a business perspective, is that you see that we get the impression that Europe forgets or a bit neglects or doesn't consider as part of the effort for sovereignty, let's say, traditional industries or industries and companies that have been in major mega transformations like ours. In fact, we play a very big role, if you wish, in the economic role in the communities and the countries where we operate. We are a major employer, a mega exporter, one of the biggest taxpayers, and also we support, if you wish, the whole value chain, starting from agriculture up to retail, small and medium enterprises, and so forth, and so on and so forth. Our footprint in Europe, just to give you some understanding of what we are talking about, we have 19 factories in Europe, and 15 of these factories produce exclusively smoke-free products. we employ around, directly, we employ around 20,000 people, but we support indirectly, as part of the value chain that I mentioned before, more than 1 million jobs. And many of these jobs are in small and medium enterprises, primarily in the Southeastern Europe, which I represent here, and is, is a fundamental part of the economy there. So if Europe wants to consider us as part of the equity for sovereignty, it wouldn't be with, tariffs or protectionist measures or, this type of approach. The thing that we would be, let's say, asking is for merely pragmatic, reasonable, predictable excise tax frameworks and regulation. In this context, I want to mention actually Greece. Greece is a market, is a country that has stable taxes in our industry, in our categories, since 2017. Other markets, other countries where I operate, they also have excise tax calendars, which obviously for a business like us, it offers predictability. So we are able to plan our investment, employment, and so on. Therefore, I think another point, yes, is important. That's why I went back to my notes, that Greece also has a framework that basically recognizes the role of some of our products, our smoke-free products, in the fight against smoking, which I think is also part of the regulatory framework we are talking about. So in essence, we have been, as a company, in a major transformation over the last 10 years. And we are heavily contributing in the competitiveness of Europe, in the economic power of Europe, and in fact in the sovereignty of Europe. And definitely we want to contribute much more under the right conditions.
Well, I want us to talk a little bit also about the strategic value of public and private collaboration in helping Europe respond to all these problems and these systemic geopolitical, technological, climate challenges ahead. Sometimes in Europe and sometimes even in Greece, I would say, there is a little suspicion in public-private collaboration. How do you feel about that?
Yes, so it's an important element. The thing is that usually the setup, if you want to simplify it to its bones, is like you have, governments setting the rules, and, private businesses like ours being able to invest or innovate, and so on and so forth. In our case, we have governments setting up, taxation and regulatory frameworks. And these frameworks, in many cases, can be reasonable, pragmatic, predictable. I mentioned the case of Greece or some of the other markets where I operate, but it can also be excessive, or it can be non-predictable, let's say surprising, etc. The opposite case, one would consider as the opposite case, for example, France. France had, drastic excise tax increases during the last years, and today, in fact, France is the biggest illicit market in Europe when it comes to our products. It's 40% of the illicit, 40% of the market, unfortunately, in France is illicit. And Netherlands, they follow the same path, and illicit trade doubled in a year. Of course, the impact of that, I think, is quite important. On the one hand, you have, the state that loses significant revenues. On the other hand, basically, I would say in quotations, it's like delivering a legitimate business, potentially, to criminal groups. And this is what might be happening, and you understand that this is from a societal perspective also, aside the revenues, is not necessarily the best thing. Now, as you mentioned about, collaboration, that's the minimum. I would see. There could be also deeper collaboration when there is some sort of trust, there is dialogue, and there is up to a point common vision. And again, I would like to mention Greece here. It is a very recent example. Actually, it's not yet live, but it will be in the next weeks. There is a recent initiative of the Greek government, two ministries, Ministry of Health and Ministry of Digital Governance, together with our local affiliate there, Papastratos, historical company. And as part of that, every nicotine product which is sold in e-commerce for age verification for this product will go through the digital wallet of Greece, which is government GR. So it's the government that will verify the age of every person that will buy a nicotine product in internet. That gives a lot of control, basically, to the government, and I think is one of the right things. On top of that, the company helps a lot by training, the thousands of small retailers in Greece on the value of asking for ID every time that somebody asks for a tobacco product. In fact, as I'm part of the database that we have in Greece for our products, I recently received a message that said, next time you ask for a nicotine product, please don't be offended. Maybe it's a compliment for your age. And we count on you to support and help towards this initiative. So what in your question, which is about private-public collaboration, I think, in my opinion, is fundamental. And it can be either as a minimum, which is to develop an excise tax and regulatory framework which is realistic, is pragmatic, is predictable. And I mentioned some examples before and some counter-examples. But also it can go much deeper than in the case of Greece, when there is sort of trust, there is dialogue, and there is common vision on a number of topics.
Well, my next question is about a company's vision to truly represent the made in EU. It's something that we discuss, all of us discuss a lot. We have made in China, made in Bangladesh, made in Vietnam. What is the vision about made in EU? And can it be made in EU and be also competitive?
Absolutely. Me, but also the company, we firmly believe in that. And I mean, me as a European citizen, actually, and the company also. I mean, if you see what we are doing as a company, we are truly committed on the made in EU. I mean, I'll take Romania, where I'm based, actually. I'm based in Bucharest right now. We have made an investment of $730 million in a state-of-the-art smoke-free factory in Romania. We employ there around 1,500 people, but basically, if you put the whole value chain that I mentioned before, we support around 10,000 jobs. Now, 90% of the production of this factory is exports. 90% of the production of this factory is exports. We are exporting from Romania in 54 countries. And actually, if I remember correctly, in 2023, our exports value was half of the export value of wheat, which is one of the major agricultural products of the country. So it has a lot of value. Now, if you go to Greece, where we have a fantastic factory in Aspropyrgos, basically, which is outside Athens, again, our export value, 90% of what we produce in Greece, we export. The export value is $400 million per year. And actually, this is half of what the whole country exports in feta cheese. Half. Just to understand the value of this type of exports for the country. Italy, the export value that we have in Italy is as much as Italy exports olive oil. And just to give you a bit of context for the whole Europe, the export value between 2019 and 2023 is $33 billion. That's a very, very significant amount for the continent. And therefore, we truly support the Made in EU. Obviously, from a company perspective, and versus what I also, considering what I mentioned before, we are selective on where we invest. Therefore, we invest definitely in countries that they provide this predictability, they are pragmatic in terms of setting the rules of the game that we discussed before and realistic.
Well, saying that, is it easier for you, is it easier to work in the EU environment with EU countries than it was working in Japan or in the United States?
For me personally? Yeah.
Yes, and for the company.
Yeah. Look, I'll separate them in two. One is about me, one is about the company. The fact that I was able to live and work in 8 countries, out of which a lot of time in Eastern Europe, basically 8.5 years in Russia, 2 years in Ukraine, Japan, US, Switzerland, Belgium, and Greece, define me as a personality. Sometimes I go to Greece, I feel like a tourist. I love that, but that definitely changed me. Of course, you need to adapt to the culture. Remember that as leaders, and many people here in the room, perhaps they understand that we can do very few things ourselves. So you need to bring the people with you. And therefore, this is a fundamental element and is very much inherent in the culture of each separate, I think, country. Definitely US and Japan are in the, on the 2 sides, I would say. In Europe, I would say somewhere in the middle, but perhaps closer to the US. And Eastern Europe is definitely different than Western Europe, in a summary. In a short summary, as you asked me.
Okay, can now the EU ensure that industrial transformation is inclusive and is inclusive also economically, geographically, socially?
Yes, I think it can if it's done by design. Usually when we talk about investments in EU, many times we have in mind the big industrial hubs. Where we produce the etc. But I think if Europe, and I think there are elements of that, if Europe more and more considers the less developed areas, also re-employing, if you wish, part of the workforce, and also considering all the sectors of the economy and all the industries, and not only the ones that they are in the news or the ones that they are in reactive mode, etc., including us. And especially, I would say, if Europe has a stronger support for small and medium enterprises, which is the backbone of the economy, especially where I come from, then I would say, yes, there is a chance. There is a strong chance, actually, and definitely nobody should be left behind, actually. The thing is that if, from the company that I represent, at least, perspective, some examples are, if you take Bulgaria, 75% of the suppliers in Bulgaria are Bulgarian small companies. During the last 4 years, 2019-2023, as we ran an economic study for that, we invested around $20 billion in around 45,000 small and medium enterprises across Europe. So we support the small, medium enterprises in action, if you wish. Growers going to the agriculture, we buy tobacco of value of $600 million, on a yearly basis. And as I mentioned before, out of the 1 million jobs that we support as part of the value chain, 700,000 are in the retail sector, which definitely we talk about small and medium enterprises, especially when we're talking for Southeast Europe. So indeed, we contribute not only in the competitiveness, but if you wish, in an inclusive way.
We have about 5 minutes, but my last question will be, we talked in our discussion about Philip Morris International transforming its business model. That happened over a decade ago. Now, what lessons can be drawn from that?
Look, many. I will start with, I think, the most basic one, which is copying, our American friends, that they say, go big or go home. One of the things that it was, I think, very important from the beginning, and especially at the peak, where we were a very successful cigarette company, in fact, is that we went out and we said that we dream of a world without cigarettes. And basically, we want to replace cigarettes with better alternatives for those that they choose to continue using nicotine. That has been a very, very bold statement at the time, especially inside, but also outside the company, especially if you make a living out of another business in reality. I think another lesson to learn, and my advice is, if you want to do changes in a big way, you have to do it in good times. You cannot do the changes, excuse me, when the shit hits the fan. It's too late. So you have to do the changes in a good time, and this is what happened in our case. Internal belief has been fundamental. I remember in one of the countries that I used to operate, I enacted a new program among employees, which was changed 10,000 lives. It was about employees of the company, of a very big affiliate that we used to have and I was heading, to change people in their families or friends or, other people that they know, to switch them to a better alternative for them, from cigarettes to a better alternative. Again, talking always about the ones that they continue to choose nicotine and so on and so forth. So the internal belief. Another thing is that the change of the culture of the company inside has been fundamental, I think. The mentality, the ability to allow failure, mistakes, and experimentation. That has been a tremendous help. So out of that, let's say less than 10 years later, if you wish, today 40% of our revenues globally come from smoke-free products, 40% of our revenues. And if you consider countries that I'm residing, if you take Greece, for example, this is double. And if you take Romania and Bulgaria, etc., this is much higher than 40%. So it has been a tremendous transformation, tremendous. And I had I'm proud, I would say, that I went through all these phases, actually in different markets, and helped towards this.
Well, we have also about 3 minutes. So you talk about this area, but if you know what is happening in Germany, and I ask particularly about Germany because it's a country that is very, very strong in its economy.
Yeah. You want to comment about Germany overall? Look, it's hard to comment about Germany because it's not one of my markets. But what is interesting for me to see, again, from a business leader residing in Southeastern Europe, is that it feels, especially me being out of Europe for the last 10 years, being in the US, in Japan, in Russia, in Ukraine, that the world turned a bit upside down. And you see the southern part of Europe driving, a lot of the developments in the economy. And I'm actually very impressed by what I see in Greece during the last years. I know that, we are not very happy with the Greeks, and we are never happy. But in reality, when I was visiting Greece, when I was in Russia and visiting Greece during the crisis times, and I was looking at many shops being closed and whatever, and I see what I see today is a totally different country, I have to tell you. It's very impressive for me. And that, from a company perspective, again, it gives you, obviously, the courage to continue investing and do what we are doing there with the exports, with the investment, etc. Greece has become very, predictable, pragmatic, realistic on many of the topics that related to our industry. And same comes for a number of markets where I operate. So maybe the world turned a bit differently. So it's hard to comment about Germany, but definitely I can comment a lot about Southeast Europe.
I thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And we will continue with our next panel. Yes. Well, Mr. Gerasimos Thomas, Mr. Markus Beyer, Ms. Annie Podimata, I see her here, and Mr. Karel Lanou. Well, in this panel, we are going to discuss an issue that has been on the headlines for a lot of months now, and I mean the... we just started, thank you. And that is the tariff disputes that came with President Trump. So before we begin our discussion, I want to welcome Mr. Gerasimos Thomas, Director General for Taxation and Customs Union in the European Commission. Hi. Mr. Markus Beyer. He is Director General, Business Europe in Brussels. Ms. Annie Podimata, EU Affairs Director in Viohalco and former Vice President of the European Parliament. And Mr. Karel Lanou, CEO in the Center for European Policy Studies in Brussels. And my first question I want to put to all of you, and it's, where do you think Europe stands in this new era, one defined by rapid change, conflict, and growing insecurity? Where stands Europe? And Mr. Thomas, I want to begin with you.
No, this way. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you to the Delphi Forum and for the invitation. And I think it is challenging times, but they have been challenging times for quite some time. I don't know, the last 20 years that they've been here, I don't know, there has been always some challenge, financial crisis, COVID crisis, wars. So I think it is an area that what we have with the new US administration, the new approach to trade and tariffs, I think we needed to adapt. And I think we have adapted quite successfully, or at least we have shown the elements that in Europe we can, let's say, adapt to the new situation. I think the linchpin of this adaptation is the EU-US joint statement, the agreement by which we reached at the European level an agreement with the United States. This agreement has three advantages. It gives certainty to economic operators about what can be done, and you know, it removes the uncertainty that the IMF in three successive, let's say, macroeconomic forecasts highlighted as the main threat to economic growth. This agreement then also secured a certain, you know, a continuity for the EU. It's results-oriented, and it is not just a very vague trade agreement. It has been implemented when it comes to the first step, who has to deal with cars and car supplies and the first components. It was implemented, within a few weeks by the US, also with retroactivity to the 1st of August 2025, and it has been, been honored so far, despite the turbulent, conditions and other, events that have been taking place since the agreement was made. And second, it is, serves as a stability to the counterfactual, which would have been 30% tariffs instead of 15%, with a lot of exceptions and also a lot of instability. If we see what's happening with Japan, with South Korea, with Canada, I think the situation is much worse. In South Korea, they are still fighting to understand what they are. They are still in Japan. They just managed an investment agreement now, and with Canada, they face tremendous consequences. So we need to engage with our trading partners in the new environment, and that's what we have done. The second element, I think we need to look at our defenses. We have a range of defenses in this new environment. The Commission very quickly adopted a steel and metal action plan. This is the the open area of the joint EU-US trade agreement, and I think we need to deal with energy-intensive sectors in a particular way, not only because they are very important for jobs, but they are also extremely important for the for our economic security, including defense, as we move on. So I think we need then to look into specific sectors, and the steel and metal sector are the ones that we have looked into. First, we try to protect them with the safeguard measures. This was adopted, at least by the Commission, very quickly, providing significant relief, but no measure alone can solve this issue. So we have a four-plan package with safeguards and trade defense instruments, with for these sectors, carbon border adjustment mechanisms, actions on the energy price, and then funding. So we need a very comprehensive package to deal with our defenses, so to speak, and to protect our fundamental interests. Some of it has been done and some has not been done. And last but not least, we have to deal with our offensive interests. We have concluded and we have diversified agreements with partners, not only Mercosur, but Indonesia. We're actively negotiating as we speak with India, Australia, and these are big agreements with big export markets and big trade surpluses in most cases, either in goods or in services. So the question is, can we adapt fast enough, even if what we are doing is fast? Can we adapt fast enough? That's the first question that I think we will listen from Markus. And the second is, can we integrate the feedback? Can we keep the dialogue with our businesses open in the format we have here, so that we can adapt things? We might not get 100% right, the package in the beginning, but we can, manage this process fast enough. So adaptability and resilience. Thank you.
Mr. Beyer? Can Europe be fast? That's the question.
Thank you, Odin. Well, good morning or good afternoon. Pleasure to be here. Well, Europe is, of course, not as fast as other parts of the world. That's part of the problem. Of course, we need to be fair to a certain extent. We don't have a person in Europe which signs a piece of paper of this size every moment and has an effect. I'm not sure we would like to have it. But of course, we need to adapt to the reality and become quicker. And honestly, listening to some of the debates we have here in this beautiful city, not everybody has understood. But we are working on it. But on the overall question, I would say, I think starting point is the world is changing, has changed, is changing, continues to change. And the truth is, the world that served our interest best, the rules-based world with free markets everywhere, where everybody liked us, and so on, is to a certain extent fading away. So that's an unpleasant reality, but it's a reality. Number two, I would also say the world is calling our bluffs on security and defense. I mean, it was a very beautiful dream to say we have the peace dividend, now we can spend the money on other issues, and I very much like the dream, but it's very clear that it was a dream. And the civis pacem parabellum, unfortunately, would be better if life would learn more from the past, is never totally fading away. And there's other things. There is, of course, I mean, dependency on energy, dependency on raw material, the fairy tale of the Brussels effect. I could go on with this list. So the world is calling our bluffs. And as much as this is not pleasant, it's very unpleasant, we need to deal with the world as it is. And Europe is not yet totally prepared for this new world, and I think our answer needs to be twofold. Number one, in the international arena, there is also two sub-points. One is to mitigate and deal with the tensions with our main trading partners, who also have tension amongst themselves, the US and China, which of course is a challenge. And let me start with the US, and I think Gerasimov has alluded to it. I mean, the deal, or let's say it's because it's a non-binding deal, but let's say that the deal which has been done between the EU and the US, there's a lot of critique also in my ranks. There's a lot of flaws. I mean, for instance, I mean, the constantly enlarging list of derivatives and steel aluminium is a clear breach of this deal. So there's many things we need to fix. But at the end, because we are in a city where there's always a lot of very smart comments from all sides, at the end, it's a binary decision. At the end, we need to come to the conclusion, is the deal better than the alternative at the moment? So meaning tariff escalation, conflict, and what have you, or not? If it is better than the alternative, and that's our view, then we need to support the deal, while of course continuing to put pressure on the institutions to fix the flaws. But the alternative is certainly worse, and this also means we need to speak up in the European Parliament to make sure nothing happens that would, let's say, sink the deal and go back to escalation. But of course, I mean, we need to work on the flaws. China, I mean, I don't need to tell anybody here, it's really about securing access to raw material and other things. At the same time, it's also clear that the tensions will rise. Because if we look at the goods which are now coming to Europe, it can no longer go to the US. I mean, if I look at the number of trade defense cases, it's clear that it will not become easier. So number one is we need to mitigate these relationships. Number two, and Gerasimos already also alluded to it, is really about diversifying. And we say this since a long time. We had accumulated trade volume with the US and China, accumulated of 27%. This was always too much. And now, of course, I mean, with the situation, it's even more urgent that we diversify. And of course, this is about Mercosur. We can discuss in more detail. It's about Mexico. It's about the ASEAN countries, Australia, India, raw material deals with African countries. And let me stress, because Indonesia was already mentioned, let me stress one point, which is for me a sign of hope, but also a necessity to deliver. If I listened to the president of Indonesia 2 or 3 years ago, Mr. Subianto, who basically back then said, I mean, who needs Europe? I mean, these neo-colonial people who think that they can come with the rising finger and tell us what we need to do, who needs them? I listened to him in Paris 2 months ago, and he said, we desperately need Europe. Because, of course, you have more and more countries who realize that the choice between the US and China, I mean, that's not a funny one. But this means we will also have opportunities in this new world, but we will only have these opportunities if we're able to deliver. Meaning if we are able to stand by our word, and this brings me back to Mercosur, I mean, if we are not able to bring this home after 25 years of negotiations, extra efforts these countries did, then I think it will be difficult for others to sit down with us and do compromises. And it also means we need to do our homework. I mean, I'll be short on this, but what we do here is winning time, and this means we will only succeed at the end if we get strong ourselves. And this is about dramatic regulatory simplification. This is about getting order in the cost of energy. This is about the single market. and all these things. I'll stop here. There's way more to say, but this is the main points from my side: is mitigating the big relationships, winning time, diversifying, and using the time to get strong ourselves. Thank you.
Ms. Podimata, can EU, and you know it also because you were also in the European Parliament, can Europe adapt quickly? And what about the deal? Because we are talking also about a deal. Was it a good deal? Was it a good compromise, a bad compromise?
Thank you very much, Odin, and thank you for the kind invitation. Allow me a few words, introductory words on our topic. We are talking about trade disputes, but I think that what we're witnessing is much more broad and radical changes. Great power rivalry, which is accelerating, hard power politics in return. And I think that part of this hard power game is the return, the rise of geoeconomics, which is what? It's the pursuit of power politics with economic means. And it's not just tariffs. It's tariffs, export and import controls, investment screening, restrictions on technology transfer, and many other key tools which belong to the so-called geoeconomic arsenal. I'm pointing this out because to figure out how the EU should respond and adapt, the first precondition is to properly define the situation. Now, the second point, are we adapt? No, we are not equipped, first point. We're going to see whether we are going to be adapt, but we are not equipped because our prosperity for decades was built on multilateralism, on open trade, open markets, free trade, and now we are faced with unilateralism, with protectionism, and the return of hard power. We've built Europe on soft power, okay? Why we are not equipped, I will be a little bit more severe than Marcus. There are two main reasons, to my view. First, and this is where we can do much better, as Mr. Thomas and Mr. Bayer pointed out, is reducing dependencies. We still have a lot of dependencies, economic and security dependencies, but we are talking about the economic securities, the raw materials dependencies, the energy dependencies, okay? And there were signs from 2000, early 2010, just after the global financial crisis, there were signs here that the world was changing. Europe ignored, that's the reality, those signs. Now, the first reason is the dependencies. We are doing things to this direction. We have to do it better and faster. The second reason for the weaknesses is structural. And we have to acknowledge it because acknowledgement is always the first step to resolve a problem. What do I mean by that? From the very beginning, European integration was designed to strengthen nation states after two devastating world wars. The upper hand for crucial decisions on Europe from the very beginning, and still, I would even say more today than before, lies in the European Council. That is 27 different national leaders accountable to national electorates with specific national priorities and concerns. And I'm pointing this out, I will put very soon a full stop. Where we're talking about trade, Odin, you asked me about the recent US-EU trade agreement. Before commenting on that, I just want to remind, because very often the Commission, broadly the institutions in Europe, but specifically the Commission, is kind of taken as the scapegoat of all the deficiencies that are taking place and the delays. Trade is supposed to be a full competence of the European Commission. Okay, that means that the European Commission has the authority to negotiate and conclude trade agreements. But the process doesn't end there. When an agreement is reached, it has to be ratified not only by the European Parliament, but by 27 different national parliaments. You asked about the EU-US, but I want to remind us that, for example, the EU-Mercosur trade agreement we discussed a few minutes ago has started to be discussed 2 decades ago. 2 decades ago, the negotiations started. We had the primary agreement, but it was not considered as a good one. And then we need to proceed to further adaptations, new adaptations. Now we are in front of another version, and let's see, Mr. Thomas, whether this time it's going to be successful. And there are other examples. For example, even with the so-called like-minded countries. In 2016, the EU signed a free trade agreement, comprehensive commercial, I don't exactly remember the title, with Canada. So the agreement entered in principle into force in 2017, never fully into force because the national parliaments, all national parliaments, never ratified the agreement, including the parliament of my country, Greece, who had the problem with FETA. Okay, now I mean, concluding trade agreements, and your question very subtly, I fully agree with Marcus. It's an unbalanced agreement, the one which was concluded, but it's much better than nothing, than uncertainty. And again, I know, I'm in position to know that European leaders put a lot of pressure to Commission President to proceed to this agreement in order to deal with uncertainty. But once the agreement was concluded and announced in different European capitals, attacks immediately emerged. So, I just want to point out that if we want to, preserve what we have built during the last 17 years, especially in terms of values, principles, and our way of living, the European way of living, we have to assume responsibility, everyone. I mean, it's not up to the Commission only or the European Parliament. Mainly, it's up to the national capitals, and I hope that I will have the opportunity to explain afterwards, Marcus. I strongly believe that European businesses can give some lessons to this direction towards political institutions and political leaders, because they are competing in the global markets, they are directly faced with this new environment, and they have learned to seek compromise, common ground, and urge, political leaders to move forward. I'm sorry to be so long. Thank you.
Mr. Lanoux, and I hope that we don't have to wait another 20 years for this agreement, because you were very pessimistic, I dare say, Yanni.
I am.
Yeah. Mr. Lanoux.
Yeah, for this agreement, I don't know, but let me play a bit more. Yeah, I see there is a kind of a nice political consensus around this table that we better have this agreement. I think, honestly, that Europe should have stood a bit more for what it is in this agreement, and Europe has not done so sufficiently, certainly in the run-up to that deal in Scotland at the end of July. And why do I say this? Of course, we've said it already. This deal is extremely unbalanced. It is very asymmetric. I mean, we have not insisted that basically the US is exporting a lot of services to Europe. Say the US has a services surplus to Europe, which we all know very well, and that our overall trade balance with the US, is almost imbalanced. We have an enormously deep trade relationship with the United States, something like 800 to 900 billion, both sides. And of course, there is a goods deficit for the United States, but there is a services surplus, as we all know, and we know in which sectors this is. So only from that perspective, let's say the Commission, I think, certainly already from the months of February, March, has missed the opportunity to say, look, Mr. President, and I think also President von der Leyen could have done this in this meeting in Scotland, look, Mr. President, you export massively services to Europe. Also, I remember that phrase from President Trump, let's say, during that press conference in Scotland, where, and I was just driving a car back from Denmark, because it was during the holiday period. I mean, Trump said to von der Leyen, we don't export any cars to Europe. And I came from a country, Denmark, where the market share of Tesla is 20%. I mean, imagine a newcomer has, after 8 years, which Tesla started about 8 years ago in Europe, a market share of 20%. And then the US president says in public, we don't export any cars to Europe. Guys, what is this? So there was a golden opportunity for the president to say, sorry, Mr. President, but look, Tesla is massively present in Europe and is a very popular car in Europe. But she didn't use that opportunity. Why not? Many people in my street came to me afterwards, people who know that I work on European issues, but who are far away from these things. But why didn't she react? So the impression which we have given as Europe to the rest of the world is a very weak partner. And what we've seen over the last months is that Europe is not taken serious. And that is my problem. Politically, because of that agreement, which of course has tackled uncertainty, because of course has been good for business in the sense that business wants certainty rather than uncertainty, that is okay. And I know also that the ECB's prospects for the European economy until the end of the year has improved, also probably because of this. But the impression which we have given as a political bloc, we have just been basically humiliated. And that is not only because of, let's say, the deal which has been agreed, let's say, on the 15%, for European exports to the US, 0% to exports to Europe, is already very bad. But also we have agreed to massive additional investments in the United States. And we have agreed to buy an additional amount of LNG from the United States. We are always saying, look, our growth is behind the US. But I calculated, for example, only the LNG, which we buy already today in the United States, contributes almost 1% of US GDP. If you were to look at all these elements, we're always bashing ourselves that our economic growth is not good enough, and then we accept such a deal. That, for me, is extremely difficult to rhyme. So I think Europe is now in an inconsistency that it is accepting a deal which is extremely to reconcile with the international order, with the most favored nation principle, because Europe will now have to basically apply the zero tariff on, for example, agriculture products to all its trading partners. But can it do? No, Europe is not doing this today, because the average tariff for example, agriculture products is 15%. So how can we reconcile this with a position that we say, look, we want to defend a rules-based international order, and then we want to conclude all these international trade deals which are on the table? Like with the Mercosur, we want to have this deal with India, we want to be closer with China, we want to have more trade with Africa, a very important partner, and so on. Why we're saying at the same time that we accept something which is totally not in line with the WTO agreement, what we agree with the United States. So I would say, I'm very skeptical that we're on a right route as Europe at the moment. Because also I don't see we're making progress, for example, on the defense side. Of course, we have concluded this safe, but I come just this morning from a presentation by Indra, the Spanish defense group. I simply hear these defense groups thinking in a very national way, or ministries of defense think in a very national way. So we basically have 3 to 4 years to adapt to become more a European defense player. But what I see on the ground is not going in this direction. So I would say, I had hoped for more. I had hoped for a Europe which would more stand on what it is. I'm aware, let's say, that the uncertainty has been tackled and that the economic prospects for Europe have improved, but Europe has lost out in the world.
Mr. Berger, you want to comment, please?
No, a couple of comments. First on Annie, to refer to 2 things you said, Annie. First, it's true. Europe has been mostly built on soft power. And that's what I meant when I say the world in which we thrived is a bit fading away. So Mario Draghi said it very well in his Rimini speech. And we must draw the right conclusions. He basically said, okay, it's not enough to be economically strong to be a global power, and it's certainly not enough to regulate. So this means we will need to develop more hard power. But, and some draw the conclusion, it's all about other things now. No, on the contrary. We have seen that economic strength is not a sufficient condition to be a global power, but more than ever, economic strength is an indispensable condition to build what we need to build the strong power, because otherwise we don't do. If I look at in Europe, I mean, for instance, Poland, they're able to finance almost 5% of the GDP going to defense. Why? Because they did a lot right, and they have a growing economy, and they can do without the dramatic debate we will have in other countries. I mean, where does the money come from which will be invested? So this is one thing. The other thing is, you're totally right, Annie, on the CETA, but okay, we applied provisionally, so most of the benefits are there. It's not a rational debate. I mean, this we see. I mean, for instance, we know that I mean, CETA is good for, of course, Canadian economy. It's very good for European economy. You can prove it. You can prove it for SMEs. You can prove it for every country. You still have the French Senate voting against. So it's not a rational debate. But I think we've learned from it, because the Mercosur will be ratified differently from the CETA. It will not need to be ratified in the 27 member states, and rightly so, for its main parts. So this is what we call the Chile-style ratification, where the main parts, where you have an exclusive competency of the EU, will be done, well, which will be difficult enough. So we hope to get the qualified majority in the Council. We run a campaign. We work in the swing states to get the qualified majority, to allow the Commission to sign it on the 20th of December in Brazil, and then to run it through Parliament. That's one. On the US deal, I mean, I think I've been clear that it's not a good deal. That's very clear. It's not a balanced deal. There's a lot of things we still need to fix. And of course, you can also say, up to a certain extent, it is a frustrating deal. But, and here comes the difference between commenting on politics and doing politics, at the end it's a binary decision. And when you are in a situation where you need to say, is this better than the alternative? And honestly, Karel, I mean, we have dealt with this administration in Trump 1, we deal with this in Trump 2. Trump 2 is very different. All these arguments are right, and we use them since many years, and I'll be in Washington next week, and I go there regularly. They don't care. I mean, you can bring all these arguments, they don't care. And the truth is also, at the time being, nothing, bracket, except maybe the Supreme Court, to be seen, but we have no influence on this, bracket closed. Otherwise, nothing, neither internally nor externally, will, at the moment, change US politics. Which means, and that's what it is, the game is to not get in the main line of fire of our major trading partner with the hopefully most modest input in order to win time to become stronger. So that's what it is. And the truth is, I mean, Karel, you say Europe has been humiliated. Well, the problem is we are now going into a world, and that's what I also meant, where strong worlds and saying Europe, and so that's not enough. We need to simply get stronger to be able to stand up to these things. And I'm the first one to say, let's stand up for our rights. But the truth is, it's only smart to fight when you know that you can win. And I would hold every bet that in such a conflict, after a couple of weeks, we would have all kinds of member states, all kinds of sectors, making a lot of pressure that the deal is made, and then the damage would be maximized. So again, this is about real politics, not about comments. Last point, where I totally agree with Karel, is in the defense. There's a lot of money available now. We have failed to develop a single market for defense in the past, which is part of our problem, because now most of the money doesn't go to Europe because partly the products are not there. The issue is, I mean, in the past, this was insofar understandable or partly understandable because it was a shrinking market. So the real story now is we have a hugely expanding market, and if we are not able to, in these 3-4 years, to come to more European value chains in these expanding markets, then we will not get where we need to go.
Mr. Thomas, and also I would like to ask you also about trade policies. I mean, is the EU ready to implement trade policy that will protect its businesses that will protect them in this new environment?
Thank you. Yes, I think it's, first of all, I would say that in response also to some of the comments, that we do have, because of this geopolitics primarily that triggered, it's probably triggering is the right way by Mr. Trump, we have some very acute short-term challenges and we have structural challenges. Annie talked about the structural challenges and Mr. Draghi and Mr. Letta, but we do have some short-term challenges. Take the steel industry. They have about 300,000 people directly employed in the steel industry and 2.5 million jobs indirectly. They are losing capacity every year. The utilization rate dropped to 67%. We are the only continent where the steel capacity goes down and all the other continents goes up. Take our chemical industry, which was the jewel of our export, up to 3 years ago. We are losing capacity 5% a year. So this is a very short-term, challenge that we have. And I had a meeting last week with the CEO of one of the major, there are not many steel companies, and I say, what about defense? Why don't you want invest in defense? All the defense package of Mr. Merz that he agreed to invest in defense, this year with these extraordinary budget measures, in terms of steel demand, is 5% of the demand that he is losing in the car industry and the construction industry. So this idea, I also had it wrong in terms of the big numbers, that you stop making cars and you make tanks. It doesn't work in the short term for the steel industry. The steel that you need for 300 tanks is nothing compared to what you have to do, with the car industry loss. The same for the plastics. Why we lose 5% of capacity every year? Because we don't export cars. So I think it was absolutely necessary, and I thank Marcus for recognizing that, to find some equilibrium. I think once we have this, once we do have some basis to export, and businesses around Europe, they are privileging this basis compared to the criticism in this situation. And it's worldwide. I was in South Africa in February. I hosted the 3 CEOs of the aluminium industry just the day after Trump put 27% tariffs to South Africa. And they were happy. They said, we are going to absorb it. It's better to export in this booming market than, resist and not do it. So we need this basis to deal with the short-term issue. The question is, what can we do with the structural issues and how much time we have to do the structural issues? I think we need to prioritize our trade policy around countries and sectors. So that's why our trade agreements are more targeted than they were in the past. In the past, we had this policy of comprehensive trade agreements. Bring the goods, the services, the FETAs, the non-FETAs, everything in there. Now it's more opportunistic. We need to have, grasp the opportunities, sectoral or country-specific. I think what we have not solved yet, I have to say it, we are online, but we have not solved this dilemma in one of the researchers of the European University Institute, is not my slogan, is do we want to do made in Europe or made with Europe? We have to find the good balance, on how much we want to do alone and how much to do together with. I think it's a good, way to put the dilemma. And then we have to be more aggressive in our offensive interest. We need to export in other parts of the world. We cannot only focus our export market to US and to China. We need to solve this, and I think that is what is at the center of our efforts now to do. I think I will use again a quote who came from a journalist in another panel that was, Europe woke up and it's starting getting out of bed.
Not very optimistic, I dare say. Okay, Annie, because you see, 9 minutes.
All right. Okay, a few comments on what was previously said by Markus and Gerasimos. First, Gerasimos, I fully agree. I mean, we are aware of the structural weaknesses. It's not the right moment to discuss. It's not the right moment to open a discussion on reform of the treaties, etc., etc. But there are things that can be done better and faster. Gerasimos mentioned the recent Commission proposal on the steel safeguard measures, which is really good news. I mean, for the European steel industry. Just want to remind Gerasimos that these steel safeguard measures were part of the Steel and Metals Action Plan. So we have the steel part, which is covered, but the aluminum, copper, nickel, and other critical raw materials underline copper, aluminum, and nickel because the Commission defined them as very essential for the defense industry in general for the European economy. Now, for example, President Trump, even after the EU-US deal, keeps the 50% tariff on steel, aluminum, and copper under Section 232 investigation and measures, but 0% tariff on metal scrap. And that means that Europe, who was a big exporter of metal scrap even before the Trump 2 era, is faced with enormous risks to lose this very valuable valuable resources, metal resources, secondary metal resources. And this is something that has to be dealt, Gerasimos, very, very, quickly. I know that there are discussions, but we need quick actions. The President of the Commission has several times underlined that we do have, as Europeans, advantages, strategic advantages on recyclability, and we can become a global champion on circular economy. Yes, we can, but we need concrete policy measures to that direction. And apart from that, there are other things that we can do to reduce dependencies. Markus underlined the strengthening of the internal market. We are discussing a lot about the Draghi report, and rightly so, but there are very, very concrete and easy to do recommendations in the Letta report that have to be dealt and implemented rapidly. We should incentivize Gerasimos made-in-EU products and advanced technologies, not in everything, but wherever we can, and make full use of trade defense instruments. There is a whole toolbox. This toolbox is becoming stronger and stronger, but again, what's the deficiency is for a decision to be made, for example, to launch an anti-dumping investigation, and then the time that needs for this investigation to be concluded and to some specific measures, it's an extremely lengthy procedure. We lose time, and time is not by our side, that's for sure. And a last point, if I am allowed, because I really want to share with you this experience. I'm the head of EU affairs in Viuchalco, and I represent this company to Business Europe. And under this function, I have participated, I suppose, Markus, that I'm allowed to say so, in various discussions organized by the excellent team of Business Europe with DigiTrade officials. So in these kind of meetings, physical or virtual, representatives of all kinds of European businesses and business federations participate, engage in the dialogue. Among us, and with the European Commission. And I'm really impressed, and that's why I pointed out before that businesses can show the way forward. Why? Because they are competing in the global markets. So there is a very impressive willingness, spirit of mutual understanding, despite the different interests, because there are different interests. But businesses are demonstrated a spirit of cooperation and of engagement in defining a common ground, the famous so-called common European grounds. And I conclude by saying, again, that the business sector could give some lessons to the EU political leaders.
Thank you, Annie. We have 3 minutes and 15 seconds. I hope that we can have 1-2 minutes more, because before I come to you, Mr. Lanou, Mr. Thomas wants to comment on something you told me. So
just to say on the different elements just raised by Annie, we need to do the structural measures. I didn't say we need to address them now, but we also need to address the crisis. Second, for businesses, it's important to share data. Why did we have a certain safeguard measures and not others? Because we didn't have as good information from businesses on the data. So I think we need to work on this. And third, there is a good dialogue with the US, I think both with Congress and Senate and the government, and I think both in China. So we need to walk these exchanges with other administrations.
Mr. Lanou.
I just wanted to add one point, because we speak about these traditional sectors, and we know that Europe is stronger in traditional sectors, but I looked recently at agri-food, and agri-food is seen to be something which we better don't speak of in Brussels, but agri-food is a sector which contributes 60 billion trade surplus in Europe overall. It's one of the sectors where we're a mass exporter. We are the biggest exporter, for example, of meat, of course, also something which you cannot speak of. But again, we're harming ourselves. We're accepting a tariff of 15%. The US hardly exports any meat to Europe. We export meat to the rest of the world. And the US is our main trading partner for meat, for example, mostly pork meat. I would also challenge you to read this joint statement. The word pork figures twice in the joint statement. You say, look, nobody ever speaks about pork. It is very important. And then we accept an agreement where, first of all, we accept a 15% tariff. And secondly, we accept, let's say, that we will have a 0% tariff, which for Europe, which means that this is the percentage tariff which we accept for other trading partners. So we are harming ourselves twice, because we don't respect MFN rules, or if we respect them, let's say we'll have to apply 0% tariff to all other trading partners with Europe and have problems with these industries. But we have to harm our exports of one of our most important export products, which is agri-food. On top of that, Marcus, let's say I would add to that, there is a lot of debate about deregulation. This is one of the most regulated sectors, but I don't think there is a lot of talk about deregulation, because we all want very good agri-food standards. And the United States, but also other countries around the world, know what sanitary problems are. Apparently, Europe is doing that very well. One addition is what I've seen the first 6 months of this year. So we have on every 6 months a trade surplus of 30 billion. The first 6 months of this year, it has already declined to 20 billion. So if you look at one important sector, agri-food, which is also politically very important in the MFN discussions now, politically important because it has to do with the countryside, and the countryside which in many countries votes massively Eurosceptic parties. So we are not defending them already politically. So the end result will be even more Euroscepticism, certainly also if we implement the MFF.
I think that the discussion could go on and on for many, yes, Simeon, but we have to close our discussion. Mr. Thomas, Ms. Podimata, Mr. Lanou, and Mr. Begia, I thank you so very much. And I call my colleague, Alexandra Voudouri.
Αν θα χρειαστούμε λίγο τους χώρους να κάτσουμε.
I was very sincere on this.
No, thanks a lot. Bye.
Θα καθίσετε εκεί, ο πρέσβης. Κύριε πρέσβη.
Ναι, βάλτε το δίπλα. Είναι και αυτό. Όχι, όχι. Ναι, και θα φύγουμε.
Ωραία. Αλλά εγώ μένω εδώ.
Ναι, ναι, ναι.
Με φοβάστε. Ωραία. Okay, good afternoon all. I would like to welcome you to the panel discussion, Presidency of the Council, Navigating European Challenges, with Ambassador Ioannis Vrailas, Permanent Representative of Greece to the European Union, and Ambassador Georgios Ioannidis, Deputy Permanent Representative of Cyprus to the European Union. But first, I would like to warmly welcome Commissioner for Fisheries and Oceans, Mr. Kostas Kadis, for a keynote statement. Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, through its activities, the Delphi Economic Forum has built a powerful bridge between policy, academia and business on issues of European and global concern. It is therefore an honor to address you here in Brussels for the 10th anniversary of the Forum, as we mark a decade of dialogue and vision. We meet in a pivotal moment. Europe once again stands at a crossroads. We face conflicts on our borders, a shifting global order, and the imperative of ensuring sustainable growth, security, and cohesion in our Union. The Commission's work programme for this year is a significant step in addressing these challenges. At its core lies a commitment to simplification, to boosting competitiveness, and unlocking the full potential of our single market. It emphasises Europe's strategic autonomy, security, and defence capability. It also focuses on affordability, housing, job protection, and investments in clean energy and innovation. To turn this vision into reality, the Commission's priorities rest on 6 interlinked pillars: driving Europe's sustainable prosperity and competitiveness, strengthening European defence and security, supporting people and reinforcing our societies and social model, sustaining our quality of life, protecting our democracy and upholding our values, and last but not least, advancing a global Europe, leveraging our influence and partnerships to promote peace, resilience, and solidarity around the world. This programme embodies our promise to deliver a simpler, stronger, and more secure European Union, a union that delivers for its citizens and leads confidently in the world. In parallel, we are witnessing a renewed momentum of EU enlargement. The determination of our partners to align with EU standards demonstrates the continued appeal of our model and values. Enlargement remains a strategic investment in Europe's stability, prosperity, and peace. Looking ahead, a top priority will be the negotiation and conclusion of the next European multi-annual financial framework, a more streamlined, flexible and impactful budget that finances European priorities and strengthens our capacity to act. The two presidencies of Greece and Cyprus can play a vital role in moving forward these priorities, which will remain pertinent for the rest of this Commission's term. Furthermore, given the geographical location of Cyprus and Greece, the two presidencies could effectively promote the EU's strategic relationship with countries of the Eastern Mediterranean. Moreover, considering the insular and coastal nature of the two countries, the two presidencies will have the unique opportunity to highlight the importance of the coastal and island communities, their specificities and the challenges that they face, and propose and implement measures to address these challenges. This will be done through the Coastal and Islands Communities Strategy, to be adopted in 2026 during the Cyprus presidency and implemented during the next presidencies, including the Greek presidency. It will also build on the recently adopted Mediterranean Pact, which should now be implemented. At this point, allow me to highlight the immediate priorities of my portfolio, which will fall under the Cypriot and Greek presidencies. An immediate priority will be the implementation of the European Ocean Pact, the first ever holistic strategy of the European Union for the preservation and sustainable management of our ocean, which was launched earlier this year. It embodies a simple but powerful idea that the future of our continent depends on the health and sustainability of our blue planet. One of the initiatives emanating from the Pact will be the Ocean Act, which we will propose towards the end of 2026. It will build on the Marine Spatial Planning Directive and will bring all ocean-related targets under one roof, thus establishing better coordination and coherence among ocean-related European policies. A further initiative relevant to Cyprus and Greece is the development of the EastMed Sea Basin Initiative, the EastMed being the only sea basin in Europe without a dedicated management plan. It will promote regional governance and sustainable blue economy across the Eastern Mediterranean, modeled on the success of the WestMed initiative. Beyond the implementation of the Ocean Pact, a key priority for the next year will be the evaluation of the Common Fisheries Policy Regulation. This is the framework under which fisheries are operating in the European Union. Based on the results of the evaluation, the Commission will propose in 2026 a strategy with a vision for 2040 for fisheries and aquaculture, a strategy on the external dimension of fisheries, and a fisheries energy transition roadmap. Investing in sustainable fisheries and aquaculture, ensuring a level playing field for our fishers, and facilitating a modernization of our fishing fleet safeguards our food security, the livelihoods of fishers and coastal communities. Likewise, supporting offshore renewable energy enhances Europe's energy autonomy. The priorities under my portfolio are not only shared European goals, they are deeply meaningful for Greece and Cyprus. The Mediterranean Sea does more than connecting our shores. It unites member states, shapes our common future, and defines at a large extent the two presidencies that lie ahead. To conclude, I am certain that Cyprus and Greece will approach their presidencies as proud Mediterranean and European nations, knowing that unity is built not only in institutions, but through the bonds connecting our peoples and regions. Their leadership will help the EU remain a force of stability, solidarity, and sustainable progress in the Mediterranean and beyond. Dear friends, the coming years will be decisive. The presidencies of Cyprus and Greece present a unique chance to embed a strong Mediterranean dimension within the European project, one that is outward looking, inclusive and resilient. And I am confident that both presidencies will play a decisive role in moving forward the EU's key priorities, responding to the challenges the EU faces today. You can count on the support of the European Commission and my personal support in this challenging but rewarding mission. Thank you very much for your attention.
Commissioner, thank you so much. So let's navigate the European challenges ahead of the presidencies of Cyprus and Greece, respectively. We will break, however, the diplomatic protocol here with the agreed opinion of Ambassador Vrailas. I will give first the floor to Ambassador Ioannidis, Deputy Permanent Representative of the Republic of Cyprus, because Cyprus's presidency is coming, in fact, in a few weeks. And then I will talk with Ambassador Vrailas. The Commissioner gave the framework, let's say, of the challenges and the geopolitical context now when Cyprus is to take over its presidency on January 1st. However, I would like you to elaborate a little bit more on what is the Cyprus presidency's plan during the next 6 months, and how do you envisage to balance the priorities already set by the European Council, the current challenges, as I said, as well as your own issues of interest? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you first of all, thank you for having me. Thank you for having, Cyprus as part of this prestigious forum. Actually, taking off from where the Commissioner has left us. The geopolitical context is indeed a place which gives us immense challenges and opportunities. We had, in the previous decades, unprecedented levels of cooperation and prosperity. This does not exist anymore. We are in a situation where we are looking for viable alternatives to this world order. And we believe as Cyprus that the viable alternative to the world order today is called the European Union. And this is what we want to achieve during our presidency. This is what we want to make clear, that the new world order has, as a global actor, the European Union. So this is the chapeau, the umbrella, if you allow me. So from this, and taking, before going to the specifics of maybe you'd like, competitiveness, etc., we would like to give you beyond the vision or the umbrella, to follow what Mario Draghi has gave us. He gave us a warning, but not only a warning, he gave us a challenge. And the challenge basically is how to combine the EU's values with competitiveness, how to combine our sovereignty with openness, how to combine our regulations, because this is what the EU does and what many times we have been criticized for, how to combine regulation with innovation. So this is what we want to do during our presidency. We want not only to adapt to change, because we are living in a period of flux of change, but help shape it. And we can go in the more specifics. The Commissioner mentioned our neighborhood, and he said that he hopes that Cyprus and Greece help give the light on the Mediterranean region. And of course, we will be exercising our presidency with responsibility, being a reliable partner to all member states and beyond the Union, being an honest broker, being a country that balances the interests of all and promotes the interests of the Union to the world. So our area, it's a very important initiative priority of our presidency, that we want to bring the Union closer to the Eastern Mediterranean and to the greater Middle East. Then on the specifics, and let me finish because I don't want this to become a monologue. It's of course we want a stronger and more competitive Europe. This is on all areas, whether we talk about energy, whether we talk about environment. This is something that we have in mind: competitiveness, a strategic, autonomous Europe that will be competitive, resilient, and strong and united, of course. So putting people first, and putting people and businesses first. So we have to have in our mind, and and I see my colleague of the DPR of Greece as well, when we are dealing with regulations, we have to have in mind that we always have to to give the benefit to our citizens, to the European citizens, and to the European businesses. Green transition, it's the twin transition, green transition and digital transition are a priority, always in the mind that we said the general business and people. We use AI in the benefit of, for example, curing diseases, preventing and predicting natural disasters. So whatever we will be doing, it's going to be in the mind of how to improve the Union's place in the world and the life and quality of life of citizens and businesses. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ambassador. Both Commissioner and you. You have mentioned that during the next 6 months, even though the Council, the rotating presidency, does not have the competence of foreign policy, I will try to attract the attention of the Union to the East Med region, a region that is currently facing a lot of challenges. So how easy will it be for the Union to shift the interest and its main focus, which is currently on the war of Ukraine, to our region? And how do you plan to attract the European Union's attention? And what issues could make the focus of the Union's interest? Migration, anything else? The cooperation with countries in North Africa and the East Med on migration, anything else? Thank you.
Thank you. So it seems I monopolized the discussion for the time being, so I'll try to be short. So, okay, thank you. First of all, let me make clear that we are determined to transform our geographic location, which is, we are in a very complex, volatile region, into a blessing. And we believe this. And I remember when I joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs years ago, and I was meeting, for example, my Luxembourg colleagues, I was saying, oh, how lucky you are. You have, France and Germany and Belgium as, immediate neighbors, whereas our neighborhood is, and the problems that we face, so volatile. No, we have matured, we have developed, we have turned our neighborhood indeed into a blessing, and we have, hopefully, we want to believe that we have become a reliable and stable partner to the European Union and our partner in our allies in the world. Take, for example, humanitarian evacuations. Name Lebanon, Sudan, Israel, Iran, and so be it. Take the maritime corridor to Gaza that we have been able to provide help to the civilian population of Gaza. Take the crisis management, the regional efforts and initiatives that we participate. So we have indeed turned the difficulties or the challenges into opportunities and blessings. And as the Commissioner said before, having in mind the Pact for the Mediterranean that came out very recently, and the possibility to have projects with countries in the region and beyond makes us not only believe that we are at the crossroads, but we want to bring the focus of the European Union to the region as well. Because we don't shift. You mentioned in your question, you think shift attention. We don't see that shifting attention. We want to broaden the look, the vision of the EU towards the southern neighborhood. You mentioned some examples of migration. Yes, it's a challenge that we work and we will be attentive to that as well. You have terrorism, you have security, you have defense, you have environment and climate. So we hope that we'll be ready to deal with all the crisis challenges that will come upon us. Thank you.
Now turning to Ambassador Vrailas, for Greece the issue of migration and especially the returns are also of crucial importance. Has the mood changed among the EU member states on this matter? And are you confident about the implementation of the Migration Pact that is expected to be implemented as of June this year? And we have with us the architect, actually, of the Migration Pact. Welcome, Vice President of the Commission, Mr. Skinas. Ambassador, the floor is yours. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. And to link it to the Greek presidency, second semester of 2027, it will be 1 year after the entry into force of the pact. So it will be an important moment to see how this has been materializing, and we're working right now. It's an interesting transitional moment until the entry into force of the pact in next June. So we are working really hard with all our partners, frontline states, secondary movement countries, to sort of make sure that when the pact enters into force, it is based on the very important balance that we managed to achieve at the time between the responsibility of the frontline states, but at the same time the solidarity that the other partners need to show. So we hope that we will be able to do well in this regard. It's very important, the pact, not only how it works between the EU member states, but also the messages sent to third countries. And you rightly mentioned you rightly referred to the issue of returns, safe third countries, protection of EU external borders. I think there's a growing consensus among EU member states that we need to do much better on legal migration, and to be a lot tougher when it comes to illegal migration, and in particular combat the networks of traffickers and smugglers that don't hesitate to sacrifice human life for the sake of their gains. So clearly, migration will be an important dossier during the Greek presidency.
As you mentioned, and I didn't, I'm sorry for that, Greece is to take over the presidency in the second half of 2027. What are the difficulties for member states of medium and small size to advance policy agendas during their respective presidencies? What needs to be done before and during the 6-month period? In other words, does size matter? In terms of presidencies.
Right. I have to be very careful with the answer I give here, not to end up in, not to make the headlines. But no, it does not. And from my experience, some of the best presidencies are usually, indeed, medium and small member states. I can give the example of Luxembourg, for instance, who consistently produce the goods. Small is beautiful, and also from my experience, sometimes the larger countries, I have seen it. You may guess at one that I have in mind, but until they coordinate among themselves and reach a conclusion as to the proposal that they will submit as a presidency, by that time it's impossible for them to start negotiating with the rest of the partners, because they're terrified about the next coordination meeting back in the capital. So I think the important factors here is to have good contacts with the colleagues, so that they know, as Ambassador Ioannidis said, that you are indeed an honest broker. I think in that respect, both Cyprus and Greece, yes, we may have our issues, but we always come to the meetings with a firm intention to find solutions, to be bridge builders, to propose compromises that may work for everyone, even on those issues that are of particular concern to us. So I believe that in that sense we have already made a good investment. It's also important to have good relations with the European Parliament, because a lot of the success of the presidency depends on the reaching, as you know, a decision in the Council is not enough. Then you have the trilogues, and that is where it may become difficult, especially with the European Parliament, which is in its current composition slightly different from the one that we had been used to. And then a very important factor, which I'm sure you would agree with me, is the communication part, the relations with the media, because it can allow you to highlight a success of the presidency, rather than sort of bury it. Nobody takes wind of it, and at the same time, it can help you prevent potential potholes if you sense that there's rumors floating around the city. You can intervene and nip in the bud something that could go wrong and torpedo what would otherwise have been a good effort by the presidency. So we need to be active on all those fronts. We're already preparing for it, and you have to be, as in every, I see it a bit as a sporting event. You have to be confident in what you can achieve. I think we're a good team, and we will be able to be successful and help contribute to a Europe that will be more efficient and much stronger player also on the international landscape.
Ambassador Vrailas mentioned the European Parliament. Currently, the European Parliament, in its form, it's quite challenging. This is what the Danish presidency usually tells us, journalists. So I was wondering, Ambassador Ioannidis, what have been the challenges for the upcoming Cyprus presidency so far, and what will be the most difficult files, let's say, that you will going to handle the next 6 months?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. Starting with the Parliament, I believe that my team and myself and the permanent representative, we have invested in the relations with the European Parliament tremendously, and we are confident that us and the name that we have created in the years before the presidency as facilitators of consensus, as builders of trust and guardians of unity, we think that when the time is ripe and when we start negotiating with the European Parliament, this will bear its fruits. Because we have done our homework, we're doing our homework, and we are confident that we will be successful for the Union, not for Cyprus per se. So for us, as I said in the beginning, the presidency is about contributing to the strategic direction of the EU in being autonomous, in being strong, and basically it's no longer a choice. We have to be competitive, sovereign, strategic autonomy is very important, sovereign and resilient. And you talked about difficult files, you asked us about difficult files. We don't see in that difficulties, we see the challenges and the opportunities. I can mention files like Critical Medicines Act, like the Accelerator, Innovator Act. I can mention, many in industry, in health, in several files that might prove to be difficult. We are approaching the files with we have a vision. We know what we want to achieve. And we have a vision not just for Cyprus, what we want to achieve for the EU. So for us, getting to the nitty-gritty, it's going to be easier when you know what you want to achieve. MFF is challenging. MFS will be difficult. Simplification is the new game in town. It will be also challenging for our businesses to simplify procedures, to cut red tape, to help make our SMEs more competitive in these challenging times that we live. So it's going to be challenged, but we are up to it. Thank you.
We are running out of time, but I really want to ask you about one of your plans of the presidency, that is, it is to take on water resilience as part of the European Union's broader sustainability agenda, an unusual issue. However, it's of a concern to most countries of the Southeast Europe. There are targets set by the Commission in its relevant strategy, but there is still a lack of willingness on behalf of certain member states. So what are your plans and specific goals for this matter, which is very crucial, as I said, to the Southeast Europe?
Briefly. You will be surprised to hear that in the last year, when we were talking about the strategy that was up and coming at the time, before it was published, we had the discussions, and indeed, you will be surprised to hear that Belgium, Sweden, they never thought, they took the floor, they had positions, and they were saying, we never thought that we would be so active participants of such discussions, but because of the climate change, the climate crisis, then water scarcity and droughts have become an issue for many of us. So we think that, yes, it's an issue that mostly faces our countries in the southern hemisphere of the Union, if I may say, but we are not alone anymore. So that's why you have the strategy. That's why you have countries that are interested, and we'll be working with them. We are a member of the Med9. We'll be working with our Med9 partners, but we'll also be working with everyone in making sure that we have the necessary funds, because you need funding in order to deal with droughts, with fires, but the necessary networks in order to make sure that we mobilize everyone in order to deal with this survival issue for us, but important for everyone. Thank you.
Totally agree. Ambassador Vrailas, you are a veteran here. Don't take it the wrong way. You have been many years in Brussels in various and interesting positions like the AES. I would like to ask you, what is different now in the European Union decision-making process compared to the past, and what makes your job before and during the presidency more challenging? Do you already have in mind the issues that you will prioritize during the 6 months of the Greek presidency?
I had 42 minutes to make a welcoming speech when we started this morning, and I've got 2 now to to say what the issues will be. But in a nutshell, we can plan as much as we want. At the end of the day, I can give you the example of the Croatian presidency. They did really good work. They prepared. They had some ideas on what to do. The Western Balkans, the southern neighborhood, migration, etc. Pandemic came. Everything was more or less shelved. They had to adjust. So you have to of course, plan, and there are many files on which we will have to work really hard. The MFF, whether it has already been agreed by December 2026 or not, the rule of law dialogue, migration we have already mentioned, the European semester. We will have to work really hard on the files that are of major interest to the European Union right now: competitiveness, defense. This is where we will be judged on whether we will produce the goods or not. Of course, there are issues that are of particular concern to Greece. I can mention maritime security, the protection of cultural goods, especially from the effects of climate change. There are enlargement. Clearly very important. It has lost a bit of momentum in 2025, but we hope that by the time of our presidency, things will be moving a lot faster for the candidate countries. So there's plenty to work on. The important thing is to roll up the sleeves, as I said, be in touch with the member states at all levels, with the European Parliament. We will also enjoy the support of the Council Secretariat. This is also key. And last but not least, as I mentioned earlier, the important thing is to have a truly committed, hard-working team, which I believe we are.
With you at the helm, we are very optimistic that everything will go smoothly and successful. Very, very briefly, and last, we began with Cyprus. You will allow me to end with Cyprus, okay? On June 30th, what would you feel as a successful 6-month presidency?
Thank you.
Very shortly.
Very shortly. Okay, allow me to take from...
There is a lunch break.
There is a lunch break. Okay, allow me to take from Ambassador Vrailas issues about, he talked about the planning. It was Eisenhower who said that plans are useless, but planning is indispensable. And we are planning for our presidency, and we believe that we are ready to deal with any crisis, like Croatia with earthquake and COVID, like Czech Republic with the energy crisis, like so many crises, French with the invasion of Russia, etc., etc. What will be a success? The easy answer is to tell you to enumerate general approaches, partial approaches, trialogues, files that will close. This we will do. Everybody does this, partial general approach, etc., etc. So that's the easy thing. We'll say that we closed 15 files. But the most important for us is the legacy that we want to leave behind us. We want everyone to know that we are honest brokers, not only by name. We do not have an agenda. Honestly, we do not have an agenda. And you will see us. My friend, Thimios will be there. Even when we'll be discussing maritime, which is hugely important, we will have our EU hat on, not the Cyprus hat on. So we will be the builders of trust. And this is the facilitators of consensus. And this is the legacy we want to leave behind us. That we want to deliver results for our citizens, for our businesses, and we want, when this presidency will finish, people to say Cypriots were indeed honest brokers. Thank you.
That's a legitimate ambition. Ambassador Vrailas, Ambassador Ioannidis, thank you so much. Thank you all for your participation and attention. And now there is, as I said, a very short lunch break. Thank you all.
We'll be back at 2 o'clock sharp. Thank you. Λοιπόν, Αλεξάνδρας Κίζης, Γενικός
we just begin, right? Yes. Yep. Well, thank you very much. Thanks everyone for coming in and having a listen. It's great to see you. It feels like we're in a kind of Parisian cafe side by side here, doing people watching. We've spoken many times over the years. In fact, you were there when Politico first started back in 2015 and have seen how the town has evolved. And that's actually where I wanted to start with you. So you've had a benefit of a little bit of hindsight from being inside the machine, but I'd like to ask you as an outsider now, how you think things have changed in Brussels. And maybe we could talk about the Commission, since that's where you were last in Brussels. What's the biggest thing that's kind of changed for you in these past 6 years now?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Nick. Good to fire chat with you, although we don't have a fire next to each other. Let me start by saying, yes, of course, there has been a lot of change, which is normal. I think it is pretty normal for this town, for the EU, to change from political cycle to political cycle. If I were to isolate one main element of change from Juncker 1, from Juncker to Ursula 1, and now Ursula 2, I think would be the gradual shift in the Commission function. The Commission, when I joined many years ago, was a regulator, a producer of rules, and a manager of a budget, and a controller of the policy implementation by member states. These were the core tasks. But from Juncker onwards, the Commission became something different, became also a manager.
Right.
We had to dirty our boots on the ground. We were running reception centers for refugees. We running a Coast Guard service. Right. We have agencies managing practically everything, from cyber security to, you name it. So the fundamental change is that the Commission became a manager, a hands-on manager. And we bought vaccines.
That's right, yeah. A crisis manager.
Crisis manager and a manager of tasks, which left behind this traditional image of the Commission as a standards and rule setter. I think this is the main change over the years.
But there's also, I mean, since we're kind of in the bubble here, I'm not going to shy away from really, but the Commission has also become more presidential. And when we spoke, I remember saying that was a process that started when you were there, a kind of conscious sort of centralization of tasks, and people say it's now continued. Do you think that it is as you left it, or has it become sort of more presidential, more, what do you see from the outside now?
The presidentialization of the Commission and the reinforcement of the Berlaymont was a direct consequence of the shift we were discussing earlier. You cannot transform the Commission to a manager or crisis manager without doing this from the core, from the Berlaymont. You cannot federalize crisis management. You have to do it from the core. So Juncker started it, I would say successfully, under also very tough circumstances, with the start of the Ukrainian crisis, Maidan, Brexit, jihadi terrorism, the Greek crisis, the collapse of the external border. All this started with Juncker. And then Ursula 1, I think, was the response to the call by Emmanuel Macron for a Europe that protects, l'Europe qui protège. So the trend continued in the first Ursula Commission, because there we had to protect people's health, pandemic management, the vaccines, we had to protect the economy with the recovery fund, we had to protect our borders with the EU Pact for Migration and Asylum. So Ursula 1 played it well, this defense game.
Yeah.
Now, Ursula 2, I think, well, it's still start, but I think if Ursula 1 was about playing defense, Ursula 2 should be about playing offense.
Should be.
Should be, yes. We haven't started yet, but that's what people expect, I think, from the Commission. People expect from the Commission to lead in areas like defense, in areas like security, borders, returns, preserving the transatlantic relationship, leading on energy.
I'll stop you right there. So one of the things that was remarkable about Juncker was it was the political commission. I believe that was kind of the tagline. And he was really robust on the sort of mandates that the commission had, notably on trade. And I remember we spoke about Juncker's negotiations with Donald Trump. And I just wonder if you can kind of comment on maybe how he led those negotiations. That was very up close and personal, and what we had this past summer. And I will add a comment, says, do you think the Commission is more hamstrung now, is more held back by the leaders than it was when Mr. Juncker was able to do that negotiation? It's more difficult for them, maybe.
Yes, but you're taking me now back to July 2018, in this memorable meeting at the White House between Juncker and Trump, which basically reached the deal, no tariffs for cars in exchange for more LNG purchase and LNG terminals and soya beans.
And feel free to share some of the details, because it was a colorful meeting. Maybe not everybody remembers, but it was an interesting one, right? He had a plane to take. Mr. Trump said, "Oh, you're flying commercial."
Well, yeah. I mean, at some point, Juncker wanted to push the deal and said, "Look, Donald, it's now 4 o'clock,
right?
And I have a plane at 9, so I need that you tell me if there will be a deal, so I stay." Right. Or if no deal, I had to take the plane. So Trump looked at him and said, "What? You fly commercial? You're the president of Europe and you fly commercial?" But this deal was actually the start of the apocalyptic, cosmogonic,
all the Greek words,
explosion of LNG, American LNG influx in Europe now. So in a way, in 2018, Juncker imagined that Europe would need American LNG even without Ukraine being invaded. And today in Athens, in my home country, there is a big meeting, US, Greece and Balkan energy ministers meeting precisely to streamline LNG purchase. So this was a big moment and a successful moment. Now, if you're pushing me to tell you that the Scotland meeting between Ursula and Trump was not, I will tell you that I would not agree. I think that was also a successful meeting.
Okay. Okay. Say more, because a lot of people, just for a conversation's sake, thought it wasn't successful and basically felt that the member countries were so worried about effectively losing the U.S. security umbrella that they told the Commission, agree to anything they say. And it wasn't just me. There were several newspapers, several commentators talked about a humiliation. The perception of it was not great. I think we can agree on that. Perhaps the reception and the salesmanship around it.
I'm a free man now. I can speak freely. On this meeting, I think that this was the best possible deal that the EU could have had under the circumstances. Look what happened to others. Look, India, look... I mean, we got the best possible deal under the circumstances. And Ursula was successful. She did that. She saw the opportunities. She saw the moment. She factored in the many different parameters. And she got us through. I agree with you that the optics was bad. Agreeing this deal on EU tariffs in a non-EU member state, it's wrong. Although Scotland voted massively to stay,
Right.
Still, I think the optics was bad. And of course, do a deal with someone who owns the hotel where the deal is done inevitably leads people to think that was, a concession. But in my life in politics, I always learn to dissociate facts from optics. Optics matters a lot, but facts matters equally.
And the deal was the best one we could get. If I could just push you a little bit on the relationship between the Commission President and the governments, because what people perceive now, rightly or wrongly, is that the leaders and the member countries are stronger, or in any case want to give less latitude to the Commission. And it feels like Ursula too is chasing after the leaders a little bit, as opposed to kind of managing the crisis as they did in the first one. What do you think it's like up there? What is it like to be on the 13th floor of the Commission dealing with the member states these days? What do you think that's like?
Complicated, I think. It's the obvious answer. Many times I get the question about leadership. Who is exercising leadership in Europe? Where is the center of gravity of power in Europe? And is it on the 13th floor? Is it there? I think there is an emerging trend. It already started, I would say, in half into the Juncker mandate and continues. But leadership, European leadership, is now being exercised by the 27 heads of state and government collectively. They meet 3 times per semester. They meet in a room just themselves, no ministers, no ambassadors, just them. They, although they come from different political families, they are all linked and bound by the same type of problems. They all have to face pandemic. They always have to face an opposition back home, parliament. So they exercise this power by agreeing amongst themselves. Of course, they need the Commission, they need the PEC, but it's mainly an issue for themselves. The problem is that sometimes they do it with ambition. Example, pandemic management, vaccines, the recovery fund. Sometimes they do it at the lower common denominator. And that's bad. You cannot have a geopolitical Europe and you fail to agree a position on the Middle East. I mean, nobody takes us serious. You have to be able to have a position on the Middle East. And we voted 3 different resolutions at the UN. So I think the answer to your question is that we have a bit more of collective power of the 27. The Commission is part of this power game, but it's not the Delors days where was leading it. Now it's part of it.
So, and what seems to have changed a lot is kind of idealism in a way, right? Sort of Euro idealism. And I noted you mentioned the word federalize in one of your answers. I wonder if, putting yourself back then and looking at now, would you have expected the EU per se to kind of have come further along in terms of integration, maybe some political integration, maybe some transnational lists? You were the first generation with the Spitzenkandidat debates. That has kind of stalled. Do you feel that the EU project, per se, is kind of stalled, or is it still moving forward?
I think it's moving forward. I think the water is.
How do you see that?
Is still boiling. Let me give you an example. You may know, some people here know, I studied at the College of Europe in Bruges in 1985, in the promotion, 1985, 1986. The ambassador of Turkey came a bit later, he's younger. When I was studying EU law in Bruges, the EU did not have a single market, did not have a currency, did not have Frontex, did not have any coordination of economic policies, did not have a transport policy. It was starting that time. No energy policy, just tariffs, common agricultural policy, and that was it. So if you look back and you take a...
What year is that?
That was, 40 years later. Look where we've got. So nobody can reasonably claim that the project has stalled.
Well, I'd quibble in the sense that it seems like we had a great jump forward in the early 2000s, right? In 1999, the Euro, 2004, big wave of expansion. To me, in any case, it seems like it has slowed down since then. But you can disagree. And one of the things is let's take the example of enlargement, right? This is Enlargement Week here in Brussels. We're seeing the progress reports and so on. And it sort of looks like there's a disconnect. We have the Commission, the Council, leadership, very bullish about expanding, setting a deadline. We're going to let in more countries by 2030. Again, the leadership you discussed, the 27, don't seem much less excited about it. I guess the question is, do you feel that that anyone is kind of defending those ideas that were more present, I feel like, when you were at the Commission? There was more idealism in the air.
Two points there. First, the fact that practically all European countries, non-EU, want to join the EU in itself. It's a big, tangible proof of the success of the European project.
Yeah.
We tend to forget that. But why all these people are knocking on the door? They don't want to join something that is declining or that is stalling. People see in Europe, I think, much more than we EUers see in ourselves. Now, having said that, it is clear that the enlargement is a structured process. There is no much room for idealism. There are 34 negotiating chapters that they all start by a unanimous decision and all close.
But shouldn't that change? Isn't that too onerous, too difficult?
No, it is not. I think that this is a part of the process that everybody had to go through. I think it would be wrong to change the rules, the fundamentals of the way the machine works. And I also think that we now need two enlargements. We need an enlargement still in the 20s, hopefully around 28 in the Western Balkans. I think a Western Balkan accession would have a high pedagogical value toward the region, that, there is a way in. If you do what you have to, there is a way in, and it's a credible way in, and I'm confident that we'll have it. And then in the 30s, we need another accession. And this other accession in the 30s would have to be somewhere along the geopolitical cleavage, which is Ukraine, Moldova. So these are decisions of historic nature. The 27 member states would have to face these choices head on if the structure process concludes. And they still want to see who would be the European leader, for example, in the 30s, who turn to the Ukrainians and tell them, okay, you lost hundreds of thousands of people in a war, you suffered a lot, now you are alone.
Hurry up and wait.
Who will be that? So I think that there is a historicity, if such a word exists. There is a historic value in the enlargement that it's very difficult to omit.
But we were talking before, you're spending more time in Greece these days. How do you think the EU is perceived from there? When people meet you and they say, what's going on in Brussels? What are sort of a few points that you've picked up on things that they care about? What are they paying attention to from Brussels?
It's funny. The question that I usually get is, how do they see us? How do they find? How do we look now?
The Eurocrats.
No. I think there was a country that suffered a lot, as you know, went through a brutal adjustment, lost 25% of their GDP, and still survived, and now is thriving. So I think that they need to hear from someone like me, but eventually others, that this is understood in Brussels, that everybody understands that Greece now is doing better, that we are, as Thierry Breton was saying, you transited from the calorifere to the first desk in the classroom.
Yeah.
So I think that's what I get a lot. Do they really see us the way we are now? We're better. There is less of a demand, I would say, exception only for energy, because energy is still very high in Greece. So there is a demand that Brussels should do something about energy the same way we did it with the vaccines or the recovery.
Right. What about something like Ukraine? What about, a lot of the European attention seems to be taken up by the question of financing Ukraine, of supporting Ukraine. How is that perceived in Greece?
I think Greece is in the process of being a normal country.
Okay.
It's being normalizing. I think that most of the discussions that have been polarizing the political system have now been left aside.
Yeah.
So I don't sense a huge debate on these questions, on Ukraine, even on the transatlantic dimension of it. There is a lot of discussion about, as always has been, on Southeastern Europe, on relations with Turkey, Libya, Egypt. But there again, despite the attempts by the extreme left and extreme right to introduce these systems into the political discourse, I sense an emerging political consensus of the mainstream parties around the need to have an understanding around these issues.
And maybe we should end on the transatlantic relationship. It started out quite rocky at the start of this term. We had a commission that had great relationship with the Biden White House. Obviously, moving to the Trump White House, that was a big transition. You said the trade deal was kind of the best we could get. Do you think the EU has essentially people? Does it have the Washington's ear? Is it sort of on the map for Brussels? Have we created a channel of communication that works between Brussels and Washington?
The short answer to that, diplomatically, no.
Yeah.
Economically, yes. I mean, the so-called diplomatic Europe is not known in DC, is not understood. People don't know what Europe believes on the major issues of diplomacy. And this is a problem. With all the respect to my former colleague and friend Pepe Borrell and Kaja Kallas, diplomatic Europe is more of an ambition. People do not perceive it as something that is tangible or real. On the contrary,
whose job should it be, just institutionally speaking? Because we've got Kallas, Antonio Costa, highest ranking in protocol, but also Ursula von der Leyen. Who manages the relationship with Donald Trump or his...
On the diplomatic side, this is the work of the diplomatic EAS establishment. On the rest, on the economy, I think Europe is perfectly understood in DC. I think they now know that it is the EU who is responsible for trade, for the single market, for standards, for investment, for energy, for transport, for fuel. So they know that, and they work with, of course, Ursula, Bjorn, Maros Šefčovič, the commissioners. This is consolidated. But what I want to tell you on the transatlantic relations, I think it's Brussels and our capitals should exhaust every inch of goodwill, if you measure goodwill by length, or grammar, if you look at it by weight, to preserve the transatlantic agreement. This is a $1 trillion relationship. We cannot afford to put it at risk. Economically, strategically, diplomatically, in Ukraine, in Africa, in Middle East, we need to preserve the transatlantic partnership. This is an anchor of stability in today's world, and everybody should assume this. And I'm very happy to see now that although we had some drama at the start of Trump 2, I see that more and more people now are investing in preserving the transatlantic relationship.
And last question, self-serving question. Are you still following the Brussels news? Are you still opening the playbook in the morning? Or have you added other reading sources to your list? There's more actors now. We've got Euractiv, we've got Context, we've got, that was your business after all, as a chief spokesman for the Commission, was following the news. Do you find it easy to just kind of stop paying attention and not read that stuff?
No, I very much read the Brussels info letters, and I don't want to throw any flowers to Politico or to you personally, but I think that playbook is still very much a barometer and a thermometer of what's going on here. I know how demanding it is to produce it on a daily basis, but I very much like the fact that he has the right dosage of serious stuff and gossip. I think that was the original recipe when you started. I'm still dreaming of something that one could call a European public space.
Yep.
And with all due respect, Politico and other outlets fail to produce this. Bono said this famous sentence that Europe is a thought that needs to become a feeling.
Right.
And we fail to create feeling and emotions around Europe.
Okay.
I tried with Taylor Swift, but I failed miserably.
I'm just going to keep the first part of the quote. I kind of, the line went dead at the second part where we failed to create a European public space. But great seeing you, great talking to you. Thank you for your attention. And thanks very much.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you.
I hope that was all right. No, it was good. Okay. The answer on the Ukraine question. Yeah. And what I'll try to Hi. Nice to meet you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nick Gowing. I used to appear on television, but for the last 11 years, I've been running a project called Thinking the Unthinkable. And of course, nothing unthinkable takes place in this world, as we've seen for the last few years. And more unthinkables lie ahead, and we're not here to discuss that. We're here to talk about energy. Picking up what Margarita said, emphasizing energy, and I noticed he talked about gossip as well. We're not going to talk about gossip in Brussels. This is about something far more, far sharper, not least because of what's happening, and it's about to begin in Belém. It happened in Rio. It's happening in Sao Paulo at the moment. The future of energy, will it be defined in an even clearer way after COP29, COP28, 27, particularly when it comes to energy? There are sobering issues which are developing, and I'm not going to summarize this at all, except to say there are enormous amounts of renewables being produced around the world at the moment. The trouble is the demand for energy keeps going up, and that's why there's still a lot of demand for fossil fuels. What I'd like to do is describe this, having had conversations with almost all those on the panel, as really
something of a Rubik's Cube of challenges in the Eastern Mediterranean and Southeast Europe. Indeed, how do we define the Eastern Mediterranean and Southeast Europe? And so we're going to have a whole lot of views here, and we could have a table which probably stretches even out of the room with the number of interests there are in this area, national interests and so on. I'm delighted the Turkish ambassador is here as well, but we haven't got a table which is long enough. So what we want to try and do is capture for you the dilemmas, the challenges, not just from Ukraine, but the challenges in so many areas, many of which will be familiar to you. And I'd like each of the 5 guests just to introduce themselves so they get it right, and they do better than me probably in explaining exactly why they're on this panel. James Watson.
Thank you very much, Nick. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very honored to have the opportunity to speak on this panel. I'm the Director General of Eurometaux. We are the non-ferrous metals industry association in Europe. We represent the full value chain, mining, smelting, through to recycling. All of our metals are more or less critical raw materials, so we are really at the thick of it in terms of powering the future.
Tom Christensen.
Hello, everyone. I'm responsible for international energy diplomacy in the cabinet of Commissioner Jorgensen, the Commissioner for Energy. And before that, I used to be the climate and energy envoy of Denmark for a number of years. Before that, ambassador of Denmark to Egypt. So I know a little bit about the Eastern Med as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Theodore Touros.
Good afternoon, I'm Theodore Juros. I'm from Piraeus Bank, one of the biggest commercial banks in Greece. I'm heading the corporate department, and I'm coming here as a bank. We have financed most of or a big portion of the Greek transition energy in Greece. We have financed a lot of photovoltaic, renewables. We're involved in many projects. And at the same time, we have many corporates who are currently complaining about the energy price in Greece. Thank you.
I'm not going to avoid you, Jeff. I want to go to Charles Ilinas next.
Charles Ilinas from Cyprus. I was the founding CEO of Cyprus National Hydrocarbons Company. And now I am with Atlantic Council and specialize in energy and natural gas, especially around the East Med.
Thank you. And finally, Jeff Pyatt. And the reason I've left you to last, Jeff, is because you come from a unique position. Until a few months ago, you were at Energy. You were Assistant Secretary of State for Energy Resources within the State Department. Before that, you were ambassador in Athens and also in Kiev. And what I asked you to do is explain how the Rubik's Cube is coming together or not, where the pressure points are at the moment, how much can be resolved and how much is a source of tension, you think, coming down the track. And remember, you're not working for the US administration anymore.
No, thanks, Nick. And I think you gave me 3 minutes for that.
Want less?
My introduction is simply friend of Simeon Simokos and somebody who every morning wakes up and thinks how much my wife and I really loved our 6 years in Athens and how much we miss it. So grateful to Simeon for the invitation and to see so many friends. Nick, on your point, I think what I would start with is just understanding how geopolitically central energy has become to all of our countries. And I define energy broadly to include traditional oil and gas, the energy minerals that power our transition, and the clean electrons, where Greece has had such a successful run. This is a set of issues where we've seen a lot of changes in Washington in the past 10 months, if you haven't noticed. But what I would emphasize also is this is a sector, and we've got Panos here from a company that's involved, and Paul, both of whom work in the industry. This is a sector where the smallest investment is $1 billion, and where the timing from exploration to first production to return on investment is measured in decades. So what that means is you shouldn't get confused by the weather vane of domestic politics in any particular country, because what really matters are the trend lines. And I think that the trend lines that are clear at this point are several. First of all, Nick, you alluded to it, massive increases in demand from AI, from cooling, from the rise of a middle class in places like sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia, which is creating exponential growth. We just had in the United States on Tuesday 2 state elections, which Politico actually called the first electricity elections in American history. A decisive factor in both campaigns was the rising cost of power for consumers in those 2 states, in part because of the AI revolution and all the demand from data centers. I want to echo also Bart's optimism earlier today, because I think one of the accomplishments in that geopolitical scenario that hasn't gotten nearly the attention it deserves is the extraordinary progress that Europe has made in weaning itself off of Russian gas. And I will assure you that when I was in Athens in 2022 after the full-scale invasion, when I was talking to Minister Skrekas almost every day about how Europe was going to manage the gas crisis, there is nobody in the US government who predicted that by 2027, Europe would completely decouple itself from Russian energy supplies. And I give enormous credit to President von der Leyen, to my dear friend, Director General Jorgensen in DG Energy, and to Commissioner Jorgensen for really driving that conversation. But then also on energy transition. And on this, I mean, Greece in many ways is an exemplar to the rest of the world, the extraordinary success of Greece's push into renewable energy. But it's also worth noting, the #1 renewable energy state in the US is Texas, also the home of our oil and gas industry. This year, 2025, the first year of the Trump administration, we will install more renewable power in the US than any other year in American history. Notwithstanding President Trump's rhetoric about drill, baby, drill, the market is making choices. And then the last point I'll make in this regard is, as the world moves to a more electrified future, and as we deal with this growth in energy demand, interconnections become more important than ever. So Vice President Shinyas talked about the progress that Europe has made, for instance, in building out its gas infrastructure. And I count as a huge source of pride the work that I led in the Trump and Biden administrations on the TAP pipeline, the Alexandropoli FSRU, the IGB pipeline, and the power interconnections with Egypt to Greece through Gregi, the proposal with Cyprus, the enormous possibilities for further cooperation, which needs to be replicated across Europe, but also equally in the United States, where a major constraint on the success of our energy sector is the need to build more connectivity. So those are the big themes, and very much look forward to the conversation.
But let me just pick up on one thing. There are geopolitical realities everywhere in the world at the moment, particularly in this region. What's your assessment of how stable or fraught the realities are and how they're emerging and developing at the moment when it comes to energy?
So I think the battle, because of the demand, the battle for energy stability, for energy security is becoming more important. I think the Biden administration learned a lesson in getting too far over their skis on the issues around energy transition and not paying attention as much as was needed to how to balance that. I think the Democratic Party is actually in the process of a rebalancing on some of these issues, just as I think the Trump administration has vastly overshot in terms of the emphasis on drill, baby, drill.
I'm talking about lines of tension within the region.
So I think the #1 line of tension within the region is Russia's continued desire to use its energy resource as a source of leverage against Europe. I think that has largely failed, and in large part due to the leadership of American energy producers who have come to the fore. And again, Vice President Shinyas talked about that fateful meeting in the Oval Office. But you look at where we are today, the U.S., unlike the situation in 2018, the U.S. today is the world's largest LNG producer. But by the end of this decade, we will have doubled capacity, which means it's going to be a buyer's market, which means that Russian leverage becomes even worse. I think the East Med is important because of the connectivity that's happening there and the leading role of American companies. You have both Exxon and Chevron strongly engaged here in Greece, in Cyprus, Chevron's leading role in Israel, and Israeli gas going into both Egypt and Jordan, although nobody likes to talk about it. So I am an energy optimist and an optimist about the geopolitics of energy, and I also think this is a powerful
stabilizer and a positive factor in a transatlantic relationship that's faced some turbulence.
Thank you, Jeff. Let me move to Tom Christensen. How does your commissioner view this? How do you view this in your office? Do you agree with Jeff's assessment?
I think we do. I mean, just one bracket on the US. A small Danish company called Vestas that produces some turbines came out with their third quarter report yesterday, and their sales have boomed because of sales in the US in the third quarter. So just to your point. It's not offshore, it's onshore. They produce onshore turbines in the US, but that business is going through the roof. So clearly there's this discrepancy between the rhetoric and the reality on the ground. Now, to the geopolitical question and the region, I think we see it as an energy trilemma that the region is facing, but that Europe in more general terms is facing, where we at the same time have to secure energy and increase energy security and what Commission President has called energy independence from Russia. But at the same time, we need to bring prices down and increase competitiveness and affordability, and we need to decarbonize our energy system. And we saw how difficult it was just to get to an agreement amongst EU member states yesterday when they negotiated the 2040 target and the European NDC. And in a way, all three buckets, the security, the competitiveness, and the decarbonization are politically very complicated internally in the EU, and then with our partners and friends in the neighborhood and more globally. But the good story is that they also reinforce each other. The faster and the more we scale the waning off fossil fuels, and especially Russian fossil fuels, the faster prices will also come down and the more competitive we will get. And that's why the focus of the Commissioner this fall is really on the grids, we're presenting a grids package very soon, a financing vehicle for it, trying to move on the question of permitting and faster permitting. And these are really also tools that will help the region bring down prices and secure its supply. And then, of course, there is the partnership with the US. There is a big conference happening in Athens right now where the US administration and US gas companies are doing a lot of business and helping to shore up the supply side in Europe. We are also having close cooperation with a number of other neighbors in the region, especially Azerbaijan, where there's a Southern Gas Corridor cooperation. We have piped gas from Algeria, and there are all these mega projects being discussed in terms of connectivity across the Mediterranean, from Morocco in the west to Egypt in the east, and so on. So really, I think it's full speed ahead in also securing and stabilizing the energy supply and the transition at the same time.
One of the key phrases in the title for this session is regional cooperation. So let me ask you the same question I put to Jeff, which is about how fraught are the realities? How stable are the realities? Are you optimistic there can be bilateral and multilateral agreements and going forward together, as opposed to new tensions arising, quite apart from Ukraine?
I think the relations in general I mean, are really hampered by the Russian push on the region, as they are also in the north and in the center of Europe. The dynamics are different in each of the regions, also because the question of how to replace the Russian gas, especially, is complex and has different dynamics in each part of Europe as they neighbor to Russia and its immediate neighbors. But that being said, I think everybody is working to create a stable situation where tension actually comes comes down, and we can isolate the tension and increase the flow of alternatives to the Russian gas.
So one side of the Rubik's Cube is looking relatively optimistic on that.
Yes.
If I understand you. Right. Theodore, let me come to you. Banking. What is the banking community, the investment community, not just in Greece, but around the region, thinking of the opportunities, picking up on Jeff's point?
As bankers, we have to be more prudent. Let's start with this. But first to start, regarding the gas independence and dependence from the Russia, it's true that we have made significant steps in order to reduce our dependence. Nevertheless, we should be honest. We should say that today, during the first 9 months of 2025, around 45% of the gas imports in Greece are coming from Gazprom and Russia. So this is a task that we have to take forward. We are all aware of the European legislation that the Russian gas has to be phased out till 2028. So we have to break down long-term contracts with Gazprom, and some big players in Greece, they have to diversify. Nevertheless, we have to say that during the same period, the number of vessels, LNG vessels, they have come to Revithoussa, the LNG terminal. There were 37 vessels compared to 16 vessels the previous year. And 90% of this LNG is coming from US. So definitely there's a significant improvement in the diversification. And I think the most important is that we see also Greece is having more a pivotal role, not just for its own domestic needs, but it's trying to transform its role as a regional gas hub in the post-Russian gas era. And it's very important that there is cooperation among the gas network operators. During the last week, it was a very big, successful event. We managed, there was an auction about blocking capacity to transfer gas from Revithoussa terminal in South Greece to Ukraine, and there was a very successful cooperation among the network operators of Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, Moldavia, and Ukraine. And this has been a very successful, so it has been booked for 6 months to transfer US LNG gas to Ukraine. As we speak today also, there is the forum in Athens, and we hear that there is a lot of discussion about the LNG transfer, the US LNG transfer to Ukraine. And we also have we haven't seen them for a long time, but we have the DFC, which is the US Development Bank. Currently, they are in Greece. They are visiting many projects. They are going to support the import of LNG from US, but they have also been involved in other projects in Greece. We see them in shipyards. They are supporting local shipyards. They are supporting logistics centers. So we have an interference of the US administration again in Greece, which is really important.
What about you are the Chief Corporate and Investment Banking. That's your responsibility at Piraeus Bank as Executive General Manager. What about the investability and those who've got cash? There's a lot of cash around at the moment. Is it seen as a very productive and attractive investment at the moment or not?
First of all, let's say that I think during the last 5 years, Greece has attracted a lot of foreign investment. It's not a coincidence, okay? We have to say that after many years, we have a primary surplus. We have one of the highest GDP growth rates in Europe. It's 2.1%. The rest of the Europe is close to 0.8. We have a very strong tourism industry. It's one of the countries that have benefited most from the Next Generation EU. Around 23 billion subsidies and low-cost investments, loans have been coming to Greece. There is political stability. So there is an environment that has been very, very supportive for new investments to take place in Greece, and they have taken place. In terms of investability in the sector, the energy sector, I think it's one of the few sectors that has attracted foreign investment. Of course, the color or the origin of the investment has changed over time. Back in 2016-17, we had the Chinese investors, they bought 25% stake in the grid network operator. In the next years, we have European players coming in the renewables. In the last years, we have in the Emirates, we have Masdar, Abu Dhabi company making the biggest acquisition in renewables in Greece. It was a 2.5 billion acquisition. They also bought a big healthcare group. So definitely Greece is in the radar screen, and one of the biggest sectors, the most hot sectors currently is the energy.
Thank you very much. Charles, let's come to you, to Cyprus. What's your perspective, given you are an important part of the energy network, the energy framework, and what is developing at speed in the region?
Well, at the moment, the excitement is the American companies are coming and taking the region over by storm as we speak.
Are you comfortable with that?
We are comfortable because they have the know-how, they have the strength, they have the finance to make things happen and make major projects happen. For example, a lot of the gas that lies in the East Med lies in very deep water. It needs technology and it needs huge investments. The American companies can provide both. So as we speak, Chevron and the American administration were in Libya, trying to return back to Libya. Greece is about to award 4 blocks to Chevron, and today ExxonMobil signed a block in the Ionian, which is a very good prospect for producing gas by the end of the decade. In Israel, Chevron is expanding Leviathan and has just signed a major contract to export more gas, to double the exports of gas from Israel to Egypt, to stabilize the Egyptian situation, because Egypt is suffering massively from low gas production, has been forced to import LNG with problems and costs. Chevron is coming to the rescue. And in Cyprus, they're looking to export the Aphrodite gas to Egypt. And again, in Egypt, ExxonMobil has just acquired a new block and plans to start drilling next year. So huge amount of activity in the region by these companies. But what we need is to also stabilize the politics of the region, because a number of projects are facing challenges. Like we talked about interconnectors. The Israel-Cyprus to Greece interconnector is facing challenges, and the Greki interconnector will face similar challenges when it moves further ahead, and these relate to the undefined or disputed EEZs. And I believe the American administration now is putting emphasis on coming to the region and organizing discussions, at least to attempt and resolve the problems. So Prime Minister Mitsotakis, a couple of weeks ago, called a meeting, a 5x5 meeting of the countries in the region to discuss the disputed maritime zones. Behind that is President Trump's special advisor, Masad Boulos, who is pushing for this meeting, and I'm sure he will be pushing for this meeting to succeed. So we need the American companies to come and develop the resources in addition to others, but also we need American help to resolve these problems that at the moment are making some of the developments challenging.
Now, I'm going to put you all on notice. There may be some voices, particularly at the back, who are saying, hang on, all this fossil fuel stuff, that's not what COP is about and what's happening in Brazil at the moment. And when you look back to the declarations of COP28 and COP29, and presumably something in COP30, although it's unclear what that might be, I'm putting to you all on notice at this moment, how do you develop energy? And that's part of the title. Strategies for accelerating energy independence and sufficiency while respecting the green transition. The emphasis so far has been on fossil fuels. I ask you to come back and tell me how much the fossil fuels is central to this, or whether energy independence is going to come from other areas as well. But first, I'm going to go to James.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. I suppose that from what I realize from my point of view and my role on this panel is probably to be the energy realist. I'm representing industry. Today, in Southeast Europe, the price of energy is very, very high. I'm representing the most electrified, energy-intensive industry that we have in Europe. 60% of our processes are electrified. In Southeast Europe, the price last year of electricity was 100 euros higher than in the neighboring regions. I'm representing many aluminium smelters that exist today. If we are waiting for a glut of LNG until 2030, how many will still be there? It is not enough to say that we will be having cheap energy in 5 years. We need it today. I must say that, on behalf of Thomas, We recognise that the European Commission also know this, and indeed special attention has been given to Southeast Europe in the grids plan that is being drawn up to improve interconnectors. This is good, but it won't help us in the short term. We need to see proper action on prices now. Competitiveness is key. There's a reason why it's at the top of the agenda of the European Commission. My companies, representing Mr. Mitilinas and Mr. Panos Lolos here today, of course, investing heavily in renewable energy. It makes sense to do so in Southeast Europe, but we cannot escape what Theodore has also said. We still have 45% Russian gas. The policy to remove that Russian gas cannot be quickly replaced by renewable energy. And we also need to have dispatchable energy. I used to represent Solar Power Europe. Many of you will remember that. I always used to make the joke, it's the best energy in the world except at night. Well, our smelters run 24/7. They run through the night. We need dispatchable, affordable electricity at all times. And that means that we have to find the right way of developing dispatchable, affordable electricity. And whilst we're certainly not against removing Russian gas, it is of no real support and benefit for Europe. We have to look very carefully at what that will mean for a region that is already severely hampered by high energy prices, where many companies are heavily invested in renewables already. We need better solutions. And we have one. It's called the Green Pool. The Greek government has put it on the table and has asked DG Competition to rule on it, and DG Competition have refused. This is a problem, because the Green Pool comes to your next point, Nick. This is about pooling renewable energies and allowing energy-intensive industries to take that energy at better prices. If we don't do things like that, I'm afraid I can't really be as optimistic as I should be. We have to be realistic in industry, and we are facing a crisis. The energy price crisis of 2022 is as real today in Southeast Europe as it was in 2022.
Is that the only way you measure it, by price?
Yes, because that's what makes the difference for us. We're a globally competitive market, and the price of aluminium is set by the London Metals Exchange. We cannot set our own price. So if we're not able, we're price takers. In principle, if we can't make the global cost of aluminium, we become uncompetitive. And that can have very significant consequences, as I see already in Romania. 2 of the smelters have come offline. We will have many, many job losses, and this will be a very bad thing for the region. We need new methods, new thinking, accepting ideas like Green Pool as a stopgap to make sure we have affordable electricity now, not in 5 years in Southeast Europe. Thank you.
Thanks, James. So let me pick up. We've got 20 minutes to run. Let me pick up with Tom first of all. Help me understand this part of the Rubik's Cube, Tom. You know, in the end, the European Union is committed in a big way to green, for want of a better word. But at the same time, much of the discussion so far has been about development, bringing in the big players, particularly from the United States, those who can drill deep, etc., etc. I don't have to repeat the discussion. But how is this resolved? How do you unpick these tensions in terms of demand and supply and what is supplied?
But it's fairly straightforward. We will, with the phase out, and you were praising yourself, Nick, the speed at which Europe had weaned itself off Russian gas already, and oil and coal. But this has, of course, been done by building both renewable capacity at speed. We've been adding, last year it was close to 80 gigawatt of new renewable energy. This year it will be close to 90. And that has replaced some of it, but then the rest of it has been the US-produced LNG that was referenced, and that's coming into Greece and to other parts of Europe. And in the short term, US LNG and gas from our other suppliers is what will fill the gap from the Russian gas, and people who expect that we would simply be able to leave that out of our energy mix and then not have that fossil energy source in the short term, that is not realistic. So there is a transition period of years to come where we will have plenty of gas. I think even the colleague in DG Klima's projection for 2050, when we talk about climate neutrality, still has a fair amount of gas in the European energy system by then. So I don't think anybody expects us to get totally out of gas, even when we're climate neutral. And in the meantime, we simply have to get much faster in ramping up all the alternatives. That's also why you won't find the Commission, in that sense, being technology specific. I think we're rather technology agnostic. There were some who were thinking that Dan Jorgensen, when he came into office, because of his past in Denmark, would be against nuclear energy, for example, and that is simply not the case. I mean, if people want to build nuclear and we can get it up and running, by all means, that is part of the mix. And I think projections for nuclear going forward are also on the rise. So we have to explore basically all the sources we can in the short term, and then we will stick to sort of the long-term goals set by European leaders. And in the short term, and I hear James's skepticism, but we do think, James, that by scaling up on permitting, by having more and better planning, by investing political capital in the interconnectors, and the President of the Commission presented the 8 main bottlenecks, she's calling them the energy highways, that need to be tackled, and some of them have been on the European energy map for more than 15 years and are well known. One of the reasons why energy is so expensive in Greece and southeastern Europe is that there is a huge bottleneck in terms of energy transmission from the Central and Western European grid into southeastern Europe, because there's very, very little interconnectivity, and there have been no incentives for the countries that host the interconnectors to actually build them out, because they are just a pass-through for the energy. So we have to dig deeper and solve those technical, political, and economic challenges as fast as possible, and that's what we'll be trying to do. And then there's the financing, using state aid, using cohesion funds, using all the available funding much more effectively and at speed now. And that's somewhere where member states can also use the funds that are available to them. They can also themselves change their tax regime. That's was number one recommendation in the plan that the Commissioner represented earlier this year, and he will come back with that. Some member states are starting to do that and presenting proposals for basically doing away with energy tax, so that they go from being at the top of the list of expensive energy to going to the bottom. And that's, of course, something any member state can look at.
Thanks, Tom. Jeff, can you pick up on the tension I've tried to highlight, probably in a very crude way, but between fossil fuels, but the need to keep pushing at green and renewables, given the demand that there is, the enormous demand, which you mentioned as well?
So a couple of quick things, Nick. First, I think, as Tom alluded to, we're going to be using fossil energy, and especially gas, for decades to come. So it's incumbent on all of us to work very hard on how to reduce the climate footprint of that production. I'm proud to be associated with an industry association in the US called PAGE that's 100% focused on measuring methane, capturing fugitive gases, and reducing that climate footprint. I think I'm glad I'm not in government anymore, so I can also add, since we're in Brussels, it's really, really important that the United States and Europe find a way forward on the issues around CSDDD and the European methane regulations, because for years to come, 70% of US LNG exports last year went to Europe. So you are our largest customer, we are your largest supplier, so we need to address these issues as business partners, not as negotiating adversaries. I think a good example of the dynamic you alluded to is my home state of California. So California has had fantastic success in building out new renewables, but they've also discovered that as they bring those renewables online, they need the firm capacity that gas can provide underneath that. There's also tremendous growth in the United States now in grid-scale battery storage, and I've been excited. I've had conversations with PPC about their vision for building out grid-scale storage capacity in Greece, which is a natural complement to that enhanced renewable capacity. And then the final point I'll make is about China and supply chains. And I think Bill talked earlier about the consensus in Washington on the need to reduce our exposure to China, but especially in these clean energy sectors, in industries like batteries. We need to figure out how to ensure that China is not able to use that as a source of leverage over us. And I want one particular example. A lot of people in this room know one of the joys for me of living in Athens was every weekend I'd ride the 70 kilometers from my house out to Lavrio on my bicycle. And in doing so, I passed by the port of Lavrio, which is the main mobilization location for what is one of Europe's largest complexes of wind power, which is all of the installations around Evia. I watched over 6 years, and I saw fewer and fewer GE turbines, fewer Vestas turbines, and more from Xinjiang Goldwind and other Chinese companies I had never heard of. And I think that's a problem for our industrial policy, but it's one where, as Tom and I both have said, there's a natural synergy between the United States and Europe, because the adversary we need to worry about is not in Brussels or Washington, it's in Beijing.
And that's still a strong synergy, even after 9 months of the current president.
Absolutely. It's complex because of the Trump administration's tariff-first approach, and I can't do anything about that. But I think navigating through those tariffs in a way that reinforces the complementarity between our respective industries. I love the example also of Hellenic Cables. So Hellenic Cables is the cable provider for the new offshore wind complex that my home energy provider, Dominion Electricity, is building in Virginia. So we need more of that.
Theodore, finance. Let's pick up on what Tom was saying.
First of all, before going to finance, a quick note here. I think the topics we have addressed are 3 different issues. The one is how we reduce dependence on fossil fuel. In my opinion, the European has done a great job. Just taking example of the Greece. In Greece, currently, we have 55% of the electricity produced coming from renewables. By 2030, this is going to be 70%. So I think this is a very good performance. The second question is how we reduce dependence from the Russian gas. This is underway. I see many investments in FSRUs. I see many new LNG terminals. This is going to happen. My only question is at what cost and what is the price differential between the Russian gas and the LNG? And the third question put on the table is what is the impact of all these actions to the final consumers in the industries? That's my concern. That's where Europe has not done enough. Just to give you an example.
What does it have to do?
Just to give you an example. Currently in Greece, the curtailments, the amount of electricity lost during the lunchtime produced from the photovoltaics because there is not enough demand, from the start of 2025 is around 9%. 8% of the production is lost. And at the same time, since August, the interconnection line between Italy and Greece is closed.
Why is that?
It's closed because the Italian operator has decided to close the lines because they don't want to import Greek electricity. It's so simple. So what we see is that the national operators, the national regulators, they prefer to pursue a national policy rather than a European policy. That's a big issue. That's a big issue, and that's why you see currently we have today's price in Greece is 110 euros per megawatt hour, and in Germany it can be 60 or 70.
Before I go to Charles, just pick up on that point about what we've just heard on the Italian interconnector. Italy doesn't want Greek electricity. I don't know what the difference is, but you know what I mean.
let's don't make
electrons are electrons, I think. But no, I listen. This is exactly the challenge that we have 27 countries. We, as Letta said in his report last year, we don't have an energy union. We have 27 systems that at best engage each other once in a while, and we need to come together. But this is also up to the EU governments, whether they want to give a little bit of mandate and authority to Brussels to help plan and make sure that it's a well-functioning, integrated system that functions as one. Because there are a whole number of deficiencies in the way we interconnect, and Greece is particularly badly hit, but it's actually a union-wide challenge, and it can be helped. We are how shall I put it? We are our own worst enemies here, as the way we've organized this in Europe.
Charles, do you feel the same way? Is down in Cyprus?
Well, the problems in Cyprus and the region with regards to energy transition are that they're far behind. I mean, in Europe, over 50% of electricity comes from renewables. In Egypt, it's barely 6%. In Israel, it's below 15%. Even in Cyprus, which is within the European Union and has the financial capability to do it, it's only 24%. The reason is outdated grids, lack of battery storage, and often a lack of operational capability, especially in Egypt. These problems are going to come, are haunting the region, but also are coming to haunt Europe, because if we look at Europe, by 2030, electricity demand may be doubled. To achieve that, to be able to cope with that, there is a need for a huge investment in grids. For example, there is an estimated 1.4 trillion euros needed to expand grids in Europe to achieve that target by 2040. And then there is interconnection, the cost of interconnection, the cost of battery storage. All of these things we haven't talked about. These are the challenges being faced in Europe and to a larger extent around the East Med.
But you say we haven't talked about it, but do you believe they are recognized at least?
They are recognized but to varying degrees. In Egypt, the desperation at the moment is how to secure energy by any means. That's why gas is indispensable. About 80% of their electricity comes from gas, and they don't produce enough gas anymore, and we can go into that, but it's a long story. Their desperation is to bring gas into Egypt. That's priority number one. In Israel, there is conflict, there is problems, there is lack of focus on renewables capabilities there, the finances there, and it will come later. And in Cyprus, multitudes of problems. One of the biggest problems is the inability of Cypriots to execute major projects without problems.
All right, we have 7 minutes to run, so I'm going to give each of you a challenge for your final remarks in a moment to give a couple of minutes thought to. What would be your takeaway for everyone in the room and also watching online about the scale of the challenges you're facing, the speed at which achievements can be made, and particularly how the public is going to be reassured there will be enough energy, and it'll be energy at a price which is affordable, which is clearly a massive problem. But before that, James, can I just come to you and pick up what Tom said? Were you reassured about what you face when you're facing the interconnector problems, the electricity at such a high value, wherever it comes from?
Yeah, I must say we do generally appreciate the efforts that are being made by DG ENA and, of course, the cabinet of Commissioner Jorgensen. We do see that they are working very much to try and help alleviate the situation. Of course, the problem that we face is that those are solutions that will impact in 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years down the line, and the problem is immediate. And actually, I would also say we don't really expect them to have a magic wand for that either. It's not that you can just simply say, okay, we're going to make the price of electricity much cheaper overnight. There are, of course, structural issues. I did mention green pool before, so I won't go on that line again, and I've had a quick chat with Thomas about it on the side of the panel. In principle, there are mechanisms which can be deployed, which can make a difference today, and we are optimistic about trying to push those through. And you've seen something like in Italy, where they also provide direct support for OPEX. Again, though, state aid really does depend on individual countries, and I'm not sure Greece has so much money to invest in state aid to support its businesses. I would just like to say one other final thing, because I really do agree with what Jeff has said about China. We have circular future in the title of this panel, and I think for my last remark, I will say we are facing also a scrap problem, also a crisis. Copper and aluminium scrap is leaving Southeast Europe and Europe in general in record volumes and heading to China. China is overpaying deliberately, and it's an incredibly clever strategic plan, because if they starve our smelters, we will have no metal to actually make anything with. And I'm sorry to say, ladies and gentlemen, a Vestas wind turbine built with Chinese aluminium or steel is not energy security. If we are not responding to this threat from China, we will not have a European aluminium or copper or steel industry, and then we will be totally beholden to Beijing for our energy transition, and that would be a huge strategic failure of the European Union. Thank you again for inviting me on the panel.
That then is a warning. Jeff, do you want to pick up, as James particularly mentioned you?
Well, first of all, I think everything that James said I can associate myself with, and most folks in Washington would share as well. But I also want to say I started this week in Texas. I was with Mike Wirth, the CEO of Chevron, one of our largest energy companies. And as my Atlantic Council friend Charles pointed out, Today, some of the biggest US companies in the world are involved in these issues in the East Med region in Greece. I work with some of them, and I know they are all strongly committed to the transatlantic relationship and to serving as a stabilizer at a complicated moment in the transatlantic trade relationship, as we heard about in several of the morning panels. So I remain deeply optimistic about these issues. I'm incredibly proud to see how this aspect of the US-Greece alliance has grown so dramatically over the past decade. But I also think we need to recognize that there are two structural forces that are outside us which are affecting this sector. One is the energy transition and the imperative of that link to climate. And then the second is the role of two parties, both Russia and China, both of whom have sought to use their energy monopolies or their energy sectoral monopolies as an instrument of strategic malign influence.
So, Charles, do you feel deeply optimistic? That's the phrase that we just heard from Jeff.
No, not deeply optimistic. I think.
That's why I'm the American.
There are problems.
You give your answer again, can you?
So, no, I'm not that optimistic because I'm looking at it from the eyes of the East Med. The East Med is a region of many promises, but also many challenges. And we have so far proven incapable of solving these challenges on energy, on politics, and all of these things on our own. And the big gathering in Athens today is an indication that the United States interests are turning to the region now, with the big oil companies coming to the region. The two American ministers being in Athens today, huge effort to open up Southeast Europe and get it away from Russia and so on. We need that involvement. We need external help if we're going to resolve our problems. And I hope that our own interests in the region align with those of the United States. And they come and help us or push us to resolve the problems. On our own, we cannot do it. We need that help.
So, Theodore, let me come to you. Is finance going to be an enabler to try and get over some of the things we've just heard, particularly from Charles?
I don't think that finance was never a stopper for this kind of deals. Financing has been one of the few areas that most of the projects have been able to find a lot of money. So I think finance is going to be there. There's a lot of appetite from the Greek banks and international banks to support these projects, as long, of course, as we can support them, as we can see the long-term viability of these projects, because all these are financed on a project finance basis. So yes, personally, I'm confident that there is appetite for financing, and they can be financed on a long-term basis.
Thank you. Tom, I'll come to you in a moment. James, is there anything you'd like to add? Okay, Tom, let me pick up, particularly what we heard from Charles. We're incapable of solving this on our own. What's the message then for here in Brussels and for your commissioner?
I mean, I want to pick up also on the China thread, because I mean, the good story also in light of COP30, and you see a lot of climate reporting right now that we are not going to make it. We are way past achieving the Paris Agreement targets and so on. But things are picking up. The transition is picking up speed all over the world. We will, according to IRENA, have up to 750 gigawatt of installed new capacity this year of renewable energy, and there are a number of technologies that are past tipping points. The question is how much of that global opportunity European industry and Europe will be able to gain and benefit from. And there are still, we've talked about sectors where China is leading. There are still a number of sectors where Europe is leading, including a few where the American tariffs are hitting American interests and not European interests. A bit ironic, Jeff, but we can talk about that offline. But there are some strange tariffs being put on European products for the US market that are actually hurting the US energy play as it rolls out right now. And so I don't think things are as gloomy and as bad, but it's clear we need to change gear, we need to get up our efforts, and we need to find ways to compete with China in the global marketplace, including on critical raw materials, where we're having a review of all the EU policies, and we'll be putting forward a new initiative very soon. President von der Leyen announced it in Berlin two weeks ago. It's called Resource EU. And we will put all our efforts into ensuring also not only energy independence, but also rare earth independence going forward.
But just to pick up on that point, when you look at what the PIC, the Potsdam Institute, and Johan Rockström are saying, we've passed the 7th boundary already, and there's more work being done on tipping points. The science is not favourable, and there are large numbers of people in the public who want action and want to see something. How is this going to be sold in national governments, particularly when it comes to the fact that much of what we've talked about has been about the development of fossil fuels to meet energy demands in the Eastern Mediterranean and Southeast Europe?
But as I said, the focus on fossil fuels right now is there because we are getting out of the dependency on Russia, and we have a gap, and we need to fill that, and that's where the focus is of policy making and of deal making. But as we are doing that, the other transition is plowing ahead and is picking up speed. And of course, we need to be better at thinking through the impacts for industry and those who are energy dependent, and coming up with solutions not in 2 or 5 years, but for tomorrow, for all those industries who are in a crunch right now because of the high prices. But as I also tried to say, Nick, some of the high prices are due to EU policies, but some of them are also due to EU member states and what they do, including, for example, taxation on energy. That is a national responsibility.
Anyway, the most important takeaway is don't be too gloomy. We've heard from Jeff, strongly committed, deeply optimistic. We've heard from Theodore, banks want to be supportive. So even if the science is not looking good, the reality of what we set out to achieve today, talking about the Eastern Mediterranean, Southeast Europe, regional cooperation, accelerating energy independence, is moving in the right direction, even if there are a lot of bumps and scrapes on the way in the immediate future. Thank you all very much indeed. So I can't talk to you for longer beforehand.
Yeah.
Mr. Angelos Athanasopoulos will chair the next session. Angela, please.
Electricity intensive industry and seeing gas and the chemicals gas industry is doing well. It's good. Very good. Thanks for bringing up the China point.
It's so important.
We shouldn't forget that.
I saw. I'm supportive. I'm supportive. Thank you.
Interessant, viele Leute das hören. Ich dachte, das ist auch nicht zu arbeiten. Ist ja Demonstration, das gesagt hat.
I know you. He works for me, he's in my team, right? Okay, nice to meet you. So you're stepping in for Hamid, right? I can Shall we go? And it will be a Germanic. What Germanic is a bit exaggerated, right? I mean, more Germanic. So much. Thank you. It is an honor.
Sparkling or still?
Good afternoon to all. Let's please get seated so that we move on. These organizers are always very firm with the moderators. Thank you all for being here. I'm Angelos Thanassopoulos. I'm a journalist and currently I'm the APP National and Regional Press Director. I have the honor to moderate the following panel. Who would say that a few years ago that someone would moderate a panel rearming Europe's defense, but here we are. So, rearming Europe's defense, the response to a multipolar world. This is the title of our panel, and we have 5 distinguished speakers. To my left, Ambassador Bartol, the permanent representative of Poland to the EU. Gundram Wolf, senior fellow in Bruegel, I suppose you all know him. Burkhard Schmidt, director for defense and security in ASD Europe. Mrs. Benedetta Berti, Secretary General in NATO Parliamentary Assembly in Belgium, and last but not least, a close friend, Yannis Maniatis, today member of the European Parliament, huge experience on many issues, especially on defense, and also, if I remember, we're a rapporteur from the S&D on defense and EDIP. So, without further ado, I would like to start with you, Ambassador, if you allow me. So, also with your experience recently as chairing the EU presidency, recently the European Commission presented its roadmap for the EU defense readiness by 2030. Many interesting ideas included in this text, but I would like to ask you, first of all, what in your view should be the priorities in the process of Europe's rearmament? Initially, the text was focusing more on building defenses to the east, but then the member states compromised on a 360 degrees approach. So, what is your take on this? Where we should focus first? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much also for inviting me. I think that you couldn't have chosen the subject better, because, as you say, defense is now at the top of the EU's agenda. You said something interesting, which is that as a way of compromise, the roadmap and the European Council conclusions and all the documents and discussions focus around the 360 approach. I don't think it's a compromise, actually. I think it's a principle that we all recognize. Nobody disputes the fact that Europe as a whole needs to be protected, to be able to defend itself, and to be able to be defense ready by 2030. This is, well, it's actually, probably somebody could write a thesis about how we got there. And how late some of us realized that this is needed, and how early others did, but that's for another discussion. So the 360 approach to defense of the whole of Europe is a principle which is shared by everybody. But I also think that a principle shared by everybody is that the immediate threat is at the east, and that the biggest threat in Europe right now is Russia and its aggression. And even though somewhere in the world people may think that it's awkward to say that Russia is the aggressor, I think that in Europe this is beyond any doubt. And what does that mean? It does not mean that the eastern flank should be defended while other parts of Europe should not be defended. But I think that there is a question of timing about what is the immediate threat and what is a threat, which both are threats. And that's why when we are talking, we from the regions, from the frontline countries, are talking about the defense of the eastern flank, we are not talking of it as a priority in financial terms or in strategic terms, but as a priority in timing. What we like to say is that in order to defend the whole of Europe, you need to start by where the most vulnerable parts are, and hence our insistence on the adequate defense of the eastern flank. And I don't think that anybody disputes that. I mean, we like to say that we are front-loading the European defense, but it's only a front-loading that we are asking for. It's not a unique focus. So, but in terms of substance, if you ask me where we should concentrate, I think that I'm very happy to be here in particular because the whole project, if you look at back a year ago, I think, Yanis will correct me, it was a year ago when our Prime Minister, the Greek Prime Minister and the Polish Prime Minister were first actually to propose a serious and developed defense project. That also shows you that we can cooperate very well independently of where we are in Europe, which was the air defense shield. And this is one of the flagship projects right now in the defense readiness roadmap. We, of course, are very attached also to the eastern flank. But what is the main purpose? The main purpose is to build a European defense industry, to find the right capabilities. We don't have the same needs in terms of capabilities. No, I mean this would be, you know, we have a land border with the east. Others have a maritime border. Others have borders from and threats, possible threats from the south. It's all about, so we don't necessarily need the same equipment, but we need the equipment to be compatible, and we in particular need to fill the capability gaps that we have also in very different degrees among Europeans. I don't know if you want me, for how long you want me to speak, because I could speak for 4 days actually.
I will cut you here because I have another question.
So I think that is all right. I think that would be the gist of where we are.
Sure. Gundram, I was reading recently a very interesting report in Bruegel, one of the many interesting ones you publish every so often, on Europe's dependency on US foreign military sales. And if someone would like to be a little bit cynical, he could say that, you know, the Europeans are in a way today subsidizing the US arms industry, but the United States do not seem to be any more as reliable as an ally as they were in the past. And I wonder if there are real ways to reduce this dependency as it is today, as far as the Europeans are obliged to keep buying US weapons to support Ukraine because they need much more time to develop their own defense industry. What do you think?
Well, I mean, first of all, thank you so much for the invitation. It's great to be here, and it's great to discuss this topic. And some of us have been recently already in similar setups discussing these issues. So it's great to have an opportunity to discuss it here also at the Delphi Forum. And congratulations for coming to Brussels also. That's great to have you here. I mean, look, this issue of foreign military sales and the dependency, but also, of course, the benefit, I think is a very interesting and very important issue. I mean, my first point would be that, of course, as Europe rearms, it spends a lot more resources than it used to spend only a few years ago on the defense on buying arms, basically, right? And just to give you a number here, we used to spend around 0.3% of GDP on armament in NATO Europe. Now that number has moved up to 0.7% of GDP, and with the 3.5% goal, it's set to increase further to I think significantly further as we move from 2% to 3.5%. A significant part of that increase will also be on armament, right? And so that's the first point. So demand is increasing very fast. And you know, then what you get as a sort of 101 economics 101 reaction is as you expand demand, a significant part of that demand goes to your domestic industry, but of course, as your domestic industry is supply constrained, some of it goes abroad, right? And so it is totally natural that as this happens, as we expand our investments into arms, we spend more on basically foreign supplies and buy from the United States. Why from the United States? Well, basically because it's one of the biggest, it is the biggest arms exporter in the world, right? So I think this is all very, very normal and natural, and I think it's a good and positive development. Now, the worry comes in, and that's where I think what our paper has been saying is the worry comes in when this becomes a dependency that might become excessive or might be at a level where it can be exploited. And let me just exploit it for other purposes, such as, for example, negotiations in the trade realm. And we've seen the Director General for Trade in the Commission being on the record saying that the recent trade agreement has not been just a trade agreement, but has been influenced also by the precarious security situation and the relationship on the security relation with the United States. So what is the worry? I think for me the worry is in particular a worry if a lot of the spending that is happening on the most sophisticated advanced systems predominantly goes to the United States, and thereby these kind of systems are not being developed in Europe. So that's sort of one big worry. With this paper that we published, we had really a very granular data set. So what we did, I mean, just to summarize what we did in this paper, we looked at all US foreign military sales since 2008. So this is 1,200 notifications by the US government, US administration to Congress. We basically analyzed all of these PDFs using large language models. And what you see very clearly in the data is that it's not a general dependency, but it's one that is very concentrated around some very high-tech equipment. So this is one issue. The second issue, and I think this is something that I think we just need to talk about and think about what we do, or what we want to do about it, is a very, very strong dependence on specific software systems, right? I mean, and it's really software is key, right? I mean, so we have the modern weapon systems are not sort of steel and gunpowder, right? I mean, so that's what we like to think of, but there's a lot of very sophisticated software behind it. And of course, if the control over that software and the updating of that software is not in the hands of key military powers in Europe, well, then at that stage, of course, it's the vulnerability that might be exploited at some stage. Do I say that it will be exploited? No, I don't say this. We say this very clearly in the paper. I think even the mere possibility that it might be at some stage even be hinted that someone might not update or something like this, even the mere possibility of that already changes the equilibrium of all kinds of other negotiations that are ongoing. And so in that sense, our advice or our hope is that European leaders, policymakers in that space start developing their own sort of strategy of how to gradually reduce that kind of dependency. And it's painful. I know it's painful. It is an investment. But I do think that ultimately it is needed. And if you allow me, I give just one little example to make it concrete, and just 1 second. I mean, so very specifically, you don't see it in the procurement data automatically. Why not? Well, basically, just this one example. So when Germany buys for tens of billions of euros new ships, frigate ships, they are bought from sort of German producers, for example, ThyssenKrupp Marine Systems. But in these systems, you have a component, which is the software component, which is actually then a US software, basically. So the Aegis software, for example, for air defense systems. So I think that's something where you have to just weigh the costs and the benefits. And ultimately, that's a very complicated weighing of costs and benefits. But I think it's something that needs to be done.
Thank you so much, and thank you also for the bridge, so I can turn to Burkhard. And I mean, defense will remain the most critical domain for the future of European security in general, as we know. But I wonder, what would be your advice from the ASD and the industry side on to the EU decision makers on possible ways to further increase European cooperation and coordination to promote EU strategic autonomy? And as Gundram said, the European aspect in the procurement is critical. It's also design authority and all this that you have recently written in ASD. So I would like your take also on this. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, also thank you very much for the invitation. I mean, I think it is important to sum what the two previous speakers have said up in two sentences, basically, right? I mean, we are in a very tricky situation. There is a clear military threat against Europe, on the one hand, and on the other hand, we have a strong dependence on the US when we talk about our defense. And both things are problematic, to put it mildly. Also, what Gundram just said about the dependence on the US, yes, I agree, but it's not only about the possibility that it could be exploited politically. There is a clear, and it's not new, strategic shift in the US. From the Washington perspective, the main enemy is not Moscow, it is China. And this is not new. But this pivot to Asia, as we have called it already 10 years ago, this now comes together with the America First policy of Trump, and both things together create doubts as to the credibility of the US commitment to defending European allies, right? So this, I think, is important. It sets a bit the scene for everything that we do and that we talk here. So my conclusion from that is that Europe has a strong interest to urgently develop its own defense capabilities and to reduce its dependencies on the United States. This will not happen overnight. It will take time, which is a problem because we don't have time. We talk about defense readiness by 2030, which is basically tomorrow. And it will need much more European cooperation, as you just said, right? And this is also a difficult thing. Defense remains a member state's prerogative, so most part of defense cooperation is intergovernmental, and this is not always very efficient, to put it like that, right? So you asked me what kind of advice would I or would ASD give on that? I mean, thinking about this question, 6 advices came to my mind. The first one is a bit more to member states, I think, right? And this is, I think, what we would ideally have to become more efficient is what we call defense industrial output targets. I mean, when you see what we do in defense and how we cooperate, we have NATO. NATO defines defense capability targets, and they are then put forward to member states, and then member states do basically individually their job. From an industrial perspective, I think it would be much more efficient if these member states would not simply go away and do it then all alone on themselves, but if they did a similarly systematic approach to translate that into industrial output. This, I think, would be very helpful, and this would be a big step forwards, rationalizing the European demand side. That is very important from an industrial perspective. My second advice would be, and it is a bit related to that, it could be an outcome of that, is we should buy more together. The ambassador just mentioned here the air defense initiatives and so on. This is definitely a positive step, but in general, I think we have to learn to buy much more together. I mean, defense budgets are mainly national budgets, so money lies with member states. We have seen a considerable increase in defense spending, and this is going to continue. But I mean, our resources are not endless. We see that the fiscal space also differs widely between different member states, and we all have an interest to procure in a more smart way, right? And for me, buying together is one of these things. How to get there is a challenge. As I said, if we had such an industry output target or so, I think this would be very helpful in that respect. The second advice that I would give to member states is, and it was mentioned already, buy more European. I know that there are certain capabilities that we do not have yet, right? But again, we have to break out of that cycle. If we always argue that, oh, this takes too long, and by the way, this argument that I have heard many times immediately after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, that, oops, it takes too long, we buy it from the US. This applies nowadays only partly, I would say, because the US industry faces similar problems, by the way. So if you buy something from the US today, I'm not sure whether you would actually get it sooner than if you bought it from a European supplier. So whenever possible, and I don't say that it is always possible, but I think we have a strategic interest in applying a European preference policy. This, for me, is not an economic argument, but for me, these days, in the current geopolitical context, is a strategic imperative, I would say. Because this is the precondition that we develop an industry that is able to provide our armed forces with what they need, also in case of war, because when we talk about war readiness, this is also what we are talking about. If I look a bit more to the EU side then, what would be my advice? Here I have three advices. I mean, the first one would be to be fast. We have now a number of initiatives on the table, right? We have seen the agreement on EDIP last week, finally, I would say. We have the SAFE regulation that was adopted and that is now being deployed. We have seen yesterday or today the agreement on the mini omnibus. I apologize for all these acronyms also. I don't know whether everyone is familiar with it, but so we have plenty of things, not plenty, we have a number of initiatives now on the table, and these initiatives must now be implemented as soon and as fast as possible. I think this is the first advice that I would give to EU policymakers. The second thing is to be ambitious on CRM, because we just talked a lot about dependence on the US. I'm even more afraid of our dependency on Chinese critical raw materials. We have seen that a couple of weeks ago when China decided to strengthen the export control for rare earth. Okay, now they have smoothened a bit their position, but the dependence is terrible. It is really terrible. I was very happy to hear the Commission's President von der Leyen announcing this initiative, right, Resource EU, to be seen what is in there, but I can only encourage the Commission to be as bold and as ambitious as possible, right? I know that it...
And your last advice?
My last advice is, again, same thing, be bold when you look at the next MFF. Right? We have seen the Commission's proposal this summer, 130 billion or so for space security and defense. This is less than what we have recommended as ASD, but still it's a considerable progress as compared to the current MFF. And I think it is important to spend money not only nationally, but also at the EU level, right? And also in the interest of cooperation. Thanks.
Thank you. Benedetta, turning to you, and going more to a, let's say, bureaucratic style of question, but there are voices in the EU saying that due to the current state of the US, maybe we should start thinking as a union to create parallel military command structures. So I wonder, from your experience also in NATO, how useful, how feasible would you consider such an option, and if this duplication risk is still a risk today? Thanks.
Right. Thank you. Okay, I would say thank you for the question. I wouldn't say it's bureaucratic. I would say it's deeply strategic. And let me just improvise a little bit and say what my reactions are. First point, we have one set of forces, one set of capabilities. We don't have a EU army and a NATO army and an army for peacekeeping. We have one set of forces. So we need to use it in the most strategic way. Now, if we were at peace, if we were in a time of no threats, if the risk, then we could have a higher risk appetite, right? If we are at peace, if nobody's challenging us, then taking steps that would weaken what we have in order to create something new, risky, but it's a conversation we could have. That's not, I'm sorry to be the negative Nancy in the room, but that is not 2025, 2026 Europe. The largest war that we've seen in generations is being waged on our continent. We are being tested every single day through the non-kinetic means. We have an increasingly more military and muscular Russia working closely with the People's Republic of China, North Korea, Iran. Now it is not the time to take something that is working and make it weaker. Now, we already have gaps in the NATO command structure. Let's make no mistakes. We do not have everything we need in terms of forces and capabilities. There are gaps that we need to fill. So my advice would be absolutely. Can we fulfill our commitments that we've made to each other for what it takes to territorially defend Europe? Because even in all EU documents, I see very clearly reiterated that when it comes to collective defense, when it comes to the territorial defense of Europe, there is no alternative to NATO. And I don't think anybody disagrees with that. So I think in order to be serious, my 2 cents is I would go in the opposite direction. I would have a discussion around how do we make NATO more European? How do we strengthen the European pillar of NATO? How do we have a real burden shifting so that we have a Europe-led NATO when it comes to conventional defense? That means look at our command structure. It works really well. There's nothing that stops Europeans from having more forces, more capabilities, and if you have more forces and capability, we can shift that burden. And instead of having the current balance between what we need from the US and what we need from Europe, we can shift it and we can target, that's the word we use in the defense planning, more Europeans. But in order to do that, you need to have the forces, you have to have the capability. So I would say, let's do that. Same for capability targets, which were already mentioned. We have, at the last summit, agreed a 5% pledge, and the 3.5 defense core, it's tied to our capability targets, which essentially tell each and every country, this is what we need to deter, and if deterrence fails, to defend credibly. There is a balance there. With a more capable Europe, we can target more European capabilities. I want to make clear that, however, there are areas where the gaps are significant, and the notion that we can overnight redress this imbalance is simply fictitious. For example, air and missile defense, we need an increase of 400% from our Europeans to have what we need. To have what we need now with US involvement. So let's be very realistic about what we can and cannot do. I would say yes to more stronger European pillar, yes to investing more in a competent, stronger Europe in a fairer NATO, but creating separate structures and duplicating when we don't have everything we need for our main structure and when we don't have a clear alternative, to me is a waste of energy. Let's make a stronger European pillar in NATO. That's my personal opinion, of course.
Thank you. Well, turning to Yanis, I mean, EDIP has already been mentioned. So we have the debate on the next EU budget ahead of us, and at the same time we have a series of defense instruments, defense financing instruments. We have SABE, we have EDIP, we have new ideas about EDF and all this. I wonder how we can make this proliferation of these proposals to work in harmony, and maybe focus a little bit on EDIP, which is something that you have dealt with recently quite deeply, and tell us also what the role of EDIP can be.
Well, you have used the word harmony. I don't know whether I can talk about harmony in these cases. First of all, thanks for the invitation. The recent geopolitical developments have forced Europe to be more serious on defense. This is the first issue. Second, you're right that in the next multi-annual financial framework, it is proposed to have 130 billion euros for defense. Today, in the current MFF, we have only 10. So, to go from 10 billion euros today to 130 in the next MFF, it's a huge change. At the same time, now we have the European Defence Fund for Research and Development, 8 out of the 10 billion euros. We have a DIRPA about common procurements. And this instrument has an interesting experience because it had only 300 million euros, but they achieved to mobilize about 11 billion euros, which means that if we use this money in a smart way, we can mobilize much more investments. Now, and at the same time, we will have the European Competitiveness Fund with 450 billion euros, where there will be defense, digital innovation, other innovation, health, life, and some other projects, all in the same basket. We disagree on this new approach, but we will see how it will change after the discussion with the Parliament. Next point. Despite all the other issues, we need to discuss and have the approach of the industry, the role of small and medium enterprises, the participation in a fair way of all countries, not only the developed ones, and of course, how we will pass from the innovation to a large-scale production. Because what we need at the end of the day is to have production of European defense products. Now, more money does not mean better defense. If we do not spend in a proper way, we will increase our dependency on third countries. And this dependency will become bigger. In 27 different systems, army systems, working independently one from the other. Now, what we need to have strong eligibility rules, which means we need to have two pillars. The first, to increase the interoperability of the various systems, which means common procurements among the various national systems, common development capabilities, and of course, economies of scale. If this is the first pillar, the second will be a strong European preference, because using European money, the European taxpayers' money, we must invest all these in European works, European industry, European sovereign rights, etc. Are we ready for all this? I'm not sure whether the member states are ready. In any case, there are some concrete rules.
Can you summarize this in half a minute?
Yes, I can summarize. We have already lost our time. In any case, let me just the last comment about EDIP. EDIP is the European Defence Industry Programme. It has only 1.5 billion euros, but we are sure that this instrument will be the base for the competitiveness fund. So it's very important to see what we have achieved in EDIP. In EDIP, our main achievement is that we have strong eligibility criteria, stronger criteria than in SAFE. And it means that we have the design authority, which means that giving money in a product, in defense product, there will be no restrictions from third countries on the change, on the usage, on the modification, or other permissions. We will not need other permissions from third countries. We will use European money to produce European products with no restrictions by third countries. This is, I think, this is a core project.
I would use this as a bridge to ask the ambassador the following question and jumping into SAFE. There's been a lot of discussion about third countries in SAFE and all this. Now, I want to be clear. We have various third partners. Some countries consider them very close, some others consider them more far away. My question is, what should be the guiding principle when we work with third countries? isn't simply a transactional way of doing things. Do we need to stay focused also on our values, on our principles, on how these third countries work with EU member states? What do you think?
Thank you. Well, it's a tricky question, which actually has to do with the eligibility that you've just mentioned. Well, first of all, SAFE is the first and for the time being last, because EDP doesn't have the same principles, program where we have we have the possibility of strongly cooperating with other defense industries from third countries. So this is, I believe, a very good development because, of course, it is beneficial to both sides. It's a completely new chapter that we are actually exploring only now. We haven't had yet any bilateral agreement concluded. So it's also to the benefit of the European industry because it brings additional funding. Not the member state, but the states who want to cooperate with us in SAFE need to provide a financial contribution which will benefit to the European defense industry programs. For the time being, we have open negotiations with the UK and Canada. And if I were to answer your question very quickly, there are two sets of principles. One principles are all the criteria for this bilateral agreement between the EU and the third country to happen, which are already included in the SAFE regulation, including financial contributions, different percentages of negotiated percentages of products, but also some political criteria. We are mainly talking about like-minded member states, and that is inscribed in law. But what does this mean in practice? In practice, it means that the Commission, before even proposing a mandate to the Council, conducts a very thorough economic assessment, obviously, on the impact of this or that industry on our own industry and the benefits that our industry can get, evaluates the financial contributions, but also a political assessment. And this political assessment is something which I think replies to your questions, which is, as I say, enshrined already in the regulation. And typically, when you're talking about the CFSP alignment, which is indeed the most tangible difficulty or concern which could arise, will be part or is part of this political assessment. So it is clearly a case-by-case definition, and it's definitely not solely an economic calculation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for helping me with the time. Gurjan, back to you again. I'm really interested if you can throw us some light on how all these instruments can work together. I mean, how they can be possibly prioritized, if one should take precedence over the other and all this. What do you think? I know you'll keep it short.
Well, okay. I mean, so look, I did want to say two other things very quickly, and I think one point I really wanted to make before leaving this panel is, I mean, we need to invest more into the modernization of our armies. I mean, I am quite worried when I look at existing procurement, and which I've studied in detail, and compare that with the effectiveness of military equipment in battlegrounds such as Ukraine. I do see very big discrepancies, and I think this is something we need to really study in much more detail. I mean, you look at the major investments that Germany is undertaking, and there's really a lot in established systems and very little in the stuff that actually works very well at the moment, at least in Ukraine. And I'm frankly quite worried that our procurement agencies that tend to follow very bureaucratic processes and bureaucratic instincts will miss the modernization boat. I think that's very important. The second, really just one word on I think the very valuable points that Benedetta made. I basically agree fully on the baseline, but I do think at the highest political level, we have to start thinking about sort of extreme scenarios and do some contingency planning, right? Because there are some big risks out there if things go sour. And we have to think about those, because if we don't, we just really have a problem. But the baseline, I totally agree. I mean, we need to work in the NATO framework, because the NATO framework is the best we have at the moment. So I'm totally on that. On the financing, I mean, basically, I think what is happening is that to a significant extent, I mean, almost exclusively, the financing is by the member states, right? I mean, there's very little European financing instruments. There's the SAFE instrument, okay, which in the end is basically just a credit that is passed on to member states. And yes, there are some requirements that you spend it European, et cetera, but then there's the derogation, and let's see how much of the derogation, how much of the spending will be basically under the derogation. So even that SAFE instrument is, at least in the first year, mostly sort of just subsidizing borrowing for member states to be spent under the derogation on whatever they want to spend it on, right? So there's no real European dimension. The big thing that is happening is basically the spending at the national level. And there, the big guy is Germany by now, right? I mean, so German spending, I mean, total NATO spending, Europe NATO spending on equipment in 2021 was around 60 billion. Now, in 2024, German procurement alone was 60 billion, right? So Germany in 2024 basically is as much as all of NATO Europe together in 21. Germany's going to move to 80 billion. That's basically more than the combined spending of Poland, France, and the UK, right? So this is really big, and this is where the things are happening. And I think we really need to focus on what Germany will spend. Will Germany spend it in the right way or not? That's going to be absolutely crucial. And there I have the concern on the modernization part, which I mentioned at the beginning.
Thanks so much. Burkhard, again, please be concise. Non-military security. We have sabotages, cyber attacks, espionage, disinformation. Sometimes when we talk about defense, we tend to forget about these things. I wonder how we can enhance Europe's preparedness on this. What's your view?
What a topic, huh? No, you're absolutely right. There is a tendency to focus only on defense and forget the non-military dimension of security, and this is wrong. And we see that every day, right? Because we talk about defense readiness by 2030. At the end of the day, we are already under attack today. We are under attack, but with non-military means. To cope with these hybrid attacks is a challenge in itself, because you have to use a whole toolbox for that. You have to use military and non-military means. And when you talk about non-military defense, you have this problem of fragmentation, but it's even worse than on defense, because you have many of different actors who have played together. Competences are completely, dispatched all over the place, and this makes it very difficult. I mean, for the sake of time, I'd like to stress one point, and this is the importance of technology for this kind of security. I mean, we are facing a threat from a state actor and state-sponsored actors. I mean, these threats are highly sophisticated. If you want to protect against these kind of threats, you have to have technology. And this technology, sorry to say, it can only come from industry. So we talk a lot about defense industry. I think we don't speak enough about security industry, because technologically speaking, it can be as challenging and as sophisticated as defense industries. And the same problem here again. I think you have to have European technology from European industry, because, I mean, you have to be very careful which supplier you give access to your critical infrastructure. Right? I mean, I think we have to be very careful. Trustworthiness is crucial in this aspect, and here I would always give preference also to European suppliers. So European security industry is very important, I think, and I'm very happy to see that in the proposed competitiveness fund, for example, for the first time ever, the Commission proposes a security industrial policy as a political objective. I think this is very important, and I can only hope that this will survive the negotiation process. Thanks.
Thank you. Bernard, again on this EU-NATO coordination or split, would you say that we have to be more clear on Europe, let's say, in a division of labor, mainly focusing on financing and procurement, and NATO more on operational, and how we can do this work as smooth as we can?
Thank you. And this helps me keep with time because the answer is yes, but let me elaborate. Let me elaborate a little bit more. Firstly, I think the discussion on procurement is really, I just open a 20 seconds parenthesis. I think that's one of the most urgent and important ones, so I'm glad it came up. I think some of our defense planning process, and especially the latest changes, does really allow us to account for how do we have better effects and how we integrate technology. But I agree that a lot of, at the national level, there's a lot of work to be done. So just a note of agreement. And also a note of agreement on the critical supply and suppliers and reliability and trust. Here, of course, the de-risking conversation is very germane. And when it comes to critical infrastructure, the dependencies on the PRC especially are very worrisome to me. But now you are talking division of labor. That's an easy one to answer because I think absolutely we have the possibility for having a very, and that's exactly the basis upon which we're working, NATO and the European Union. There is a good basis for having a win-win to essentially to have a mutually reinforcing benefits. NATO for 76 years set standards. We don't have to reinvent standards, they are there. We should apply them. And if you imply the standards, you will have interoperability. As EU member states and as NATO Europe, parentheses, when I say NATO Europe, European pillar, I mean Europe. I mean the EU, I mean the UK, I mean the Norway, I mean Turkey, I mean the essential pillars of what European-led NATO means. I said it. Next point. So check. Europe having a European-led NATO for the conventional defense of Europe means all of our member states that are on this side of the Atlantic and Canada. That's clear. So we have the standards. Let's work with the European Union to through their financing mechanism to translate them. We have the requirements, the targets. Again, there were already suggestions on how do we aggregate them and put them in a way that it's more, generates more demand and more stable demand signal to industry. I think that's a great idea. And then, of course, for the EU, it's better suited for a number of issues, including how to generate economies of scale, including how to procure collectively. Of course, from a NATO perspective, we want to always underline the fact that we also want to maintain interoperability with all of our 32 allies. And that's why, from a NATO point of view, the issue of maximum level of participation from non-EU NATO allies will always be on the table, because we need to work together shoulder to shoulder. But the answer was yes.
Thanks so much. Yanis, on an issue that two of our previous speakers touched upon, but I know that you are an expert on, critical raw materials issue. And the supply chains. We've seen the example with China. The rest of the 3 minutes is yours. How can we reduce this dependency, because it really touches upon the defense industry?
Here in Europe, we have ambitious targets, but many times we have not the means for these ambitious targets. Now, talking about critical raw materials, let's have in mind that China and BRICS control about 90% of the global economy in the 17 out of the 34 critical raw materials. And at the same time, China has owns now the 80% of the mines in Africa, and many of them in Latin America. And what is Europe doing? Europe is imposing strict conditions to third countries, so far. Now, China is imposing now limitations on exports of critical raw materials, but not only on critical raw materials as such, but also in products containing Chinese critical raw materials. So here we are now. What we are doing? We have adopted 1 year ago the Critical Raw Materials Act, CRMA. with extremely ambitious targets. For the pan-European consumption, up to 2030 to have 10% mining in Europe, 40% processing critical raw materials in Europe, 25% of the pan-European consumption by recycled critical raw materials, and last, to have less than 65% dependence on a single country. I don't know what will be the final result of all these things. In any case, we have a plethora of ambitious policies and goals. What we need to do now, and Enrico Letta in his report has concrete proposals. What we need to do is to have a balance between our social and environmental rules, and on the other side, what our competitors are offering to third countries, and to find a balance between these two things, these two pillars. Or else we will be dependent, today we are dependent, the European photovoltaics are by 80% imported by China. Do we like this? Being so ambitious on the issue of Green Deal and green transition. I think that we need to see again all these things.
Thank you so much. I think we all agree with your concluding statement. I would like to thank all the speakers and you for following us. Thank you very much. Next panel on EU enlargement with my great colleague Maria Tadeo.
Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2, yes. Hi, if we could just sit down, please, just so we can start the new session on time. Thank you very much. Otherwise, we're never going to leave. Okay, very good. So we are now going to start. Thank you, everyone, for joining us on this session. Of course, it's called Enlarging the Union, Regaining Momentum. I think everyone this week saw there's been a lot of debate around this, and obviously it has captured a lot of attention in Brussels. So we're very happy to be doing this with the Delphi Forum. And now please allow me to introduce my panelists. We're joined to my right by Geert-Jan Koopman. Of course, he is the Director General for Enlargement and Eastern Neighborhood of the European Commission. To my left, Nemanja Starovic, who is the Minister for European Integration representing the Republic of Serbia. Also followed by Maggie Fina, who is further to my left. She's the Deputy Foreign Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs representing Albania. Also Elena Lazarou, she is Director General at ELIAMEP. And to the other side, but not least in importance, yes, you can hear me? Good. Predrag Canovic, he is the chief negotiator for Montenegro's accession to the European Union, and Dr. Miroslav Lajak, who is the national security advisor to the Prime Minister of Slovakia. So thank you very much to all of you. And perhaps, Mr. Koopman, if we could just start with you as a recap for the week. The European Commission put out a report. I think everyone has seen it now. We've seen the recommendations. We've seen the countries that are doing well, the countries that are not doing well. But just to set the scene, what is the state of European enlargement at this point, and how do you see things moving into the next year?
Thank you very much. Great to be here. It's been the busiest year on the enlargement front in 15 years, and we're now at a stage where, for a number of our candidate countries, enlargement is a realistic possibility within the next few years. So the moment of truth is approaching, also for our member states. And what I hope will happen, and what we expect to happen, is that this momentum will spill over also to those who, for different reasons, have had less of an opportunity to make a lot of progress this year. And I'm happy to see it's already happening, so we can elaborate on that later.
And of course, it's interesting because we have some of the countries that are mentioned in that report. So perhaps, sir, if we could start with you. And Serbia, some looked at Serbia as a mixed bag. In a way, recognized that it's prepared also because it's been in this process for a long time. But there was also criticism that was repeated again by the Commissioner for Enlargement, saying we think the past year, it's not that progress wasn't made, is that it's actually been undone. So how do you see things?
Thank you very much, and I'm really glad that Geert-Jan was very short, leaving more time for me, I suppose. Yeah. Well, yes, you're right. When we speak about the European Commission's reports, it is very important for us to emphasize that Serbia is still the best prepared candidate country for the membership, only after Montenegro, but better prepared overall speaking than the rest of the candidates. Of course, that is also a result of the fact that we have been in this process for such a long time. But since this is mainly an economic forum, just let me very briefly to touch upon some facts and figures that may be interesting and important for this audience. So it's important to say that Serbia is by far the largest economy in the Western Balkans, being more than double in size in comparison to the second largest. But it's, of course, not just about the scope and the size, it is about the performance. And I'm really glad to emphasize that out of overall exports of the Western Balkans, 55% are the Serbian exports. As well, 60% of all the foreign direct investments in the region in the past 3 years came to our country. And I'm only saying that not in order to make some comparisons, because all of our partners and neighbors are very dear and important, just to have a proper outlook that when speaking about enlargement to the Western Balkans or encompassing European Union, and envisaging that without Serbia does not make much sense. Of course, speaking about economy, what is further important is that we have been the first candidate country, not just in the Western Balkans, but overall speaking, to reach the investment grade credit ratings with one of the major credit rating agencies. That speaks a lot about the health of our public finances, the fact that we have managed to almost triple our GDP in the previous 13 years, from 32 billion euros annually to 89 billion euros annually, and at the same time, we managed to curb our public debt to GDP ratio from almost 80% now to very healthy 45%. For us, that is also a result of the reforms that we have been undertaking in line with our accession to the European Union. None of these economic results would be possible without us being committed to the EU membership and progressing on our road to membership in the European Union. That's something that brings better life for all our people. So in past 13 years, we have curbed unemployment from 26% to only 8%. In terms of living standard, we have increased monthly wages from 330 euros to almost 1,000 euros. We will actually surpass that psychological barrier in December this year, in just 2 months. And according to our ambitious yet realistic and achievable plans, by the end of 2027, and that's just in 2 years, we're going to reach average monthly wage of 1,400 euros, thus surpassing by monthly wage at least 4 EU member states. In comparing it to Greece, let's say, we will almost catch up in the living standards with Greece, with the projected 1,500 euros in 2027. And when we analyze the purchasing power, we will by far surpass the EU average of purchasing power. So maybe the investors may not be too happy about that, but it's important for us to commit to better life of our citizens and to switch from foreign direct investments that are labor-intensive to more capital-intensive and technology-intensive investments. And coming back, and I will conclude to your original question, yes, the report we have received, we have analyzed it very thoroughly. There are both good and bad in that report. But it's important that some progress has been made despite a very difficult societal situation in the previous year in my country. And the European Commission recognized that in 11 negotiating chapters, we have increased the pace of our reforms. I believe for us, we are nearing a watershed moment, having in mind this strong momentum in the enlargement process that is present here in Brussels. We are very eager to take part in that momentum, and I believe it is high time, finally, for the member states to appreciate yet another positive recommendation of the European Commission and open cluster number 3 for my country, because we have been stuck at that point in the formal part of the process now for almost full 4 years. And I think that it's important to say that everything what we have done in our reform processes, and we're speaking about a merit-based process of enlargement, not just in the previous years, but when you stack up everything what we have done in the previous 4 years, it should be worth at least this one small symbolic step. Thank you.
Just as a follow-up, because of course, then we can continue and moving on with the other parts of the report. But you said we think now it's the time to continue moving forward the clusters and continue to open them. But and perhaps I'm wrong, and this is why it's interesting that we hear it from you. When I read that report, I don't get any sense that that is going to happen. I think the report from the Commission was saying we think the past year has not improved, and it's actually gotten worse. So do you have the same interpretation, and what makes you think you can break this deadlock? Because reading that report, it's difficult to see anything moving.
Well, you can have whatever interpretation that suits you or anyone else around the room, but no. It's important to be very precise. When we speak out the metrics that is being applied through the reports, there is no indication of backslidings in any of the chapters, 33 chapters. Within some areas, when you read the narratives, there is a mention of backsliding, but there is a grading system from 1 to 6, from backsliding to very good progress. And there is no backsliding officially as a grading in our report. And just to remind you that just like in the previous and the previous and the previous annual report, the European Commission recommended the member states to finally open cluster number 3. So I'm sticking to something that is being published and printed and not to free interpretations.
I spoke to the commissioner. She did say backsliding, but we have to move on from this. But I just happened to have interviewed her on Tuesday, and she said something needs to change. But we need to move on, and maybe perhaps continue, because of course there's many different views on this issue.
Just read the report.
I think we've all read it. Do you want to? Yes, yes. Perhaps that's the best way.
Sorry, maybe just to clarify. I mean, I think what our report says objectively is that progress has been rather limited last year. There has been no backsliding. Nemanja is right on this in any of the chapters. No chapter has backslided, but it's also true, as the commissioner said, that as far as the freedom of expression is concerned, there has been backsliding. So that's the situation. Now, what the report also recognizes is that in the recent past, Serbia has actually started rather energetically undertaking reforms, and we hope that that will continue.
Thank you for quoting the report. Perhaps let's move on to Minister Fino, because again, reading that report, to me, if you look at what it says, you'd assume it's going to be Montenegro next, and then after that is closely Albania. Is that also what you have in mind? And what do you think this is going to mean for your country?
First of all, thank you so much for the kind invitation. It's always a pleasure to be back at the Delphi Economic Forum. And I'm particularly pleased that we talk about enlargement. We've spoken a bit about it throughout the whole day, and it's important because, you know, it's not just an appendage to Europe's agenda, but it's a cornerstone. And as a keystone in that, I think it serves as a stick to hold together stability, security, but also prosperity of the whole continent, and we've heard a lot about it throughout the day. For Albania, the EU integration is not anymore a distant aspiration. I think we can feel that, especially after this dynamic week when it comes to enlargement, with the report as well. But we can say that because after 30 years of democracy and all the reforms and all the work that's being undertaken, we see just in the last year, in a very different momentum and quite dynamic, we see the opening of 5 out of 6 clusters, with a working plan with the European Commission where we will be opening all clusters within 2025 and ending technical negotiations by 2027. So that is demanding, but it is also within reach. And that just shows not just the internal resolve of the country and the political will, but it shows also the work that's being undertaken in terms of, practical, tangible reforms and the work on all the clusters. This week, and I think this gives also the latest developments when it comes to the EU's annual enlargement report review on the unprecedented progress when it comes to Albania. We have also EU leaders publicly placing 2030 on the horizon. And we're also, cited as front runners. And I think that's not just about lifting Albania, but it's also about lifting the region from the sidelines to back to Europe's strategic map, I would say. So in that sense, I think there is a lot of progress that we can discuss on, and I think, of course, still a lot more that we should all be doing, but we should all be doing that together.
Well, thank you for that. And if I just may say, just a follow-up, because, of course, the great thing about this week is that these recommendations have just come up. Eddie Rama was in an event that I happened to have been on Tuesday, and he said, there's a lot of cliches about Albania that I disagree with. I wonder what you think he means when he refers to those cliches. And given that we're in a business forum, the report again also said more work needs to be done on rule of law. What do you intend to do in the next year if you look to 2027? And how do you think perception is changing about you?
Well, let me start with the last one, because I think public perception is absolutely crucial. And again, I think it takes two to tango. There's a lot of work that we do in the country in terms of, getting the country ready to be an EU member state. But I think that also falls under the EU member states to also prepare their citizens on the enlargement, on Albania specifically, but also, you know, on the rest of the candidate countries which are doing and continuing the work. And I think this is something that we should absolutely do together, because if we look at Albania, we have the highest public support in the region, and perhaps even higher than in some EU member states. So, I mean, in that regard, I would say what is required to regain a full momentum is, of course, political leadership, on all sides. Of course, a credible, transparent, with perhaps, you know, credible deadlines as well when it comes to the results and the timeline. Practical support, what we've been discussing, I think, for a long time now, also when it comes to technical assistance, but also under the instruments such as the Reform and Growth Facility. Security and geostrategy, I would say, you know, again, enlargement is a dual track. It needs the political economy, but also collective defense. And I think we should really be wary of that, and really, you know, focus on the momentum that we're having in the region and on the work that's being undertaken, because it's very easy to, you know, lose sight of track of that.
And just because Mr. Rama has said there's a lot of cliches about my country that I disagree with. Can we use that just to sort of understand what he means by that, and how do you hope to change them?
Again, I mean, there's you mentioned the cluster 1 fundamentals, which is crucial, and it's a work that we've been undertaking with the justice reform, which is one of the most comprehensive, challenging, but also, you know, we're seeing the fruits of that labor. So that's an ongoing work that we're doing, and we will see, and it continues also in terms of the interim benchmarks. When it comes to what I meant with the public perception, is also linking that to what the Prime Minister said, because I think it's very important for EU member states to also see and realize what the candidate countries can also bring to the EU. We also always talk about, you know, what the EU brings to our region, but I think, you know, taking that back to, you know, flipping the coin in terms of what we can bring in terms of security, what we can bring in terms of even cultural aspects, even in Albania, for example, the interfaith harmony and religious harmony that we have, which is so unique to Albania. Again, these are things that I think should be echoed more when it comes to the EU member states in realizing what we will potentially then, you know, eventually bring.
If you look at that report, it seems to me pretty clear that the Commission says this is a country that is now basically ready to go, ready to enter the European Union. Obviously, the size and the amount of population makes it also easier in a way to just absorb. But I know that for both your President and your Prime Minister, this is now the utmost priority. So how do you see the next year developing? And then two, how are you preparing for that moment when you finally enter the European Union? Obviously, that's great to join, but then there's a whole process of transition, and that's where you're going to have to discuss with the business community. How do you prepare already for that?
Thank you very much for your question. I think the exact framing of the sentence was, if the pace is continued the next year, then we will be ready for the membership. I think we need to be precise, especially when it comes to the Commission. They're sensible about these issues. Thank you very much for the invitation to the Delphi Economic Forum. It's really a pleasure to be an honor to be here and to enjoy all the discussions that we had before, because the enlargement is only an element of the whole puzzle. And somebody might think that having in mind all these complexities that we opened during other segments of the Delphi Forum out of this oracle and messages that we heard, there were many important messages sent today, that enlargement is not maybe the best time to talk about enlargement if there are so many crucial things around the corner. I always quote this very complex and thought of Jean Monnet, who said that Europe will always be the answer to the complexities. And one of the complexities is that many things need to be done simultaneously. So reforms, but also enlargement, integration vertically, but also horizontally. So Europe, in my view, doesn't have this luxury of focusing on only one segment of the story. Coming back to Montenegro, indeed, Montenegro is a front runner in the process. I would say in the last year, it has been a true frontrunner because it has been called for several years in that way, but somehow Montenegro was stalled in one position, but maybe nobody's moving, so it kept the title without actually moving. But now finally we moved the process. Last year we got IBAR. It's an important step on the new methodology. You need to pass the first part of the exam for chapters 23 and 24, and then you can continue to provisionally close chapters. We managed to close 4 chapters the last year. Altogether, these are 7. We plan to provisionally close 6 chapters by the end of this year, and then it would make the whole picture, and maybe the accession treaty might be also underway so that Montenegro could actually see how its membership will look like. Report was very positive. It's the best one we received so far. I think the overall mark was almost 4 both in progress and in the readiness. So I think we have 18 chapters. So we had progress in all chapters. In 18 chapters we had faster progress than the last year. In 13 chapters we have better readiness better than ever. In 9 chapters, we got both things, both progress and the general readiness. We have 3 chapters in which we got the mark 5, the best mark, which makes us the top in these areas. It's intellectual property, something which we are very proud of. Common foreign and security policy. We have 100% alignment with the EU policy in this area, and we got the best mark also in chapter 31. We continue to work quite hard. The convergence in many of these areas is not easy, especially in some chapters like 27, climate change and nature protection. Chapter 12, which is also very complex. Montenegro, when it becomes part of the EU, it will be the entry to the big internal market. So we need to make sure that the food entering big market is safe for all the citizens of Europe. So in that regard, there are some complexities that Montenegro needs to go through. This process is indeed taking a lot of energy, a lot of resources. We are also facing with the administrative capacities as something that Montenegro has as a sort of constant syndrome. And we are trying somehow to address also that issue because almost 40% of closing benchmarks is dealing with administrative capacities. So all this said, we have a big year in front of us, not only for this technical part, which I'm in charge of, and to be honest, I'm somehow inclined to think in these terms when it comes to enlargement. But also we have very important political fora. Next year, it will be 20 years of Montenegrin independence. It will be also European Western Balkans Summit, Berlin process we are presiding. So there are many things taking place parallelly, confirming what you just said, that Montenegro is at the front of the process, that is front runner. And in my view, it will, if the whole thing is concluded successfully, it will not be the success only of Montenegro, but also the European Union, because its best EU foreign policy enlargement will be confirmed as alive, is kicking in alive. But also it will be a good signal for the Western Balkans, which indeed is a puzzle missing in the European project, but also a very positive message for Ukraine and Moldova.
Well, thank you for that. And just as a quick follow-up question, given that we have the Director General here, we have to be precise in the way that we quote the report. I think I've been pretty precise so far in quoting this report. But you said if, again, maybe this is just out of cautiousness, but is there anything that you believe at this point could derail this process, or actually, if you continue this way, by the end of next year, it's pretty predictable? Obviously, what I'm thinking is the response of other member states. They also have to accept you in. It's not just a question of a one-lane process. Is there anything that you go, this makes me nervous, but it's manageable?
When it comes to technical elements, despite their complexity, there's the way to plan it. There's the way to see the end of the road and somehow to plan also the transitional periods in some of the complex areas of the European policies. So in that regard, I'm not worried, even though I am completely aware of the complexity lying behind all the technical chapters. However, when it comes to the political, because this has the Janus phase, the negotiations have the Janus phase nature, political side, technical side, they need to go hand in hand, otherwise the thing is not moving. So for the political one, I think this is a good momentum politically, both in the EU and the 27, and in Montenegro for the accession of Montenegro to the EU. But however, I think even Pitya would refuse to answer political future in the next 3 years. Even though I hope it will be rational, it will be based on something that we now see as a clearly evident truth, that enlargement is important, that it's important for the European Union, that it's important for all the complex issue that we opened today, and that this political tide will be positive also in 2028 when Montenegro plans to become fully fledged member of the European Union.
The 28 by 28, indeed. Mr. Lache, just a question on perhaps from a member state. We keep hearing enlargement is going to make Europe safer. There's a big competition now for influence, and obviously the Western Balkans, they need to be there. Obviously there's a question of Ukraine too, and the question of Moldova. Why should this enlargement make Europe safer? What makes you think it will do that?
Well, first of all, it's clear that we have a momentum for enlargement, which we did not have for the last 10, 13 years. This momentum was born out of the tectonic changes in the global international architecture. European Union understands that we can no longer be the soft power and rely on the transatlantic umbrella. We are in the situation that we have to respond to these changes. Either we will be shaped by events or we will shape events. And shaping events should start in our neighborhood. So this brought back the momentum for enlargement, but now the question is whether we will be able to translate this momentum into new quality, which means expanded European Union. And now, what is really important to understand? It's the geopolitics that created the momentum, but geopolitics will not finish the job. Now it's in the hands of the candidate countries and the member states. We have a happy relationship between the candidate states and Brussels and institutions, and I really want to congratulate Director General Kopman and his colleagues for very clear annual progress reports, which give very clear pathway to each country for the way forward. But let us not forget, and I'm pro-enlargement and I'm a supporter of enlargement, it will not be quick and it will not be easy, because the process is in the end in the hands of member states. And we did have this disconnect between what the Commission has been proposing and what the Council, the Member States, were deciding. So, and I don't think this will just disappear. Therefore, we need to be aware of that. Second, it's easier to open the chapters or the clusters than to close them. And when the closing will be discussed, there will be some geopolitics in the room, but Member States will more look at whether this makes us stronger, whether us as European Union, whether this is based on merit, whether all the requirements have been met, whether the new members will not weaken the functionality and efficiency of the European Union and its decision-making process, and whether it will not undermine our values and the rule of law adherence to. So this is really very important to bear in mind. And the end of the process is not end of the accession negotiations, but it's the end of the ratification process, which needs to happen in 27 member states. And therefore, I would say, let's not wait with preparing the public in the member states until you have completed the accession negotiation, but start now. And it's really important to demonstrate, I mean, geopolitics is very clear. We cannot afford to have a hole in the heart of Europe. It will make us bigger, stronger, and more relevant, provided that it's not at the expenses of our, I would say, decision-making and efficiency. But it's for the candidates to prove this in the member states that this is what they are bringing. And if we see potential problems, because the bilateralization has been a factor, unfortunately, they need to be addressed early so that we don't really get stuck with bilateral issues at the later stage of the process.
So you said something just briefly. Sometimes there's a gap between the politics and the technical analysis. There's no country where this gap is bigger than Ukraine at times when you look at the situation in the Council and the report that was presented by the Commission. If you were to advise the Prime Minister of Slovakia, which obviously is also part of your role, is Ukraine joining the European Union a good thing? Is this going to give us more security? What would be your assessment?
Well, Slovakia's position on enlargement has been very clear and very straightforward. We are in favor. We have always been in favor. We know how much good it brought to our country, and we, of course, want to give this chance to other countries. We had no discounts or shortcuts, so we are not in favor of any discounts, but at the same time, we are in favor of clear rules. That means if you have met the requirements, you need to be rewarded. So there should be no moving the goalposts or bringing in additional conditions. And this is also, this applies fully to Ukraine. Slovakia supports the European future of Ukraine. I mean, our government also adopted a very complex document which brings facts and figures how beneficial it will be for Slovakia as a neighboring country when Ukraine joins the European Union. So I mean, not happy that we don't have unity. I'm very unhappy that we don't have unity because I really believe that all countries that wish to meet the criteria and join the European Union, including Turkey, should be given this chance and then to show through the process, whether they are serious or not. But there should not be political blockage.
And we're now entering the final round, and I know, Minister Fino, you have to go, and the situation at the airport has not been easy the past 2 days. So just very briefly, before you said, when we look at enlargement, we put a lot of emphasis on what we need to deliver, but we also need, in a way, engagement and clarity from the European institutions. Now that the report is out, the recommendations are out, what do you want to see from your counterparts in the EU? Would-be counterparts, to be precise.
I want to make it clear that when we say, clear and credible process, we don't mean shortcuts, of course. Mm-hmm. We mean, merit-based. We mean a constructive working path together. Be that technically, because it was discussed. Of course, this is a two-way street. It's a technical process, but also political. So be that technically, but also be that politically. And also, when we discuss about getting our citizens ready, again, it's also a work that should be undertaken also by EU member states in that regard. And of course, I believe that it should be done, or it should have started already now. We shouldn't wait until 2027 or after the ratification process. It's the main thing, or the main message that I want to leave here today is that when we talk about enlargement, it's not just about adding new states to the union. It's about more. It's about more security. It's about a more united, more resilient. And I think this is also being seen when we talk about 100% CFSP alignment with Albania has been doing that for a long time now, which shows not just that we're an open market, but we're more safer together, and it shows also that we're more prone to having the same values with the EU.
And just finally, perhaps, this is a very political question, but obviously the big issue now with enlargement, it's really a question about Ukraine, but could have repercussions on the rest, is, the idea there's a very strong veto on the table now, specifically to Ukraine. Is that something that you think could have any impact, or you go, this is merit-based, we need to be treated differently, this shouldn't get too political?
The process is what it is, so it has both aspects to it. Of course, we believe that the EU agenda should come before any bilateral agenda. So we are also working and preparing, that we do not have any bilateral issues when we get there. That's why the work is more than just deadlines. It's about really transforming the society, really transforming our public administration and our institutions to be prepared for that.
Is Italy your biggest ally, just out of curiosity? Sorry? Giorgia Meloni is your biggest ally, would you say now? There seems to be a chemistry between Mr. Rahman and Madam Meloni, very open?
We have very strong partners and allies across the EU member states.
Well, thank you so much, and of course, have a very good flight. Elena, if we could just go to you very quickly. I know the questions now and answers need to be quick, but first, obviously, you're coming from a country that benefited, but also had difficult moments being a member of the EU, but I wonder just specifically from a perspective of security, why does this matter so much? We talked about you can't have a blank space in Europe, but why?
Well, thank you for that, and thank you to the Delphi Economic Forum for inviting me to be part of this very prominent panel. I have to say, as someone who's not an enlargement specialist, but a defense specialist, I will come in very, very quickly and shortly to say, I will not talk about Greece. There's so many Greek diplomats in the room. What I will say is security matters now more than it has in the past many years, decades even, and we've talked about it today here in various panels. Economic security matters, defense matters, protection of critical infrastructure matters, and security in the context of avoiding and also countering foreign influence and narratives matters. And on all these fronts, we have a project at ELIAMEP, Think NEA, New Narratives of EU Integration. Across all these fronts, the vitality of ensuring the collaboration, cooperation, like-mindedness with the candidate countries is more important than ever before. But it is also useful to the Europe's competitiveness and Europe's capacity to defend itself, the EU's capacity to defend itself. And just briefly to illustrate a few of those things. On the defense industrial side and the defense operational side, a number of things that have been mentioned today here. Joint production, joint training, military mobility, medical command for operations. This is something that the Western Balkans in particular, but enlargement state more widely, are also traditionally partners in, but can also leverage much more if the enlargement process proceeds in the way that it should, and of course on the basis of all the norms and chapters and processes. Critical raw materials. We're in a huge race on securing resilience and ensuring supply chains are resilient and also diversified on critical raw materials. I will not name the coppers and the lithiums of the region, but I think we all know that there is a lot to do there and a lot of work that we can do together, not least when one is situated in Southeast Europe. And then, of course, when it comes to countering foreign influence, again, I will not stop on each investment that has come from countries that we may or may not want to rely on heavily for our digital and other infrastructure. And I think, you know, the whole process of enlargement, as this project shows and my colleagues have been working on, is vital not only in ensuring alliance and alignment in norms and values, as has been always the part of the big component of enlargement, but also in ensuring a security community, both in terms of economic security, resilience, defense, operations, etc.
Thank you for that. I know that, Mr. Koopman, you need to go very shortly, but I have to ask you a final question before you leave, which is, obviously, in the entire process, there is more momentum than certainly in 10, 15 years. The EU has made that very clearly. We've seen the head of the Commission really traveling all over Western Balkans, but also Ukraine, obviously strong support for Moldova too. But there is also the flip argument, which is enlargement is great if it's done rightly. There is an issue about if new members join, there needs to be a form of basic alignment of what the idea of Europe is, of what the Union is trying to achieve. And that brings us to the idea of safeguards and just measures that member states and also European citizens will be reassured the new members will provide that added value. So what do you have in mind? And when we talk about safeguards, what does that mean?
Thank you, Maria. I think it's very important to underline that before we even get to closing the negotiations, the process is really strictly on own merit and on merit only. So, you know, we say this all the time that there are no geopolitical discounts, but this is actually fundamental. And we see now that in the final stretch, 1 year for Montenegro, 2 years for Albania, this is going to be right at the top of the priority list. I've told my partners in the countries it's like graduating from, you know, second division football to Premier League. You cannot make mistakes. But even beyond that, and this is a new element which our package this year has highlighted very clearly, we believe that precisely because in these geopolitical times it's so important that enlargement makes us stronger, that the new generation of accession treaties will need to contain stronger safeguards. They've always had safeguards, let's be very clear, but in very general terms, what we have done in the past through CVM after the full membership was acquired and without there being immediate legal consequences inside the accession treaties, we now consider should be done more fully within the treaties. So what that means essentially is stronger safeguards for the existing member states, stronger safeguards for citizens, but also I think for the new member states, a guarantee that the progress that they have made, which will pay off economically very handsomely, will be consolidated. So very important to underline that This is not just in the interest of the EU 27, it's actually also in the interest of the new member states.
Well, thank you for that. For Mr. Savage, many argue that Western Balkans and the enlargement in the Western Balkans without Serbia just doesn't make sense because it's too much of a big country and it's too important in the region. I wonder for the next year, what do you hope to see? What kind of dialogue do you wish to have with the European institutions? And when Mr. Koopman just said the new generation of member states, they will need to have stronger safeguards. Do you think that is fair? Do you go, actually, we're being treated harsher than other member states in other rounds? That's entirely fair.
Well, that's the state of play. It is not up to us to make the rules, of course. And yes, you are right. As a country, Serbia has 8 neighbors. It's only Germany in continental Europe bordering more countries than Serbia. So we border 4 of our partners from the Western Balkans and 4 EU member states. So it definitely puts us in a specific position. Regarding safeguards, that's the state of play. But I think it's very important for our colleagues in the member states to comprehend, to understand that we, coming from the Western Balkans, have so much to offer to the Union as such, so that we are not just some poor cousins coming from countryside, but we can contribute a lot. First and foremost, in terms of economy, and that's why I used my first presentation to provide some facts and figures. It's important that when we become members, to be close to the EU average, not far behind it, and that's where the accession process has kind of failed in previous times, because it did not promote, has not acted like a catalyst for an hastened economic convergence. Now, with the growth plan for the Western Balkans, it started to change, and I think it's a good vehicle, but we need more of it. Yes, the philosophy of enlargement has changed for the better, and we salute that. But so we need to be much closer to the EU average in terms of economic development. That's for sure. But also we can contribute in terms of growth. For my country, for example, IMF forecasts saying that we will have probably the highest growth rate in the next 5 years on the whole European continent. So an average in the next 5 years between 4 and 4.5%. And so that's a huge cake for anyone to take part. And of course, security. Security is a field where we can all contribute really a lot. Sometimes I'm puzzled to understand that not many people understand that common security and defense policy is such a vital, integral part to common foreign security policy. And everything that we contribute to common security and defense policy is not covered by these statistics of alignment. But I think since security is the name, that is the word of the day and word of the year, we must take that into account. Elena was mentioning, for example, the supply chains and value chains in military production. And that is something that we can really contribute a lot. My country, for example, I speak about military production and artillery shells, mortar shells. We are stronger than France and almost as strong in production as Germany. Our idea about security is to overcome this situation when you have the Western Balkans being like a black hole within the Schengen area. It doesn't make sense. That's why we have been the first candidate country to adopt our action plan for joining Schengen area. Some other candidates followed as well. And the idea is to be able to join Schengen area at the same time, at the same day as joining the European Union, not to wait additional 5 or 10 years to do so. And finally, when we speak about security, we definitely have so much to offer. Not many people are aware that as for Serbia, we are the only country next to the United States of America that has a liaison officer at the European military staff. We contribute to European peacekeeping operation. We are like in the top 5 in absolute numbers on the European continent. And on per capita basis, we are the 3rd. And first and foremost, we are part of the European battle group, Helbrok, led by Hellenic Republic, led by Greece, and that very battle group will be on standby duty next year since January the 1st. So these are some, it seems like that those are untold stories because not many people are aware of that. But yes, we need and we can contribute in both economy, growth, and security of Europe.
Well, thank you for that. Perhaps the same question now from your perspective. Again, there's been a lot of debate. Well, I don't want to mention the country, but we all know which country it is. You know, there's one particular country that has made operating in the European Council and hitting that unanimity very difficult for a year and a half, and it's obviously Hungary. There's a number of member states who think it would be very difficult to operate at the council level if the new members also opted to do that. You know, one veto is already difficult. 5 other new member states would be even harder. So do you agree with this idea that the new member states will have to show that, you know, they're good member states, be put in a period of probation? There's a lot of ideas that have been floated about maybe some rights, but not others. Maybe a veto would not be on the table for a number of years. Or do you think ultimately all of this discussion, you're creating Class A and Class B member states? Is this something that you would be opposed?
Well, I think Montenegro has already given a statement on this issue, and the clear answer is no. The simple answer is no, and I will try to elaborate a little bit on that one. Rights come with responsibilities. This process is quite energy-taking and hard-working for Montenegro. I mentioned the full alignment with the common foreign security policy. The scrutiny with which the Commission is analyzing the developments in the rule of law area in Montenegro is so meticulous and so in detail that I believe that if a country has been monitored for such a long time, that once it gets to the club, it should have the same rights as everyone else. I think the foundation treaties, in that case, would have to be changed. But I believe they already give a very clear orientation. You have Article 2, mentioning the values of the European Union. You have Article 7, clearly indicating what happens with a country who is not abiding to these principles and values of the European Union. You have Article 24, relating to the common foreign and security policy. Even though there must be unanimity, there must be a consensus, everybody has to contribute to this common solidarity project of European Union. So I think the basic European idea is very clear. Montenegro, in its accession path, obviously sees membership also as a way of economic convergence and economic success. But not only, it is also about very clear European values that we share, European project that we want to be part of. So in that sense, we believe that this project makes sense only if the rules apply equally to everyone. That's equality, equality of citizens, equality of nations, equality of states, no matter of the size.
So you're saying that when you become a member and that's it?
Because in this moment, going through all these processes...
It's unfair.
No, I'm just saying that in the time being, Montenegro, just like every other country, needs to get 27 yes in every single step it makes. And we think it's completely fair. Every country usually, almost always, raises the questions which are very serious and need to be taken into account. So we believe that if this process is such in this moment, coming with all these responsibilities and the hard work that we are investing in the whole process, there doesn't make a lot of sense to change the rules once you're there. It wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be simply. I believe it would not contribute to the very European idea.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Lajcak. Do you agree with that? Once you're in, and that's it. You know, you shouldn't say some get more than others just because some other member states are problematic. And do you think there's too much talk about this idea of the vetoes and so on, or it's just part of the political process of the EU?
Well, first of all, the treaties do not recognize 2 categories of membership. That's very clear. So you are a member or you are not a member. At the same time, yes, the issue of veto is a question mark among member states, like the fear that one member can block the entire bloc. But there is a solution which is called the transition periods. We went through it, for example, in the free movement of labor. When we joined, we were full members, but for example, we could not enjoy this free movement for 2 plus 4 plus 8, 2 years. So I think the solution can be found so that the fears will be dispersed. But I would not believe, or I would not support, like different level of memberships. But at the same time, we already have the European Union of different speeds, because not everyone is in Schengen, not everyone is in the Eurozone, and this is not the discrimination. But I would really resort to this transition period in this case.
Well, thank you so much. And then perhaps, Elena Lazaro, we're running out of time, but I have to ask you, and of course, it's good that you're here not representing any country because, look, enlargement, many would say it was, in fact, Ukraine that revived this whole debate. If the war maybe hadn't started, maybe we would not be here today to this level. What do you think Ukraine can bring to the table in your assessment? Because some argue ultimately this is the biggest country, but perhaps the most complicated, but also the most needed.
Okay, this is another panel, a whole other panel. But let me just say, Ukraine's application for candidacy and the geopolitical earthquake we witnessed in 2022 did bring a new vibe and a renewed discussion with vigor about enlargement. But I think this was just the culmination of something we already knew. We know that the EU needs to be more competitive. We know that security has changed dramatically because of the geopolitical changes in the global environment. We know that the need to combine soft power with hard power, however old these terms may sound, is there. So what has happened now, I think, is that we are thinking more geopolitically as the EU, not as Greece, about what enlargement means, and at the same time trying to combine the momentum of this geopolitical push with not forgetting that the EU and the EU widening and becoming bigger should be a widening and a strengthening of a values-based, multilateral, democracy-oriented organization. Because in this world that we are living in, we see constellations of huge size, huge GDP, huge population, huge coercive practices that are coming to the fore, and a weakening of what those like-minded countries stand for. So I think, yes, Ukraine did reinvigorate that. Yes, it's a big bet to bring Ukraine into the EU, given its size, given its geopolitical situation, given the institutional adaptation, the cost that this will mean, their support for the reconstruction. But I think it is an existential bet for the EU. And what has happened essentially now is that enlargement, in a time when scale matters, has become an existential question again, and I think this is the discussion we are having today.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you, of course, to the four of you. Well, Minister and Mr. Kuban, who couldn't join us. Again, thank you to Delphi, because I think one thing was very clear in this panel. We had a very frank, open conversation, but as always, detailed and all views included. And that is what makes Delphi such a great forum. So thank you very much, and thank you to all of you for taking all of my questions. Thank you.
We kindly ask Nectaria Stamouli, she's here. Oh, what a lovely thing. Ella Nectaria. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Let's start this discussion panel, please. Nectaria, Ella.
Okay, let's have a seat to start this discussion. I know you're all tired. We have many very interesting discussions. This one is going to be on revamping Europe's economy. We're going to analyze the economic growth prospects for Southeast Europe, and we're going to explore how Southeast Europe can attract investment, innovation, and how it can converge with the rest of the EU. So, with me, I have a panel of distinguished guests. Luc Toloniat is the director for the economies of the member states and the lead negotiator for the RRF at the Directorate General for Economic and Financial Affairs of the European Commission. Nikos Vetas is General Director at EOVE. Ilias Korosis is Global Investment Partner at Federated Hermes Private Equity, and he's also Chair-elect of Invest Europe. Konstantinos Diamandouros is the Head of Brussels Office of the Greek Federation of Enterprises, SEV, and Permanent Delegate to Business Europe. And last but not least, Gemma Webb is CEO of Returo in Romania. So I'm gonna, in this first round, I would like to ask you on your thoughts. How do you assess Southeast Europe's current economic status? What are the growth prospects for the region? And how have the RRF funds helped transform the region, if they have already? Mr. Toloniat, would you like to start?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here. When preparing for this session, we had a discussion what is meant by Southeast Europe, at least from the organizers' perspective, and we decided to focus on EU countries only for this session, so that would be my focus. Just to say that these countries, they share a common past. I mean, these are economies that were heavily COVID pandemic. The death toll was higher than in the rest of the EU. These are also countries which benefit a lot from tourism and as a result were heavily impacted from an economic point of view. They were also heavily hit by the energy crisis given their dependencies. Yet they have bounced back and they have grown on average faster than the EU average. If you look back at the last 2 years, I'm looking at Bulgaria, Romania, Greece and Cyprus. The average growth over 2022-2024 was 2.5%, which is about 3 times higher than the EU average. And the drivers for this growth, essentially consumptions, but a lot of investments, including still driven by the Recovery and Resilience Facility. I'll come back to that. So we see overall major progress, recovery, since the many crises we've been through, and we may discuss future challenges later on. Testimony to that is, of course, the accession of Bulgaria to the euro, which is a great achievement for Bulgaria and for the euro area as a whole. Looking ahead, I mean, we will publish our updated economic forecast on the 17th of November. But we see resilience, and we of course anticipate the end of the RF. It's often a question we get: will there be a cleavage effect? What's happening after the RF? Maybe we'll come back to that later on. These 4 countries, Greece, Romania, Bulgaria, and Cyprus, were major beneficiaries of Next Generation EU. With the Recovery and Resilience Facility at its core. Greece is the largest beneficiary per GDP, 16%, using 2023 GDP numbers, 60% of GDP coming from the RFs. It is massive. Romania 9%, Bulgaria 6%, Cyprus almost 4%. All these are very huge numbers unseen for decades. The RF is bringing a very strong economic boost to the region. We will discuss investment, energy efficiency, telecom, industry, construction, digital equipment, civil engineering projects. A lot of things are happening, and they are happening on the ground. It's only now, perhaps, that we start to realize the impact of the RF as we are moving closer to the end. But also reforms. As you know, this is a very important part of the RF, steering reforms. If you adopt reforms, and of course one reform is not worth the other, but you come to a very impressive number of 250 reforms being carried out through VRF in the 4 countries I mentioned. And of course, there are strong synergies between reforms and investments. We could discuss that. A lot having to do with institutional building, business environment, but of course, the green and digital transition, which was at the core of VRF. And many flagship projects. So looking ahead, I mean, the challenges, you have set them out a bit in your introduction, continuing to benefit from the single market and engaging in the competitiveness agenda that is being steered at the EU level. If you think of Bulgaria, Romania, these are countries that need to attract foreign capital and then investment. And for instance, the Capital Market Union project is very central to them. Energy, I think that was a discussion also in the previous panel. Energy resilience, energy interconnection into the region, innovation, research and development, and excellence. Also to make the best of the next MFF will be key priorities, but we can come back during the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vetas?
Thank you. Now it works. I think Luke he covered everything. So in some sense, I don't have to say anything. All of these economies have been having a relatively smooth ride, converging also to both in terms of all the economic variables, but also their overall functioning of the economy to what would be the EU norm. This has been a gradual process over the last few years. All this is good. So let me turn now perhaps to 2 or 3 or 4 auxiliary points that may be of interest looking ahead. One is, what is the production, how we should describe what these economies produce? Because we need to mingle this discussion with the overall discussion of what we should be producing in Europe overall. The idea that we should be shifting towards higher productivity, more extrovert businesses, perhaps larger size businesses. And in all of these things, and then more related, these economies are lagging more than the average European economy. These economies tend to have lower, on average, lower participation of manufacturing, lower high value chains, smaller businesses, lower degree of foreign direct investment, and right. So this is one. What sort of businesses they have, so that what has been positive thus far can continue over the next 5 or 10 years. That's one. Second is human capital. Each country is a different story. Greece has been having a sharply negative demographic. Bulgaria as well. I think these are the 2 worst hit countries in the EU, if I'm not mistaken. Romania is a little bit different. Cyprus is also very different because there are a lot of people leaving, but also people coming. However, the trick is how you attract, you retrain, and you reward high human capital. And this is, of course, related to the question of what sort of investment and what sort of business they have. And these economies are still lagging in that. Rather than becoming a center that attracts, most people, if they are given the choice, they try to leave. Okay? Third, just to use a word that everybody has used, I think, in every panel thus far, is the idea of defense and how these economies can be integrated into the overall defense map in terms of spending, but also of defense architecture. I think we have, if we try to make some sort of geographical center of countries that are, close enough to Ukraine and then close enough to the Middle East, I don't know if anybody else is more than that, more than Greece or these countries. So it's crucial that if these countries get to spend more and more on defense, that this is not just done in isolation. It is done in such a way that they develop dual-use technologies so that they develop their manufacturing base. And there are changes in terms of foreign policy Just to mention something that many people know, but many do not know, for the last 40, 50 years, Greece has been spending on average about 2.5% of its GDP on defense, more than any other average European country. And that's because Greece needs to defend itself relative to the threat from Turkey. This is very specific. And if Greece didn't have that over the last 45 or 50 years, that is a significant part that led, not the only, it was also pensions, but it was a significant part of what led to the Greek bankruptcy. So we have to be careful in Europe about what to spend in relation to technology. So, not to monopolize the discussion, so far so good. We have been converging, both for structural and for circumstantial reasons like tourism. However, there are some challenges and great opportunities ahead. In other words, the work has not been done in that part of the region. And as Luke said, we agreed we're going to talk about who is currently an EU member. However, it's hard to see how all of these economies are going to grow fast without having a greater interaction with everybody else in the area. And with that, I include Turkey, I include the Middle East, I include even North Africa and the rest of the Balkans.
Thank you. Mr. Korosis?
Yes, hi, thank you. Thank you again for the invitation, and great to see the Delphi Forum doing well in Brussels. So Elias Korosis, I have two hats. I'll speak here with my Chair of Invest Europe hat. That's the association that represents all the private equity and venture capital in Europe. But I also wear a fund manager hat, which we can use in the conversation later. So with the broader picture from the investment world, and I mean the private equity investment world, I would like to start actually framing the Southeastern Europe situation with a pan-European frame first. So when actually we look at the European attractiveness as a whole, I think we're facing a marketing problem rather than a substance problem. So we have an enormous amount of success if you look at Europe as a continent, the EU in particular, but Europe also as a continent beyond the EU, in terms of where we have come from since 1945, 1950. I mean, literally, I think if you close your eyes and you put yourself back in 1945, and I asked you to put money on how much would you bet, what would be the odds that we would have a region without any conflict within the borders, without essentially any cross-border deaths. From a peace perspective, with so much trade and integration happening, this would have been a 100x type of an event. So I think we are looking at an institutional miracle that has happened in the last 75 years in Europe, the EU and beyond, because obviously we had the Brexit situation. Every highway can have some car crashes, but it's a great success. And the narrative around Europe is completely different. If you look at it from a global investment perspective, right? It's very much around, this is a dying region, aging population, very backwards, sclerotic regulations, and so on. But it's not reflected in the reality of the data. So I look at global investment portfolios, and when we are, for example, inviting folks in Geneva to our flagship event, and people open up the books in terms of what their global portfolio looks like, and their investments in Europe, from the ones who are truly global, their investments in Europe have performed exactly the same as their investments in the US. So I don't think we have a substance problem. It doesn't mean that we don't have problems. Every human has problems. Every collection of humans has problems, major problems. But the issue, I think, fundamentally is a marketing issue. It's a narrative issue, which takes me to Southeastern Europe. So Southeastern Europe had a major narrative issue from the perspective of the investment world. I can't tell you the times that, if you start talking to people about saying, well, I have this opportunity in that part of the world, and people say, well, I don't engage in that part of the world, too much corruption, too much XYZ. So particularly 10, 12, 15 years ago when we, 12, 13 years ago when we had the Eurozone debt crisis and Greece was at the center of it, it seemed to feed the confirmation bias around this narrative. And now, this region seems to have turned a corner. Greece has definitely turned a corner from what we can see in the data. And we have the opportunity to turn the narrative around, and that's a huge opportunity. So I think from a Southeastern Europe perspective, there's a lot to fix, there's a lot you need to do, but the biggest problem that you have, if you're looking at it from an investment perspective, is how people have been used to address the region in their minds, right? Is it in their minds, this is a holiday destination, not an investment destination. And that's the thing, that's the opportunity we have at the moment with Greece doing so well. I hope the rest of the region turning a real corner and showing the potential for the economy, for innovation. We have this opportunity to turn the narrative around. That would be by far the biggest accomplishment that can then drive lots of other things, because people, essentially, particularly investors, are herd animals. So I think that's where I would leave it for the time being.
Thank you. Mr. Diamandouros, equally positive on the prospects of the region?
Actually, well, I'm quite positive for Greece, and I've actually have some data, I think, which I'm glad no one has said. I think that could be a positive. But I do think we have a substance issue, but I think, so we will disagree on that, but I think we'll actually elaborate on this in the second part of the panel. But yes, for Greece, I think we can be very positive, I must say. I mean, I was looking, preparing a bit my intervention where we were in 2019, where we are today, and it's day and night. You see, we've had convergence, basically. So from 62% of the EU average in 19, now by 2024 it's 70%, and we're still growing faster. So of course, there's a lot to catch up, but we are catching up. This is positive. If you look at unemployment, it was 17.5%. It's just above 8%. So that's practically an all-time low. Employment rate has increased from almost 57% to about 64% between 19 and 2024. We see that you gradually have a reversal of the brain drain. According to the data we have, 2023 was actually, you had a net positive, migration balance of 15,000 people. This is the first time in 14 years you've had that. So this political stability is paying off. It's paying off in the markets. Greece is borrowing cheaper than Italy and France. Who would have thought about that? Investment is going up. I mean, still from a very low level. It fell to 11%, in 2019. Now it's up to 15% of GDP. And of course, the RRF has actually played a very important part to stabilize the economy. This goes without saying. But what I think is also very positive, we can say, is that these are economics results, which we are being used to be channeled back into the economy and to achieve permanent tax breaks. So I think that is something to keep into account. Now, having said that, I mean, for sure there are challenges. So the investment gap Greece has is huge. I mean, EU investment is above 20% of GDP, so we're at 15% and we've lost a decade. Investments, we should be attracting more investment, and we can talk about the reasons for that in the second part of the panel, but a lot of it is coming from the RRF. This will dry up soon, maybe in the next 2-3 years. Still, when we look at average employment, it's far less than the EU average. So I think what Greece really needs, in a nutshell, and we can elaborate further later on, is it needs political stability, but it needs to become more attractive for investment, and that means more domestic reforms and also changing the European regulatory framework, So I would leave it to that, to pave the way for a second round of questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Webb, what's your view on the prospects of the region? And would you like to present us what Romania's deposit return system, how it works, why is it innovative?
Thank you very much for the opportunity, much appreciated. What I would say is, as CEO of Returo, I have the privilege of leading Romania's largest circular economy initiative, and it's having a significant impact economically, environmentally, and societal. This initiative is a new initiative. It's a very young initiative. It's only 2 years old. And the deposit return system is where nationwide we collect all the used beverage containers of glass, plastic, and aluminium. And we bring those to, and we have it through retail, and we bring those to sort them, and then we supply that secondary raw material to recyclers for recycling to put back into the system of bottle to bottle and can to can. This has had a great economic impact. Why? Because firstly, we're taking waste, material, converting it into valuable resources, and this secondary raw material now is replacing the use of virgin materials. It's reduced the need to import virgin materials, and it's strengthening the local recycling industry. It's also brought jobs, local jobs, directly and indirectly in the system. And because of the cross-industry collaboration, it's also looked at bringing innovation and accelerating that in the system as well. And this is very important. When we look only 2 years alive, then we've collected more than 7 billion bottles, and that's 500,000 tons of material that would have gone into landfill and incineration that's gone back into the system, back into bottle to bottle to can. So this is I see for Southeastern Europe, it's the deposit return system is an underused lever for progress because it does attract investment. We got investment, private investment from ING to put this system in place. So it does attract investment. It does strengthen regional value chains and encourages cross-industry fertilization collaboration, which is really strong for the system.
Thank you. Mr. Tolonian, now focusing on Greece, how is the RRF absorption progressing? And do you see the risk of GDP fatigue after the end of RRF?
Okay, thank you very much. I think Konstantinos already mentioned quite a number of impressive statistics related to Greece, and we discussed convergence. Indeed, Greece is showing very solid economic growth. Looking back at pre-COVID 2018, overall GDP level today is 11% higher than it was back then. It's more than the EU average, which was 7.5. Unemployment figures are also very striking. You mentioned 8%, 8.2 in September this year. This is, I believe, the lowest rate since 2009, and certainly very far away from the 28% of mid-2013. So things are happening on public finances. Obviously, the pandemic had a huge shock with the peak of 210% in 2020, now down to 154%. So all these are positive indicators. I mentioned the very significant role of ERF, and in a way, the ERF is so overwhelming that it's difficult to distill. 16% of GDP, 36 billion euros in 2023 GDP terms. Greece is progressing well. We just approved, the Commission just approved a 6th payment request last month, adding opening the way for another disbursement to take place before the end of the year. With that disbursement, Greece would have received 23.5 billion out of the total amount, so it's basically 2/3 of the total funds, which is good, corresponding to about 50% of the milestones and targets already met. Obviously, another 50% remains to be met, but they are all being worked on. It's not like we're starting from scratch. It's just the completion date, which is to be met before August 2026. So a lot of work ahead still. We have received from the Greek authorities a proposal to simplify and revise the finalization of the plan, which we are doing for each and every member state at this point in time. So a number of these revisions will be discussed at the ECOFIN next week or again in December. So we are going ahead with a simplification to secure the absorption of the funds in line with the RF requirements. I mentioned a vast number of reforms we should look into, 76 in the case of Greece. I'm not going to discuss them here, but this is the moment to discuss the value added and impact of reforms, as well as the impact of investments on the ground. And there are very important lessons to be drawn also to prepare for the next MFF period. We can come back to that. You mentioned reform GDP fatigue, I guess a cliff edge effect, whether Greece would suffer from the end of VRF. I mean, there are many things happening in the world, not just VRF, and it's difficult to project. Again, I would draw your attention to our forecast on the 17th of November, which will look at 2027 for the first time. We have to make assumptions, of course, but in a way, there are elements to suggest that there would not need to be a major cliff edge effect. for different reasons, not just for Greece, for a number of countries with the end of the ERF looming. One reason is that a lot of the investments that are being initiated through the ERF will continue, will bear their fruit into 2027 and possibly beyond. I'm thinking of the largest measure under the Greek plan, which is the so-called loan facility, which is an on-lending system for SMEs, very much needed source of financing for SMEs, which is performing well. And typically, these SMEs will continue benefiting, or at least implementing the investment plans beyond the formal ending of ERF. The impact of reforms also should start to be felt, and we can discuss which ones are most profitable, will have the largest economic impact. Third reason why we believe there would not necessarily be a drastic cliff edge effect is the fact that beyond the RF, other EU funds remain available and are being mobilized by Greece. If you think of cohesion policy, I believe Greece is entitled to about 20.5 billion euros, has made use already of 20% of these funds, which is better than the EU average, but typically these are funds that can be used N+3 logic beyond 2027, so these funds are here. And then Greece also stands to benefit from new EU funds for the period 2026-2032, the Social Climate Fund, the Modernization Fund, and the Islands Decarbonization Fund for a value of 8 billion. So there is EU money coming, which Greece can tap into. Obviously, it's important to also, as I said, first finish the RF, but start preparing for the next MFF, thinking of the impact of the RF, making the link to the next generation of plans, which will start January 2028 and is not so far away. So bridging that transition, preparing for the next phase will also be important once we have completed the RF.
One follow-up, if I may. One concern about the RRF funds is whether they are distributed to as many companies as possible so they could benefit, the whole economy could benefit, and not just a few companies. Is it being addressed? Is it still a concern to you?
Okay. There are many, as I said, the funds are across the board. There are many domains. I mentioned the loan facility, which is typically addressed to a number of SMEs. We can go into the type of SMEs that are being concerned, but it's quite widespread. On the two priorities of the RF, green and digital, there are many other schemes under the RF. For now, we see strong absorption on the ground. Real absorption, not just disbursement to the government, but absorption by the real economy. It is happening as we speak, and we have another 9 months. As I said, the absorption will continue beyond. So we will take stock as we progress, but our understanding is that the economy benefits across the board.
Thank you. Mr. Vetas, you mentioned some concerns regarding the region and Greece specifically. What is the main risk going forward? Is it climate change? Is it the aging population? What is your main concern about Greece's economy?
Well, we can talk about all these big picture risks, but let's focus a little bit on the narrower economic picture that Luke painted. 95% of the analysis should be exactly this. And I agree, it's hard to see how the Greek economy is going to face a cliff edge effect, where in 1 year or 2 years, it's just going to go from 2% to 0.5%. Our projection at the OVE for next year is that the growth rate is going to be roughly the same as this year, a little bit more than 2%. And even more recent news in terms of the micro variables like tourism, etc., they're on the positive side. Okay, so that's 95% of the answer, and then we can start adding more details. Okay, the more details, some of the more details, they are on the positive side. For instance, one of the less noticed positive news about Greece is that, and that has even started within the programs, is the systematic increase in the exports of products and not just services. So Greece is becoming more of an exporting products economy, which was the main dimension in which it was lacking. That's one. But then the main question is, because today we are like 15 years after the start of the programs. Okay, the program started in 2010, and 15 years, and with all this wisdom in the programs, all these reforms, all this debt relief, one could expect, perhaps, that Greece could be en route to become what I think it can become, which is one of the wealthiest countries in Europe. And it is not. Maybe that's just an ambition without any basis. I think under some conditions it can become. This is related to, perhaps we can paint this as a chicken and egg situation. From a narrowly technocratic viewpoint, what is the problem? The problem is that investment is still lagging very much behind the targets. Every year we are not getting the targets, even what the government puts. And even those targets are actually not ambitious enough that they're going to help us cover the investment gap soon enough. Right? So if you are investing less than those that you are trying to catch up with, you are not going to catch up with them. Right? So why isn't investment booming? Investment has a positive path, and that did not happen without effort from the businesses and from the government and from Europe, but it is not booming. And why is it not booming? So one of the things that investors always need, domestic and certainly foreign, is visibility. Investments that would have a 5, a 10, a 15, a 20-year visibility. How is Greece going to be in 15 years from now? Do you know? I don't. Whereas if we had investment that would be at the 24% of GDP, then I know how Greece is going to be. It will be booming. So investment doesn't come because there is some uncertainty about things are going to be, and we don't know how things are going to be because investment hasn't come. So how do you break this circle? We need, I'm going to refrain from saying that we need more reforms, although that's what we really need. But we do need businesses, politicians, the Europeans, and everybody to recognize that we have not fully exploited this opportunity that is there, for all of the reasons that we mentioned. And one can talk, this is not a place to talk about all the micro ingredients of how you break this circle, but we have not broken this circle yet. You know, with investment that goes with a 4, 5, 6% per year growth rate relative to where it is. And the good news is that when you translate the needed percentage increase in investments, we're talking about peanuts. We're talking about 5 extra billion euros. This is really peanuts. If you think about the sectors from tourism to energy, to digital, to education and culture, this can easily work. So to that, you add what you asked about, which I see a lot more as an opportunity, you know, how you fight climate change, etc. Perhaps I sound a little bit like we should have a greater sense of urgency about where Greece can and should be. Just because I believe that higher growth rates are achievable once you break the circle I described. For the moment, we're following a positive path. I don't see this changing in the next 2 or 3 years, but I think there is a window of opportunity for much more.
Thank you. Mr. Korosis, I want to focus on a big issue for Europe generally and the region and Greece, attracting innovation and attracting talents, and wages convergence is a big issue in order to do that. So how could the region and Greece specifically attract innovation, and how do we expect convergence in a region where scientists basically have to emigrate in order to stand out?
Thank you. I think innovation is the biggest way to break the circle that Nikos was talking about. I do think there's a number of things you can do with infrastructure and other areas of the economy, but innovation, when you get it right, has a flywheel effect that becomes essentially self-feeding, and then you can get very big outcomes at the economy level. So examples of that historically in Israel, in Estonia, most recently, when you're getting it right, even in a small ecosystem, it can have huge effects. And I think one of the ways to do that, again, I'll go back to my opening statement around the narrative. Like, you have to change the narrative around the place so that people feel like this is where it's happening. If you can move people in that way, people will, there's no, like, Greece doesn't have a weather issue or something. Like, people will go back, people will start businesses, people will start investing if you can get them comfortable that this is where it's happening. So right now we have a moment, so I agree with Nikos that we have a window of opportunity. We have a moment where things are looking up cyclically, and we have to get through the door as fast as possible, and go through the gates as fast as possible to change the narrative while we're in this positive dimension. So innovation, in my mind, it really takes basically folks getting out of the way of creative people that want to build things, that want to come through with new ideas and making them successful. And I'm speaking more as an investor here, so I'm not speaking so much about the very early stage or maybe the commercialization of university projects and so on. I'm speaking more about the things that are starting to take off. And one of the differences in innovation and creating this flywheel effect is that you need visibility. So, for example, you can make good money investing in SMEs, and that's a different project. But to drive people with a narrative around innovation, you need some of the bigger names, right? People, like, you can have 500,000 small IT services companies, but people won't move from Brussels, from the UK back to Greece to go and work for a 50-person IT services company. They will move for, like, Revolut. They will move for something that's really happening, right? And in Greece, we have had some of those examples that transcend the early stage, go into growth, go into a big picture. They can grab the imagination. And once you grab the imagination, I think you make things a lot easier for people to both invest in the country and to move or move back, as you're saying. But you don't even need to move back. I think you can have people in multiple different locations, but have a company that's growing in Southeastern Europe with that as its backbone, right? We can have the CEO can be based wherever, it doesn't really matter. We now have situations where the CEO is based in Greece because it has a better tax treatment than the companies in the States. So we can be more flexible in that system. And the main thing is what gets those companies to escape the sort of SME world into big growth successes. And I think that can drive a lot of the momentum.
Thank you. Mr. Diamandouros, first of all, if you want to add something on that, and secondly, what are the changes that you think that you suggest are needed on an EU and Greek level in the regulatory framework in order for Greece to become more competitive?
Thank you. Well, I mean, it's all kind of connected. Let's start with the EU level challenges, and then we can also go to the national one. But I'm going to touch upon two things: overregulation, and of course, energy costs and climate policy. So without those two, I think this is why I said before, to Mr. Korotis, I'm a bit more kind of, well, not pessimistic, but a bit more concerned. Now, the Commission has realized that indeed overregulation has a big cost on companies. It's an issue. They have committed to reducing it by 25% by 2029 and 35% for SMEs. That is between 37.5 billion and 52.5 billion, because this cost is estimated to 150 billion annually by Eurostat. And they have indeed started proposing different omnibus packages, and the ones they've proposed up to date, which is 6, is worth 8 billion. So you could say, yes, we are on track. But then comes a report by the Danish presidency, which says that actually EU legislation, which is actually in negotiation or, finalized but still not actually implemented, will actually increase regulatory burden by 71 billion. So if you add all that, you're actually looking for an increase. And, really, I mean, the feedback I get from our companies sometimes is this just has to stop, And I think this was actually well spelled out. There was a letter by 19 head of states, including the Greek Prime Minister, who said we basically need a change of culture on how we legislate. This is really the case, and if we do not get out of this, I think we will have an issue. So this is very important. Then talk about energy costs. Energy costs are exploding in Southeast Europe. We have the biggest problem. I think this was acknowledged by President von der Leyen again in a letter to the European Council, which happened in October. And you cannot effectively have a competitive green transition without cheap energy. This was the whole basis of actually doing the green transition. I can give you data of the damage being caused. This comes from the trade unions. They've estimated that you had more than 850,000 manufacturer jobs lost, with a reference between 19 and 2024. I don't see this as actually getting any better. So we really need to find ways to bring down energy. There's not many ways, unfortunately. We need more gas. I know Greece now, I just read they start drilling for gas. That will take a bit more time. Otherwise, what SEV is proposing to the government, and this requires, of course, DG Comp, approval, is a targeted contract for difference to give some stability to industrial prices for 3 years in exchange for these companies investing in renewable energies in the future. So it's kind of an energy loan, So these are two very big challenges at European level, and I think if we don't get them right, we will be concerned. Now, two very small things or three on the Greek level, because we always say about the EU, there's a lot of stuff to fix in Greece. Justice system, it's far too slow. If you're an investor, and there's also a cost for citizens, of course, but if you're an investor and you want to invest and you see how long it might take you, you might say, I go somewhere else, And then, let's look at our economic diplomacy. Institutions. The Hellenic Development Bank has still not actually received, the pillar assessment to be able to manage EU funds. And our export credit agency is still not where it should be to be able to help our companies which are exporting, despite the fact that Mr. Veta said exports are going better. So, I would say that there's plenty of reforms to be done on EU level and domestic, and, I'll leave it there, thank you.
Thank you so much. And Ms. Webb, what's your view on that? What are the changes needed in the regulatory framework in Romania and the EU?
What I would say, first of all, is that the transition to a green circular economy can attract investments, create skilled jobs, and make the region more competitive within the EU. And I think for Southeast Europe, this alignment is an opportunity to modernise our economies, attract long-term investment, and achieve real convergence within the EU. However, when we look at the regulatory side, we must recognise the risks and the complexities. It demands strong institutions, predictable policies, and cross-sector collaboration. One thing to attract investment, you need predictable legislation. It cannot change continually. It has to be consistent, it has to be goal-focused, and it has to be predictable. And this gives investors a sense of confidence in investing in the area. One other thing that I would say is that we've seen in Romania through this initiative, we had to have a very strong private-public partnership. And this was key to the success. The authorities working with producers, with retailers, and with the Romanian citizens, strengthening the supply chains to make this system work. And this has given within Romania itself the confidence of looking at other areas of having very strong private-public partnerships to make an impact in the country itself. And this has been a very good example to showcase that.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, all the panelists, for this interesting discussion, and thank you for following this. Thanks.
Very nice to meet you.
And the next panel is moderated by Mr. Tsamok.
Yes, please, but I couldn't. Oh, yeah, well done.
Yes, I found it. I
You found it.
where the open, and I was like making it.
Thank you very much for your
Yeah, 'cause I
patience.
did have a look for it.
After 9 hours of
Yeah,
discussions,
yeah, it came
here we are.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you found yourself in Romania?
Yes, I went to Romania in 2012 to
Not the
manage
big,
British American tobacco.
Okay.
So I was there for 6 years. Then I came back to UK and Ireland. I was doing some consultancy. So when they were setting up the depository,
Please, please.
a number of the Coke and Pepsi asked me would I come and manage it and set it up.
Thank you very much.
So it's,
Please let us start this. I would like to make a plea that we all sit so that we finish this last discussion panel, which is quite important. Ashub, how are you? Good to see you. Very nice to see you. Please. Υπουργέ μου, τι κάνεις? Thank you. I tried very hard to find an expert to chair this discussion, but everyone told me this is dinner time.
Yeah, I know, German.
So
I'm the odd one out.
I will try to do my best. And perhaps, Mr. Ambassador, this is mea culpa next year. Either we have to extend half day or perhaps we have to start this conference around 6 o'clock in the morning. We'll see. I'm grateful, Madam Director General, seriously, that you are here with us to share your knowledge, to share what you are doing in the Commission. You are an official which you are doing a lot of work in this sector, demographics, migration, talent, whatever. So we thank you very much. We have a nice group of people around here. We have Mr. George Pagoulatos, Ambassador of OECD, and actually with OECD we're organizing a conference, mind you, every November in Crete to discuss exactly the demographics. I was scared last year because OECD presented some facts that perhaps the population of Greece in 2050 will be perhaps less by, 2 million or whatever, we'll see. And of course, yes, it's a very difficult, issue, challenging issue. I would like to introduce also Mr. Christos Staikouras, former Minister of Finance and Infrastructure as well. Something which is not very well known. Mr. Staikouras, for 4 years after 2019, the first administration of Mr. Mitsotakis, he did an excellent work to stabilize the Greek economy. And I would like to thank him for his presence today. And he's going to speak to us about the measures, perhaps, that the Greek government is putting regarding the demographics and the immigration. And of course, we have Mr. Akim Smilan, the lead economist for social policy of the World Bank. With World Bank in Delphi, we do quite a few programs. And of course, he's going to speak to us about the impact, of the demographics to the economy of Europe, of Greece as well. And we have two dear friends, Mr. Kotsaridis and Mr. Pagratis, who live in Brussels, who lead Greek organizations here of diaspora, and perhaps they can intervene and tell us, what they are doing about the brain drain or whatever. So with this, I will kindly ask the Director General, Beate, to tell us what she's doing in this excellent, directorate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is a very nice welcome, and I'm always happy to be with you and good to be here. But I understand the challenge after so many hours of listening. To listen to a final panel is not easy. Thanks also for choosing this topic and to give it a title that it doesn't talk about legal migration, but it talks about talent demography as well, because I think it is one of the biggest challenges that we have, that migration has been now getting such a connotation and that it's not associated any longer with anything positive. But at the same time, we are having a lot of migration that happens in a regular, legal way to the European Union every year. That is absolutely necessary for our economy, and therefore important that it continues. And we can see that we are now really also in a race for talents across the world. We have made an effort to reach out now to researchers, students, scientists who work across the Atlantic, for example, to come to the European Union. And we're trying hard to have a legal migration acquis, so that allows people to come in fairly easily. Having said that, I'm not so sure we manage, because my legal pathways to the European Union are regulated in a mix between European and national legislation. We have at the European level rules for researchers, for students, for intra-corporate transferees, so people who come within companies, for seasonal workers, and we also have a possibility to alleviate bureaucracy by giving one single permit to a person who comes, also for different purposes, because sometimes people move from being a student to then being a researcher and others, but that is then complemented by the national competence on legal pathways, and therefore a challenge to live with this different maze of rules. Having said that, it's also important to note that not many politicians any longer very much advocate for legal pathways. Some do in Greece, and I really value that and think it's important. I think the other country where you hear it a lot is Italy, where a country that has a very aggressive anti-migration rhetoric, but at the same time a very important aggressive also rhetoric that people should come and work in Italy. So important to keep that balance. What do we do in the European Union, in particular my Director General? Well, first of all, these laws that I have just described, we do a stress testing of them at the moment, because they're quite old, and we think they might be have to be modernized and even to be simplified, going back to the first panel that I just listened to. And then we try also very concretely to help with a few specific countries where we have illegal migration challenges, to create possibilities for people to rather come legally. This is, we have put this under the title of talent partnerships. We have them with Morocco, Egypt, Tunisia, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. These 5 countries are countries where we have a lot of people who try to come to the European Union in a regular manner. However, having to say, I dare say it's not necessarily, if you offer more legal pathways, you have less irregular migration, because very often the type of people are different that are migrating, and also the incentives are different. And we in the European Union do have a huge black economy, which is attracting often also very cheap labor that comes then to the European Union. So talent partnerships is one element, and then the second element is that we have now just in the final stages a negotiation of a law for an IT tool that is called the talent pool, that would create the possibility for employers to post their vacancies and for people from abroad to apply. It's a very simple tool. It's a bit linked to the EURES tool that we have in the European Union. It's a voluntary tool, so member states don't have to use it, but they can use it. But I hope it will take off, and that it will be a possibility to attract talents to the European Union. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. I think President Macron had indicated that perhaps they will give some money, and also the European Union, about attracting, talents from the United States or other countries these days. Is this program working a little?
Well, that's also linked to visa, because sometimes taking or getting a visa to the European, which is a national competence, but based on European rules, can take quite a long time. So we're thinking of a way of creating perhaps a quick access for startups or high-level researchers. But our Researchers Directive already foresees that member state could give a fast track to a researcher. So there is also a big element of possibilities that member states can already use. We are also thinking of a possibility to have extra seed financing for that. So there is a big interest to attract people into a European Union that is very attractive for people.
Thank you. Ambassador Paulatos, can you tell us a little bit about the practices, in other countries that perhaps how they cope this issue? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much. This is a panel about demographics, and I've done several things in my life. I'm not a fertility expert, so I will not speak as such. But of course, demographics is not just about fertility, right? And this is not a panel just about demographics. And the aspect that I would like to focus on is the talent pool, as you mentioned, is diaspora. There are good news and bad news. And the good news is that we are living longer, as many of us might have noticed, even in this room. The bad news is that we're not producing enough babies. In the OECD area, the old age dependency ratio, as we call it, has more than doubled between 1960 and 2022. The population over 65 has grown by an annual average rate of 2.5%, whereas the working age population up to 64 has grown by just 0.9%. And this has very significant implications, negative implications on the potential growth rate of our societies, which is estimated to decline by 8% across the OECD and by 15% in the countries that are more severely exposed to the aging challenge. Southern Europe is among them. Now, 2025 is an important year, not just because we are in this year and we tend to kind of overvalue the present over the future, but also because it had been marked a long time ago by demographers as the turning point. The turning point when the total working age population in the OECD, that is between 20 and 64, stops growing. And after 25, starts declining. And that's where we are. Simeon mentioned, and this is the moment for the product placement, the OECD Population Center on Population Dynamics is hosting a conference next week, supported by Delphi Economic Forum, on the dynamics of labor markets in aging societies. And the OECD Population Crete Center is funded by the Greek government. So our societies are aging, and it's extremely important to address labor shortages. How? By fully tapping on the labor potential. This means tapping on the skills and the talents in all segments of society. Increase employment and labor force participation of older people, in good health, and there are many ways in which this can be done, regulatory paths and other soft interventions. There are very significant gains in increasing the interaction and the synergies between older workers and younger workers so as to enhance the overall productivity at the workplace. The second is closing the gender gap. Raising the employment rates for women would, to the level of where they are for men in many societies, especially in the South, would add digit points to our GDPs, and that's a very important aspect. Facilitating youth access to the labor market. This has to do with better connecting our education systems with the needs and the logics of the marketplace, of the labor market. It has to do with the content that our education and training systems deliver. Sustaining net migration, and Beate mentioned the benefits that could arise from legal and targeted migration avenues, targeting talent, but also reversing the brain drain wherever it exists. And I mentioned 2025 as a negative year in a way. 2024 for Greece has been a positive year. It's the first year where the balance sheet between brain drain and brain gain has become positive by 15,000 people. So there are more people coming into Greece, being repatriated into Greek labor force compared to those who are living in that. And this is an important signal and the result of very systematic efforts that have taken place. Net migration is an important factor that adds to that. And of course, across the board, policies of reskilling, upskilling, adult education and training, lifelong learning in societies where the profile of the skills required and the needs of the market and the pace of technological development are changing very rapidly. And our whole education and training and skill building systems need to be constantly adjusting. So I'll stop there and happy to continue after that.
George, what the kind of lessons, countries in Southeast Europe can take from, other countries, not necessarily from the European Union, but, so that perhaps, we learn a little more from other experiences?
Yeah, so the OECD has indicators of talent attractiveness. The OECD likes to produce indicators about everything. And this is a very interesting summary of what makes a country attractive for talent. So it's quality of opportunities, income and tax conditions, future prospects, family environment, skills environment, inclusiveness, quality of life, health system. And there's a huge, very globalized pool of talent in the world. Part of it is diaspora talent, but a big part of it is international. And a big part of it is coming outside OECD countries, from India or from other parts of the world. And there's a very intense competition by governments and economies to attract the best educated, which also means the high skilled and the most productive and the most mobile part of this. So what can be done? I'll be very, very telegraphic on this. Build the right governance. So kind of a whole of government actions that coordinate all relevant government agencies, education, labor, tax, innovation agencies, and preferably have a lead institution to coordinate all that, sometimes a diaspora unit in the MFA. Collect data, update data, in order to be able to have a real understanding of the profile and the skill set and the actual development and evolution of this talent pool. One-stop portals for returnees, extremely important, that offer services that people require in order to be able to return to a country or to move to a country to work. This includes visa, social insurance, schools, recognition of qualifications, recognition of credentials, tax incentives, which are an important issue, and many countries are practicing various versions of that. Job matching and relocation support in all practical ways that one can think about. Targeted pathways for entrepreneurs, including credit lines or startup visas or procurement access, but also targeted research and tech fellowships for researchers, including visiting at tenure-track positions. And it's a big opportunity, we're talking about Greece, that we are now in the process of seeing the first non-public universities being established. A lot of the human capital that they are bound to attract is about diaspora Greeks that are highly talented and are trying to find an opportunity to return, and perhaps they find our public university system closed enough and bureaucratic enough as to be deterrent. And finally, keep people engaged even if they do not exactly move. So target diaspora communities and keep them engaged through organizations that mentor youth. Angelus is practicing a very successful one of these organizations. Initiatives such as Rebrain Greece in our country and other countries as well, unlocking career opportunities, research and innovation networks. It's very important that the diaspora communities today are virtual to a very significant extent, are networked through internet and through social media, which means that you can have the same benefits of an internationalized human capital without necessarily having a permanent physical location, as long as you keep this revolving door open.
Thank you, George, very much. Minister Staikouras, first of all, thank you very much, because you always give us a great honor to travel from Athens. Last year, if I remember well, you were speaking to Volos, and then you came after a few hours in Brussels to address our conference as well as a minister.
And yesterday I had a speech in Lamia.
So tell us a little bit about Greece. I mean, what kind of measures the Greek government is implementing about all these?
Thanks a lot. I would like to share with you a couple of comments regarding what I heard. Until now, George mentioned the brain gain and the systematic efforts that we did coming up from 2020. I would like to remind you, and I would like to thank very much my ex-General Secretary, Athina Kaliva, who is with us, and she coordinated the whole process for the non-dom scheme back in 2020 in order to bring back pensioners, investors, family offices. And finally, we have 5,000 people coming back through this scheme in Greece over the last 3 to 4 years. And this is a success. I will repeat that when we were discussing this issue, George mentioned that there are various versions of these schemes. All of them are not accepted at the European level. So we should have credibility, legal clarity, and alignment with international standards. Now, regarding the demographics, George mentioned a lot of figures. I think populations are aging, fertility rates remain persistently low, and the working age population is shrinking. These have concrete effects on economics, on labor markets, and on social cohesion. It's extremely important. What we should do, a holistic strategy based on 4 pillars. The first one, we must strengthen labor participation. This involves, first of all, encouraging higher female participation through targeted childcare and parental leave policies, to extend active aging frameworks in order to keep experienced workers engaged longer, and offering incentives for continuous reskilling in the context of technological transformation. The second one has to do with education and skills. These are central, thus Europe should align education systems with labour market needs, fostering STEM competencies, and ensuring digital and green skills which are widely accessible. The third one was mentioned by the Director General, the migration policy. However, a migration policy based on integration, on fairness, and on social acceptance. In other words, based on a coherent and reasonable policy and fair burden sharing. This is extremely important for Europe. And the fourth pillar, you already mentioned it, it has to do with the talent retention and attraction. Attraction for young innovators, for researchers, and for entrepreneurs. Regarding Greece, we are implementing and we are working today on a holistic strategy based on 4 pillars. The first one, we have a universal birth allowance per child, which was introduced for all permanent residents. The second one, we expanded the access to childcare and early education through a voucher system for nurseries and kindergartens. The third one, we have the famous My Home scheme, in which the state introduced subsidized mortgage loans and rent support. And the fourth one was mentioned by George. We have targeted at balanced tax reforms with tax incentives in order to reduce the burden for families with children. On titles.
Do you think we need to do something more in Greece, Minister?
Always we need to do more. This is why every year...
What kind of reforms, we need to introduce? More than that, perhaps.
In order to capture the problem for demographics, we will have this problem ahead. We have to find the fiscal space every year in order to add policies. In order to attract talents and diaspora, I think we should capture the momentum that we already have in Greece and base our policies on 3 fronts. We heard something from Mr. Diamantouros before. First of all, we have to continue the institutional reforms, efficient justice, we heard it, transparent licensing, stable taxation, and simplified procedures. The second one is to strengthen sectors that create high-value employment, such as digital technology, renewable energy, logistics, or advanced services. And the final one, I mentioned it before, to expand research, skills, and innovation ecosystems. However, we have to find also the fiscal space.
Thank you very much. Mr. Schmillen, Akim, thank you very much for your cooperation, in Delphi, everywhere we go. How do you see that this demographic change affecting Europe's productivity and innovation capacity, Can you elaborate a little, please?
Sure, absolutely. So I'm so happy to be back at the Delphi Economic Forum Brussels. So Simeon, thanks so much for the invitation. And first of all, I want to say that I'm actually delighted that demographics is so prominent in the agenda of the forum as well, because I do feel we talk about different mega trends, about digital change, technological change, about climate change, and sometimes we talk less about demographic change. But for me and for the World Bank more broadly, this is really one of the key drivers of change across the world, with impacts that really go across every element of the economy, every element of society, from impacts on economic growth, on the tax base, with challenges related to fiscal and financial aspects, with challenges related to the provision of health, pension, and long-term care services, and also, of course, with just impacts on the overall fabric of society, and in this context on skills and talent. And I think probably this last part is what we would be focusing on most today. So I will start with maybe answering your very specific question and then try to broaden it a little bit. I think in terms of what we could expect for the impacts on productivity and innovation from demographic change, we recognize, as was already said by Ambassador Pagulatas, that these changes are indeed very profound. At the same time, if we look at the international evidence, we actually do not, and that's somewhat against common perception, we do not see that beyond some occupations that really rely heavily on physical labor, no impacts of aging or demographic change on productivity. In fact, we do see that there are positive potential impacts, because older workers, which will become more prominent in Europe, are not only less productive, they also bring many valuable experiences, problem-solving skills, and a strong work ethic that can help firms stay efficient. So what we need to do basically is to treat these changes that are happening and think about, okay, we have a rapidly aging workforce, how can we play to the strengths of these workforces? So some of the policy tools that have already been mentioned, including an emphasis on lifelong learning, better workplace adjustments, more flexible works, and a smarter use of technology are all initiatives that really can help us stay productive and help these workers update their skills in line with what is needed. In fact, according to our research, when such adjustments are made, older workers can stay highly productive and even drive innovation. Of course, this does not mean that Europe can take its competitiveness for granted, as we discussed in the last session before this one. So strengthening productivity and innovation should remain a top policy goal. Not necessarily because of the demographic change, but certainly further strengthened by the demographic change. How to do this? I think there are various publications, including the Draghi report, some of the Greek-specific evidence was mentioned. And I should also mention an upcoming World Bank report, which we titled Boosting Prosperity Through Productivity Growth. So please watch out for this. This will show some really important steps for Europe to really reignite its growth engine, from reducing trade barriers to boosting R&D and investing in skills. And this can really help Europe thrive in an older but still highly capable economy. With that, maybe just to broaden the conversation a bit and just emphasize 2 or more 3 points on this last element. So how can really Europe strive in terms of the skills of its workforce and really align talent, demographics, and the diaspora, as mentioned in the title of the session? So I would agree with the basic set of policies that have already been mentioned, but just maybe add a few nuances. First, I do agree with previous speakers that making full use of the productive potential of the existing labor force is paramount. In addition to policies that have already been mentioned, one particularly important one that I would highlight is actually thinking about strengthening aged care systems. This is already extremely urgent for countries in Northern and Central Europe, but will become more and more urgent with countries for Greece as well. In a way, this has a number of objectives. Partly it is for providing better living standards, basic dignity for older people, but even more so because women often act as informal caregivers. Only by strengthening long-term care system will we be able to allow these women more and more to actually enter the labor force, participate productively in the economy. And finally, even beyond that, we will actually also use the care economy as an engine of growth. Second, I also completely agree with the emphasis on skills, on lifelong learning that has already been mentioned. Again, one additional wrinkle, I do think it's extremely important that we think about the labor force of today, but maybe even more so about the labor force of tomorrow. And that really means investing in the fundamentals, in numeracy, in literacy, in basic socio-emotional and cognitive skills. This will really help us over time to have a next generation that will be able to master the challenges of demographic change and adapt as needed. Third, I also want to emphasize that I do think both the diaspora engagement and the attraction of talent and skilled migration can really be an important piece of the puzzle. Importantly, it's a piece of the puzzle. These are not either-or policies. But probably each one of them will be crucially important. Here, again, to just put two wrinkles. I think one, when we think about the diaspora engagement, and I'm very much looking forward to learning more about the Greek experience, but I think we need to keep two aspects in mind. First, there is a room for incentives and other measures for facilitating return of the diaspora, but very often this might not be the only or not even be the main objective of such engagement. Even if the diaspora remains abroad, there are many ways to facilitate linkages of technology of knowledge, facilitating trade and investment, and maybe allowing for temporary or circular return, which would really allow for the benefit of both the host and the country of origin. And last but not least, when we talk about attracting talent from abroad, I do think it is increasingly important that we indeed continue to strengthen smart, well-managed frameworks to facilitate orderly, self-regular and responsible migration and mobility. In this context, the talent partnerships that were already mentioned, I think, are a crucial building block that really deserve a lot of attention. With all these policies in place, we at the World Bank firmly believe that we can shape the future and we can really work together to promote the right policies to address the challenges of demographic change and leverage the opportunities that it presents. Ultimately, demography is not destiny.
Akim, thank you very much. I will come back with a follow-up question a little later. But let us listen a little bit to Philippos Kotsaridis about what they are doing here in Brussels, about the brain drain and all this important work.
Thank you, Mr. Tomoko. First of all, I would like to thank you for this invitation on this panel, which I consider very important. And congrats for this economic forum in Brussels. Thanks to my last 29 years as accountant, tax advisor, and my contacts with also the Greek company, I have the opportunity to be on the both sides of the border. And I see what's happening in Greece, of course, and I understand also what's happening in Brussels when we experience an exodus from Greece of professionally qualified people. You know, during the last year, during 2010 and 2019, approximately 20,000 Greeks came through my office in Brussels, anyway, for professional opportunities in Belgium, or to establish new companies, to set up new companies in Belgium. Almost 10,000 stays permanently in Belgium. They are still here. Who are these economic migrants? Doctors, as we hear before, IT engineers, restaurant workers, physiotherapists, architects, tax drivers, and so on. Why? Because, of course, when we know that medium salary in Greece is around 900 euro, and a rent for home costs approximately 500 euro, we understand that life is not easy for a large majority of the Greek population. The same architect in Greece who earns €1,200 monthly in Greece will receive at least minimum €4,000 in Belgium. And the doctor approximately 10,000 in Belgium. So we have exactly the double minimum salary if we compare with Greece. In Belgium is 1,800 and it is now better than before, of course, but not high enough, 900 in Greece. Also, the access to more advanced technology and better quality of life can motivate all this emigration. We listen about a lot of incentives. In addition, with economic aspects, there's also a question of family aspect, children, education, medical assistance, access to care. All these criteria are important and definite if there will happen an exodus or not. And also the economic stability. Stability is a condition for every and any future development. We also talk about the demographic problem. It's very serious, of course. What we can do works, I think, is needed on both sides, also in Greece, but also in the host countries in Europe. My modest expertise as a tax advisor and president of the Greek community of Brussels and the European Hellenic Foundation leads me to the following measures. I will develop in 1 minute 9 small points. One part of them was already touched by our Minister Staikouras and Mrs. Gminder and Mr. Schmielen. But it's important to repeat it because the purpose of this discussion is to keep elements and to make at the end a list of tools that we can use to help this situation. First, tax incentives are needed. That do actually Italy and Greece. It's good, but it's not enough. 2, we must provide better job prospects, higher standard of living, and increased educational opportunities. People must understand that that they have positive outlook for future development. If there is not a projection in the future, there is no motivation. 3, the creation of a legal migration pathways, the strengthening of border management, the promotion of stability in development countries of origin, and the improvement of migration in host countries. This approach aims to manage migration flows equitably while recognizing migration as a global phenomenon. 4, implement policies in Greece against employment discrimination. This is a very important point, I think. 5, investing in stability, education, and job creation can reduce, of course, the brain drain. 6, investment in infrastructures can boost decent employment. 7, strengthening community resilience to shocks, whether environmental or economic, can help people better manage their future and avoid in the first crisis to find opportunities out of their country and to feel forced to migrate. 8, implement awareness campaigns to inform about new job opportunities. That's very good. This is also what is Greece doing now, and I greatly appreciate Minister Kerameos' work on this point. 9, use the digital revolution and artificial intelligence not to make people smarter, but to create professional opportunities for the next 20 years. I will close with a small example. In Belgium, 20 years ago, we experienced the influx of 1,500 Polish people. They come here. The Polish plumber, we know about that. 20 years later today, I challenge you to find in Belgium, in Brussels, a Polish plumber. He's away. Why? Because 20 years later, Poland is practically grow like Belgium, close to Belgium, on a like-for-like basis, with the cost of living and purchasing power. They make enormous progress. With results, Poland people realize that they can have good work conditions and highest revenue in their own country, and they goes back. So it's to finally, I'm sure that we can win the regain. I believe that Greek people and other persons from other countries of Europe, when they go out of their country and they accumulate, they receive a new know-how from the country where they live, I'm sure that when they will go back to their country, in Greece, this regain will be profitable to the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Paklatis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Tsakomotos. Do you hear me? No. Hi, okay. Thank you, Mr. Tsomokos, and thank you for the invitation. Very glad to be here.
Thank you for coming.
Allylon, first of all, is not, it's a Greek organization. It's not Belgium. Second, and more importantly,
It's actually Allylon. It's not Allylon.
no, we spell it Allylon. Yeah. It's a social initiative, non-profit. We have three main objectives. First objective and the central objective is to assist the members individually in their professional development, in their professional path. Second objective, we want to contribute to build a spirit of cooperation and solidarity in the professional field with Greeks in Greece and around the world. Third objective, we want to contribute to the necessary increased resilience that everybody needs in the world we are living, particularly this period, for individuals, but also for Greece and the Greek diaspora. We work with on the basis of very simple ideas. It's easy to explain. Simple but powerful. And what is more important is to understand why are they powerful. The main processes is the use of a panel of speakers in events that we organize. We center our attention on themes of interest for the development of the country with the vision that we have for the future. We concentrate on areas of high technology because that's the big challenge for the development of the Greek economy. Second, we use mentors extensively. We use mentors for individual meetings or for group events in the context of our, for group mentoring in the context of our events. And of course, there is a very important dimension, which are the partnerships that we have with 7 universities in Greece, with several organizations in Greece and abroad, and with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where we work together with the permanent representations in Brussels, Geneva, New York, and the Hellenic Diplomatic Academy. For the year 24-25 academic year, we had around 102,000 participants in our panels, and we had more than 2,000 participants in our mentoring sessions. These numbers represent an increase of around 30% compared with the previous year. And the year before, we had also an increase of 30%, and that's what I think attracts attention to what the EU, to what Allylon is doing. Just a brief word to say why the approach of Allylon shows that it is powerful. There are basically 2 reasons for that. First of all, probably the more decisive is the fact that the mentees who come and meet the mentors of Allylon find what they need. And this is because they have this process has two basic characteristics. One is that most of our mentors have done professionally what the mentees would like to do themselves. And this, of course, helps a lot, the process helps a lot for the mentees. And the second is that everybody in Allion is strongly motivated. We have a very positive mindset and we have a very positive contribution. I understand the time is short, so I will...
Very limited time left. Thank you, Mr. Pagratis, very much.
Thank you again. Thank you for inviting me.
One perhaps common question for everyone. I mean, how the public and the private sector can work together, can collaborate in order to see, a better ecosystem in these issues. Madam Director General, can you comment on this? Thank you.
Well, I think actually the private sector does already a lot. And they have actually, in many member states, recruitment programs in industries that are particularly short of labor. These are often those with very specific skills. And I think the flagship is certainly the health sector, because you need a lot of health sector labor to come into Europe. They have programs running. They work also very well with development ministries, because I think this is a key for...
This is across all countries?
Across all countries. I think there's a lot of migration happening that is not talked about. And for example, in countries like Poland, it's been one of the countries with most legal pathways to Poland, because it has a really driving economy. However, when you go for these programs, they're often very specifically with countries you have close cooperations as part of your historic tradition and your political ties to specific countries. I have to say there's also often evaluation on the integration potential of people, because obviously this is important as well. How do they find their way into the economy? But I can also give another example from my own country, where I was recently to discuss the future of the many people that arrived from Ukraine and are now under temporary protection in the European Union. And in my home country, in Germany, you have a mandatory integration course, and then you have to come to B1 level before you're really integrated into the labor market. So it's quite a huge investment of the state, particularly obviously for people that have a prospect to stay. And there was obviously clearly one part of the government saying, but these are people, they should also return. And then the other part, which was the labor minister, saying, oh my God, no, we really have to keep them. So we need them. We have invested now and we want to keep them. So I think a lot is happening without being very much talked in the public. Our efforts are to help and to simplify and reduce bureaucracy in this process. I think that's very necessary.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. George, would you like to comment on this?
I would say incorporate into the logic of competitiveness, which is a logic both of sovereigns and of the private sector, of economies at large, at macro and micro level, the logic of attractiveness of talent, the ability to be able to create the conditions that bring the best and the brightest to your place. Be that expats, part of your brain drain, be that communities, diaspora communities, second generation Greeks or whatever country, or people that you would want to have in your labor force. Migration, people are always going to move from poorer countries to less poor countries. The example of Greeks moving to Belgium was mentioned. And we have many people coming from Asia or Africa to Greece. The question is, how do you render your economy overall attractive to the kind of people that you want to attract and integrate in your labor force? And we don't live, my grandfather left as an orphan in the age of 10. His relatives put him in a boat and sent him to the United States. And he created he was successful and came back to Greece to get married, of course, with a Greek wife and
we have all
settled.
The same passengers.
This is not the kind. This is not the kind of migration that we aspire to attract. The kind of migration is people who are mobile, who move around, who try to see what is the most inviting environment for them, for their pension portability for their families to settle, in terms of red tape being reduced, in terms of family incentives, in terms of taxes. You need to have the whole package, which means you have to have whole coordination within government, but also coordination of government with the private sector, from retraining and reskilling to all kinds of horizontal activities that I mentioned.
Thank you, George. Christos.
3 quick comments. First of all, we're converging in terms of real disposable income, but we still lag behind. This means that we cannot simultaneously reduce taxes, increase wages, and provide the level of wage that you have here in Brussels. We're doing our best. We lost 25% of our GDP. We're capturing the gap, but we have to do a lot of work going ahead. This means that we are providing the incentives, we are reducing taxes, we increased recently wages, especially the minimum wage, but we cannot afford at the moment to be at levels that you have here in Brussels. The second one has to do with tax incentives. I heard that we should enhance tax incentives. We did it with a non-dom scheme, and we enhanced this scheme recently. However, we should have a balanced approach because we have a workforce in Greece, which stayed in Greece. This means that policy should be balanced. And the third comment, the private sector should continue making investments and innovation, and the public sector, the government, the state, should provide political and economic stability, regulatory clarity, and visibility, as I heard before, as much as it is possible. Because visibility is not only possible in Greece, but even in the US.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you. Akim. Thank you very much. I saw Anneli before. We're designing, topics for our April conference. Perhaps this one will be extremely interesting.
I think there's so much more to talk about for this topic, so happy to continue the discussion in Delphi.
Tell us your views.
For now, I would also very much agree with Director General Gwintner that the role of the private sector really spans across all policy areas that we've touched upon and is super important. So I'll just give one example to kind of drive this point home. I'd already mentioned the talent partnerships as a promising tool for leveraging globally available skills and talent. For those who don't know what this means, basically to simplify it a bit, my understanding is that it's really destination countries, including in Europe, co-financing training programs in countries of origin, and then hiring a portion, but not all of the graduates. So this is really an approach that can lead to a win-win-win situation for countries of origin, countries of destination, and for the migrants. The EU is piloting this in certain countries. The World Bank has also actually extensive experience in facilitating this, including because we have the contacts and the presence in the countries of origin and destination. For me, the next step in this initiative is really to move from this initial pilots to learn from them and then to scale it up and do it systematically, say on a European level. And indeed, when we look at the pilots and we look at what makes them successful or not, there are a few factors that stand out. And the really important one is the involvement of the private sector. Are the skills partnership or talent partnerships really responding to labor demand? Is the training, say in a country of origin, aligned with what then the employers in the destination country really need? If we get this right, it can really work.
Akim, thank you very much. Philippos, 1 minute.
Thank you.
Half minute.
Very often, the success story and talents in the story comes from find their origin in the diaspora. So, as European Hellenic Foundation, you are very proud to continue to support, to promote education, culture everywhere in Europe. And support the Greek identity culturally because it's the heavy industry for us is the culture. And tomorrow I will be in Frankfurt tomorrow in the University of Frankfurt because we'll make a special event for Amphipolis, but not only for the tourism and Amphipolis story, but also to promote all the regions, to support the infrastructures, the airport, to help globally to shed lights to all this good quality that we can also offer from out of Greece.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Angelos.
considering that part of the private sector is also the social sector, I will say also from only from our experience directly that we have a fantastic example of intelligent cooperation with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, particularly the permanent representation here in Brussels.
Bravo.
We could not have reached the results that we have reached, where we are affecting the life positively of several thousands of people, without this excellent cooperation.
Thank you very much. Let us give a hand to this excellent panel. But I think we have to give you also a hand for being here until now. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. This concludes, the conference today. We had one in Toronto last Monday. We have another one in Berlin. We're going to Berlin with SVP next week, actually. We became a little wiser so that we don't end up, so late next year. We're coming back in October. We have a rapporteur here, Lucas, and we're going to put on our site the summaries of all the discussions we have had today. I need to say only a big thank you to the permanent delegation of Greece, Yannis Railas, the ambassador who helped us a lot, and Mrs. Jima, and of course all of you, our speakers, our sponsors, and we are looking forward to the next one. Madam Director General, we thank you very much, and you will come in April to Delphi. You promised me that. So thank you. Have a nice evening. Thank you. Let me thank also Despina, because Despina did all the work. That to Despina. Thank you, Despina.